Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey man, welcome to the team. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Hello, I'm Something. I'm from Sengoku Gaming. Joined to PaperX like 1 week ago.
Why PaperX? I'm pretty sure you get a lot of offer before, right? So why do you choose PaperX?
You guys so aggressive.
Oh.
It's like my playstyle, very close to my playstyle.
Oh, you love to play aggressive?
Yes, very high mechanical skills. Just W gaming, you know.
Do you have anyone that you think is on the same level with you in our team, or like you think that you players that you think you're better than? Jason?
Maybe Jason? Maybe. I think same level, maybe.
Oh, I'm very curious about this. Like, why is your name Something? What made you use that?
To be honest, I was still this nickname from one pro player from Dota 2.
Oh, really?
He was playing on Smurf account and his nickname Smith. And I steal this nickname and used to.
So since you are now part of our team, are you excited for the matches, upcoming matches?
I think if I go play, I will be a little bit nervous because it's my first match. A lot of pressure. I need good performance because I'm a new player like this. But yeah,
Because
I wanna play.
it's your first LAN tournament, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's like first offline tournament. So coming from the challenges, and now you're in the Pacific League, and do you think that it's gonna affect your performance, or do you think you're still gonna do well and stuff?
I think I will play the same because my mechanical skills.
Don't
forget, like this. And yeah, I'll play like this. Maybe not the same because player skill like higher, and but very close to the same. Not maybe drop like 48 kills, but maybe 25.
But maybe you drop 50?
Maybe 50, maybe 30, like this, you know.
Yeah.
But close. I'm still player. I'm not like how to say.
It's okay. Don't have to be so humble, you know. Sometimes you have to be a little bit cocky.
Okay, yeah. I'm still
You're
playing.
gonna drop 50.
Yes.
Let's go with that. And I'm curious about this. Why you choose Jet to be your main agent?
Because you can play like more like solo in Valorant. You have ability. It's like calling dash. You just if you miss shot,
Then you can run
just
away.
Run away. Use smoke. Use dash. Also, you have a very big ulti. It's like knives. You can ace.
Yeah, I saw some of your clips in Twitter. Like, it's actually insane.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
How do you see me fit in the team? Like, how can I help you? Like, play on duelist, initiator?
I think having you in the team definitely gonna help us a lot in terms of aim-wise. I think we have a very good players already in the team before we have added you. But now having you in the team would definitely make us even more sharper in the team, because we always like to play aggressively, right? So being able to have you on board, I think will definitely help us a lot in terms of aim-wise. because of our playstyle. So yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be good from here.
Like I will up Paper-X mechanical skills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
Upgrade,
you're just gonna go in
just
like that,
upgrade, yes.
short pick people, and go back. Post plan, guys, post plan.
Don't die, don't die.
Don't die, don't die. That's what you always say, right?
Yes.
All right, Ilya, thanks for the chat. See you in the kitchen, and we're gonna let you cook.
Yeah, hope I will play soon.
See you.
Hello and welcome to another day of Pacific. I am Achilles here. I'm going to be your host today. I've decided that I need to wear every single hat that we have on this production, and pretty soon I'll be coming for the PD's job as well. I'll be your host. I'm joined here by Mr. Nick Tasteless Plot as well as Quack. We'll be guiding you guys through the action here today. But off the rip, let's go ahead and just do the normal hosting. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I think today's match is going to be chaotic. And how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited for today's games. It's been an interesting weekend so far. We've had some exciting upsets, and I wonder if we're going to have one today.
It very well could happen. Talon, we're looking a little bit better. Obviously, after the last series, finally able to get a match victory, but Paper-X has also been on the up and up. Before we get into the match today, though, let's go ahead and recap in case you guys weren't able to tune in yesterday, because we had some barn burners of matches with some unexpected results. We'll go ahead and reflect that first, though, in the standings, because as you can see, Global kind of climbing up a little bit. Not enough to get themselves up into the top 6 at the moment. Currently find themselves in a 2-way tie for 7th, but had a very strong performance to go ahead and get themselves a second match victory.
Yeah, it's we're getting further and further along here, and so these results are really starting to cement. Overall, we've seen a lot of Korean dominance, but we are also finding out that these other teams are in Southeast Asia can definitely hang with the best. I think especially in the last 2 weeks, we've seen these teams that may not have been that comfortable here in the studio really acclimate very nicely. Another thing to note here is that Detonation Focus Me. They have improved a lot. They are still way down in the bottom. I'm worried for Talon here as well. Today is going to be very important. They could sink down along with them if they don't manage to improve by quite a bit.
Yeah, obviously Detonation find themselves now in this position where, you know, the playoff dream is unfortunately kind of gone. Talon are riding on that precipice where, you know, a loss here today definitely hurts them a hell of a lot more. So they are very much going to be looking for a victory here today, Quack.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, if they don't, then, you know, I guess that's it. But then you still have to kind of put your best foot forward and then I guess, you know, try to get as much experience as possible, learn as much as possible, because there is still the last chance qualifier that could give you that little glimpse of hope.
It's very true. Well, we'll go ahead and take a glimpse back at the matches from yesterday. I mean, you were there on the desk. You were there casting with me. And it was an absolute just mind-blowing day because it was a lot of things that we weren't anticipating. We saw Global go up against Gen G, and they were able to take them down in 2-0 fashion. Not even a 2-1. 2-0, 13-8 the scoreline of both of those matches.
It was a funny best of 3. It was like, it almost didn't feel real until the second game was actually called and it was over because everybody backstage watching you two guys cast, we were all saying like, no way. Like this can't be real. And we do have these games where it seems like it's a fluke and eventually we go, well, this is why they play a best of 3. They're going to recover in the next 2. But the fact that Global Esports, against all possible teams, against Gen G played as well as they did here, I think this team's got a lot of promise, and I'm really excited to see in the next couple weeks if they can just streak this win all the way up.
I mean, we've been talking about this the whole time. Global Esports' potential. You were saying no way throughout the entire game backstage and stuff. We were saying no way in our internal monologues during the cast. I mean, like this is so insane. And SK Rossi coming out with pajama pants and dancing a little bit. It just shows how strong they can be, but at the same time that Korean teams aren't infallible.
Yeah, no, certainly not. You can see here, oftentimes, I mean, Rossi was doing God's work when it came down to finding these first kills. And more often than not, Global were very much converting those into round wins. And to see them, both maps have been so concise, 13-8 score lines on both Pearl as well as Lotus. It was just amazing to see. We also got Aaron for the first time playing KO on both of those maps, so a bit of a new exposure for him, continuing to flex where necessary as the IGL.
Yeah, Rossi was murdering, firing on all cylinders. We talked about how he occasionally overheats, and he was even mentioning in the interview, sometimes he's like asking his teammates, okay, call me back in if I'm getting out of control. Let me know if I'm overextending. But to see Global Esports play as well as they did, that's very cool. Let's not forget that they didn't have the entire lineup here in the first few weeks.
Yeah.
And, it's undeniable that's going to impact your performance. And so for a little bit, it seemed like Global Esports had sort of faded into the background of the other teams that we had. But I'll tell you what, after that performance we saw yesterday, they are right up in the front.
Yep, they very much are. And we'll have to just keep our eyes on them in the future and see, if there's going to be this continued evolution, this 7-man roster kind of, rotation that they have had going on, or if after the results of yesterday, they say, okay, we widely want to stick with this core 5-man. I think that might be the best avenue, just given that you are in such a dire position where if you suffer another loss, you're at risk of, not being able to make it to the playoffs and whatnot. So we'll have to see what the team does land on. But that wasn't the only crazy result that we did see, because going into the second series from yesterday, we had DRX versus RRQ. And while in the end, the majority of the predictions obviously went the way of DRX aside from yours, RRQ, not even trying to, that wasn't even meant to be a slight.
Of course.
But RRQ made them bleed in, I'd say, in 2 of those maps. Obviously, the last one, not really that close. DRX started to run away with it, but them being able to take down DRX on DRX's map pick of Haven was absolutely fantastic for RRQ.
And this was a big reminder to not sleep on RRQ. I had the opportunity to talk to this team a little bit. They actually were having dinner right by where my house is, so I went and said hi to the team. And when I was talking to them, I was saying, so do you guys, what was happening the first couple of weeks? And they just said they were a little bit uncomfortable. They were a little bit nervous. It's a bit overwhelming coming down to this big stage and trying to do exactly what you do back at home. And they were also saying, which I thought was pretty funny, is like, I hope you guys keep predicting against us, because that seems to be working. Of all the possible teams to play this well against, this is very exciting. DRX really had to work for this one. Obviously, they did recover and had a completely smashing victory in the final round. But again, RQ, they can hang with the best.
That they can. And, I mean, they continue to, push at teams that, previously we would have very much disregarded, them having a chance in the matchup. They continue to look better and better. And I think one of the biggest things that we're seeing from RRQ, and this kind of goes back to when they got eliminated from lock-in after, just the one series that they were able to play in, they said, you know what, we weren't able to show the way that we play when we're scrimming. And now we're starting to see the way that they play when they're scrimming. They're showing that potential. It hasn't been hitting all the time, unfortunately, so they still only have those 2 series victories under their belt. But being able to take that map off the DRX, keep Split being, very competitive going into the second map, it's still a very good upward trend here for RQ.
It is huge. I mean, not just that. If you look at the numbers that we have on our screen right now, RQ actually has higher first kills, more spike plants than DRX. And if anything, it just shows that they have that much potential. They have the strategical depth to really pull off some of these amazing tactics. If anything, you have to study back on Haven and Split especially. I mean, you were talking about it, Seth. Split, you know, might have been DRX's map win still, but it came down to the wire. And I think that's something that we'd never say for DRX, except for this series that we had yesterday. And it's just a really weird thing that they actually kind of figured out about DRX is with the map rotation. Somehow, somewhere, there is a weakness, and RRQ was trying to exploit that. There's something to be studied there, and DRX could actually fall in the following weeks, I think.
I mean, all of the teams here in Pacific, all the teams that are looking to go to Tokyo, going to be studying that, trying to identify what that weakness is, like finding the God particle. They need to build this massive Hadron Collider.
That's a secret formula.
Figuring out what it is, but yeah, some crazy stuff was seen yesterday. So if you guys didn't watch that, make sure you go ahead and check those VODs over on the VCT YouTube because it's definitely worth checking out. But of course, watch that after this broadcast.
Yeah, not
if you
now.
want to watch this series.
You don't leave now.
Yeah,
Stay
exactly.
here.
Well, as per usual, there's the production has prepared a fun little game for us. I know, Tasteless, I believe you've done this one before, so you get a second crack at it. I'm not sure about you, Quack, if you got to do it, but it's casting Taboo. So we're going to go ahead and I believe have some clips for you guys.
Great.
You're going to not be able to say a bunch of words that have to do, you know, professional sounding verbiage that you would normally use in your commentary.
Or do we do this together, or
all that.
are we taking turns?
I think it's going to be individual.
Okay.
To be honest, I haven't been fully informed.
All right.
So we're kind of going to do this. We're flying by the seat of our
Can we get the
pants.
rule book out here and figure out exactly how to play this?
We'll figure it out as we go, but we'll start with Quack.
Okay.
We'll make you go first.
I'm not, I mean, I haven't done this, so why not? Let's go for this.
So no Valorant FPS, tactical FPS terms.
Just no terms. I mean,
you can't say agent names.
I can
can't
say
do any of that.
headshots and stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Go.
Oh gosh, it's DFM versus D1. All right, we're starting things off with a little air bending, and we're just gonna toss a little ball of gas onto the site. And we're gonna try to actually, God, what's the freaking word?
Keep up with it.
We're gonna shoot with a giant cannon, but then that shot does land, and then this big like little robots is gonna burn you, so we're gonna stay away from it. And then now the little thing gets planted into the ground, and then we're coming out on the other side, trying to watch into this one little corridor. But then, you know, Ban is, oh God, I don't even know what to say. We're gonna just pull out our little axe at the end because it looks cool.
Okay.
GG.
Terrible.
All right. This was a catastrophe. And you know what? I'm going to spare you.
D-.
The production's not ready for this. I'm going to insert myself into this.
This is hard.
I don't get to go?
Maybe.
No, I want to go. What are you talking about?
I think we might have three clips.
All right.
But we'll have to see. Okay, production has given you a D-.
Quack
Thank
gets
you.
a D. Okay.
So I love that they're updating that on our prompters.
All right.
I'm actually going to do it now.
You're going to do it?
I think we might have 3, but I'm going to go
All right,
because
you go
I
next.
think you guys need to be shown how this is
Please.
done. So if we're going to go ahead and roll the clip, I will begin. And hopefully I won't choke. Let's see where we're at. All right, it's going to be DRX. This is RRQ. This is just from yesterday. Big wavy thing's going to be pushing down the green wall. Coming up as the doggy gets taken out by the shooting gun. Pull back. Can't see anything. Foxy9 going to be looking around the back corridor, trying to spot something. The little glowy bomb goes out onto the site, puts a little bit of damage down, but not going to find too much. Now the doggy going to be cleared out. Jump into the back. The Wind Girl managing to find a kill onto the opposite Wind Girl. Couple shots flying. There's so many big orbs everywhere, purple and green covering the screen. You can't see a damn thing. Stacks, though, he's going to go ahead, pull out the little pistol-y thing, spams away, comes up with a couple of little kills. The pickup comes through. That little glowy bomb manages to find one. That's going to be the bomb dismantler taken out. And then DRX are able to win it with no money invested.
I see that production has given you a C+.
Oh, what the hell?
That's okay. That's passing.
It's a pass.
And this
I liked
means,
it.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
I believe we
It
have
was
one
a
more,
little
though.
mix. It was exactly an Achilleos cast, but just perfectly
With
done
different
without
words.
the yes.
I'll admit, not my finest.
He rhymed. I like the rhyme.
I did rhyme. I didn't even get bonus points for the rhymes.
Come on.
All right. Well, it looks
So
like we do have
B+?
one more.
Oh,
Okay,
B+?
we swapped it around.
Ah, they've
They
updated
changed
it.
it mid-tier? All right,
Thank
there's B+ smiley face right now. I got my work cut out for me.
All right. So, yeah,
right,
they've
Nick.
got you ready. So it looks like we should have one final
I got
clip
this.
for Tasteless. So we'll go
All
ahead
right.
and get ready to roll it.
Let's go.
Can't wait to see what he says.
All right, the dog is coming up, but the bird explodes by the dog. Purple swirly stuff on the ground. Dog shot down. Hippie girl around the corner. And I don't know. It's green. Oh, they were doing the Macarena for the second, but they cut. And the Squiddy guy's flying.
Squiddy goes.
Big jump up there. Another jump.
All the fart gases.
Oh, and there's a hipster that planted something down there. Oh, my hands. Tendinitis. Tendinitis.
Carpal tunnel.
Oh, it hurts. I should have done stretches before I played. And over here, I don't know what to call this. All right.
Well,
I ran out of gas.
All right.
I ran out of gas there.
Unlike the Viper. And then give Nick you get an
Nick
A+. All right.
A+ for calling
Tasteless.
Sky a hippie girl.
Yeah.
She was a hippie girl.
I mean,
See
that was.
bandana and those animals she commands.
Oh, that was pretty good. It's a good
Thank
call.
you. Thank you very
all
much.
right. Well, an A+ for you, a B+ for me, and a D- for Quack. Feel free to
that
go
next
ahead,
time.
tweet at us, let us know if you agree with the grades, and give us your own grading as you watch. And go ahead. Don't hold back. Tear into us, because I think
do.
we all know it
They
wasn't
will.
very good.
Oh, they will. Don't you worry.
Yeah. But anyway, we got the games aside. We're going to get into the action and get down to the nitty-gritty, talking about Talon versus PRX in just a moment. But first, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a minute.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Alrighty, we are back. Thank you for absorbing our advertisements with your eyeballs. Now, let's go ahead.
And your hearts and souls.
Yes, and your
Yes.
hearts and souls. Drink
And
Red Bull.
wallets.
And now, let's go ahead and get into it. We've got Talon going up against PaperX. PaperX have been undergoing some changes. Obviously, we had the late addition of something. Benkai now seeing some time on the bench. And, a couple movements on that front. We even got to see CGRS last week as a little one-off, send-off to Icebox. But they're going up against Talon, who is a team that is back into a corner and are desperate for some wins. We're finally able to get one under the belt just last week. how are they going to fare today? Because this is also a team that has been undergoing some changes as far as the roster is concerned. It seems like we're not done with that yet, because as I take a look at the starting lineup, there is no Sushi Boys.
Nope, none whatsoever. I mean, this is a talent that is still experimenting. They've been doing it for the longest time. They managed to find a bit of success last week against Zeta, of all teams, and I think that's where things get a little bit interesting, because they've been talking about how they haven't quite found that synergy or coordination, but with the way that they've been swapping things in and out, Jit Boys still being on the team as like this core sentinel, maybe sometimes an initiator, they've been able to perform.
Yeah, they've been looking very good in that last week of matches, but it's curious to see, Sushi, this long-standing vet on the squad that has been there basically, since the original inception of the team back in Extend days and Desertia, et cetera, not be here in this starting five. And I'm curious to see if that's going to change as we go throughout the day, or if Talon are just going to be looking to stick with this the whole way through.
Yeah, I feel like Talon, they've been doing a lot of soul searching, trying to figure out what style is going to work. Let's remember that before we actually started VCT Pacific, a lot of people were saying this team should perform pretty well.
Yes.
And then every week passed, and we just couldn't have been more wrong. We've already seen a great comeback story here with Global Esports. Obviously last week Talon had their success. Maybe they can turn this around here today, but there's a lot on the line right now. If they can't win today, they may be sinking so far down to the bottom that they just can't advance beyond this.
I mean, basically need to have a perfect run as we go through this and rack up as many wins as they possibly can. Biggest question, I think, on a lot of people's brains here now, seeing that starting five is also going to be, do we get to see Pat play Duelist again? Because we did get to see him play that Raze last week, and honestly, it looked pretty decent. So I think people are going to be hoping for that rather than this ever-revolving door of agents that he finds himself stuck in. But time will have to tell. So we'll see what happens there. But first, let's go ahead and also take a look at the starting lineup for Paper Rex and see who they're going to be fielding as their initial five for the first map of the series. And as we take a look, and it's more of the same that we've kind of come to anticipate. No CGRS, no Benkai. Something is here alongside the rest of the starting four.
You sure you don't want CGRS, Seth? I mean,
look, I'm not against it.
Of course.
Honestly, the get-go looked decent.
It's a fun little experiment, if anything, and also just to put Thai players against Thai players. I saw your Pledge Chat episode, and I know what you guys said about it, but it's fun. If anything, I think this is now the core roster moving forward, and you have seen bits of success with it. They are incredibly aggressive. They are kind of the only team, if anything, that consistently goes for double duelist agent compositions, and yet somehow they actually still make it work.
It's been fun seeing these guys. They've definitely leaned into that aggressive, explosive style. This team has some of the shortest rounds we've seen in Valorant. The addition of Something has been really incredible to see. When they first pulled Something out on that day, once he had gotten into Korea, we were all kind of looking at each other and thinking, really? Right now? This soon? Are you sure about this? Don't you want to maybe give it a week and kind of test him out? Nope. Send him out, and he is murdering. We're watching this guy rush down lanes with Jet, with the operator, getting kills, and making it work. It was very cool to see.
Now, one of the things that I'm very curious about, we'll use the word curious, is how Talon are going to fare going up against Paper Rex. Because we're talking about it. W Gaming, they like to rush in. They like to go aggressively. They got their first win over the complete inverse in the side of Zeta. That is a very slow, methodical team, takes their time, oftentimes isn't going for a spike plan within, until the last 30, 20 seconds of a round. How do you think the Talon is going to fare going up against Paper Rex, which is the complete opposite?
I think it's just a complete bloodbath, honestly, because that's the thing, right? Both teams, they might be sometimes contradicting each other. They might play opposite styles, but at the same time, when you come down to it, when you think about this matchup, it's just this classic Southeast Asian style Valorant where whatever works will work, We'll just try whatever we can, and if we find a little bit of success with it, we're going to stick to it. If not, we're going to plug in and play something different, and that's how Something even came in. So they're just going to bump into each other a whole bunch, and whoever comes out on top, comes out on top.
It's funny, I do think Paper Rex's style has had such a massive impact on all the Southeast Asian teams in general, right? We do see a lot of aggro, explosive plays come out from them, but it does seem like PRX are truly the masters of this. And so, what is Talon going to do? I'm not sure. I'm a little bit afraid this might actually be like a 2-0 with PRX. I hope it's not. I know we only got one best of 3 today, so I wouldn't mind having a kind of a long and dramatic back and forth. Maybe we get lucky with some overtimes, but right now, Paper Rex is looking pretty strong.
They are. You can see right here that key point that we now we just go ahead and take it away right
Under the rug with it.
It's fine. I was able to read it, and I kept the information in my brain. Talon have not been able to take down Paper Rex. This is one of the ones that, you know, it's that unicorn, that thing that you're trying to capture. You get that win over this team. We heard it from Secret. They've said, you know, always when you're talking about SDI, when you're talking about APAC, Paper Rex is kind of the gold standard. This is the team that you want to be able to topple. Secret to be able to do it. They took them down earlier in the season. Now can Talon do the same? Because this is a very long, brooding rivalry, I guess, where Talon's just like, I don't want to be able to beat them.
I mean, Talon did show that they can even go a little bit further than Paper X, at least in lock-in. You know, I think that was a little bit disappointing for Paper X fans everywhere, myself included. But also just the fact that while this might be a tiny bit of rivalry, they're also just good friends. These two teams are like really comfortable with each other. They share a lot of information with each other. It's just gonna be fun to like watch them play their own styles. I mean, this is one of those rare matches that we're gonna see where there isn't like a whole lot on the line. You don't have to freak out about like, oh, I gotta carry my country's flag up the podium and like do all that kind of stuff, right?
I mean, it should be noted, you're right, when these two teams, they're so familiar with each other, does Paper X or Talon for that matter have any tricks up their sleeve? Are they going to be doing anything unusual? You know, whenever you have two teams that play against each other a lot, there's going to be all this kind of downloading of information. Okay, we've seen that they have these ticks, or maybe they prefer this site, or they always play like this in the pistol round. But yeah, you're right. Two teams that are friends going up against each other. There may be mind games we're going to see here that we can't even tell because they know each other in and out so well.
Well, we'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, worth mentioning that Bind is back into the map pool, so for Paper X fans, that's something to potentially be excited about if Talon allow them to have it, because the Yoru return would obviously be something very fun to see. But first, we'll go ahead and we'll take a look at the team schedules to see what they have in the future once they get past this matchup, because it's some tough ones on both sides. As you can see today, playing against one another, but then for Talon, it doesn't get that much, you know, easier for them. They've got Gen G, who are still in that number 2 position. Then they got RQ, who was just able to push DRX. And then DFM at the very end, who has still steadily been looking better and better. Yeah. So for Talon to try to make this run to the playoffs, they have some really stiff opposition. We need to see that crazy growth, that, you know, excelling performance from them today.
It really has to be that explosive if Talon are to make it into playoffs. I mean, currently with 1 win and 4 losses, it just seems almost impossible. There was actually a graphic, I think, on Reddit that showed DFM virtually 0% making it to playoffs now. Yeah. Talon at about like 12. I don't know if like getting a win today will give them that much of a boost, because yeah, you're right. They're gonna have to play against Gen G. They're gonna have to play against RQ, who are all improving, and that's why it's gonna be an uphill battle. Yeah. But at least on the flip side for Paper Rex, this is a chance for them to kind of put themselves in the top 2 or top 3 spot.
Yeah, this win could help them out quite a bit, but you know, much to the same coin here, Tasteless, the schedule is also quite tough for them, given the form that we've been seeing from RQ, Zeta, and Gen G. Obviously, no teams that are going to be slouches that they have to face up.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G is obviously just a strong team on their own, and I really don't know with PRX and Gen G who's going to take that. Zeta has been improving. That was a team that we were actually kind of looking down on and expecting some pretty lackluster results, and they have fought back and played very well. And then RRQ, I mean, just yesterday it seems like they've really hit their stride. And if they can play as well as they did against DRX, I don't know why they couldn't do the same here against PRX.
Well, as you can see, you know, when you take the teams that are in these specific positions, the number 3 versus the number 9, you know, 1-4 scoreline here for the side of Talon, the stats are never really going to favor them. Still, a lot more rounds played from the side of Paper X. Have been playing a hell of a lot of Valorant when it comes down to it, because a lot of their matches have gone the distance, have been seeing 3-map sets. But right now, they find themselves number 1 in post-plant win percentage.
I do think that that's really, really interesting, because that is how Paper X plays. If they are that aggressive, if they can get sights and the spike does go down, you will often see players push in further than regular sight lines. You actually go in towards defender spawn or find some kind of a deep lurk just to catch players off a rotation and to prevent them from coming in with a defuse. And that's how Paper X wins. At the same time, top 2 in attack percentage win.
Yeah,
that's their style.
I mean, that, you know, they like to hold W. They like to run at the sides rather than keep people out of them. So we'll see. I think that this is going to be, I'm right there with you. I think this is going to be a mess. I think it's going to be a hot mess of a series, but one that will be entertaining to watch.
Yeah, again, there's so much on the line for both these teams. If Talon fizzles out here, it may be mathematically impossible to advance at all. Paper X has played well, but we had them set to a very high standard before we started the show. Yeah. And I mean, look, there was that crazy upset with Team Secret. You know, I mean, that was like the first big upset, I think, of the entire event we did here. So they need to win here, and they need to keep escalating that score up and up and up so they can actually get a good standing when we're ready to go to the next phase of the tournament.
All right, well, our key players here for this matchup going to be Fox on the side of Talon versus Devi for the side of Paper Rex. And, you know, we've kind of talked about this both on the desk and on the cast, that Devi was one of the players coming into this season where people were saying, like, you know, Devi, he's there. He performs, you know, decently well. He's not really the carry. He has very much got himself in the shoes of being the carry at times for Paper Rex.
I think that is the key, because this is your favorite thing to talk about, Achilles, consistency. And that's what it comes down to between these two players. Devi, we've seen him clutch. We've seen him come up huge. He has been putting up huge assist numbers for the team as well. But that's the thing. You have to keep doing that. You can't just, you know, sub Devi output CGRS and kind of expect the same results. Yep. It's going to be a little bit crazy. And for Paper X, we want to see that consistency. We want to see how this double duelist sort of W gaming style team can really push the limits of this composition. On the other hand, for Fox, yeah, that was one crazy win last week against Zeta, but you know, he also had great numbers, and I think you need to show up those numbers. You need to keep putting up those consistent performances in order for Talon to find that coordination, find that synergy to find wins, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing the importance of having a really strong initiator, and Fox does, you know, fit those bills when Talon are functioning, when they are, you know, all on the same page. So we'll see how he fares here today against Devi, who's an incredibly flexible player. As you can see, we've got the predictions down at the bottom of the screen, and somehow, some way, of all weeks,
of all players,
Black has not gone for Paper X.
Yeah, I think,
explain yourself.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
You're just throwing Hail Marys out there.
This is maybe a bit of a reverse jinx, maybe a bit of a Hail Mary. I don't know. I think it's just the way that Talon performed last week. It was really inspirational, and if they can do something more, that would be cool.
All right.
I mean, for me, look, I'm a basic dude, all right? I've seen PRX play. I'm like, yeah, I mean, they're looking good. They're playing strong. We expected them to play well coming into this. I think they've got a shot. And, look, I'm okay being wrong. I'm fine if I'm proven wrong in these predictions, but I think it's a safe bet.
I think as long as it's an entertaining series, we're all going to be quite happy with this matchup. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that is going to be the case. But now it is time to go ahead, light up the stage, bring the players out, and get this party started. Alrighty, here we go. Let's get the players out and ready to go. Some hearts being shared as well as thumbs up between Mox and King, making their way out the stage.
No, this is already a chaotic match. We got
Feels like Fox didn't fully consult Jing with whatever, you know, everything that was going to happen during the walkout there.
I bet it was intentional. They really wanted to jinx that, but no missed fist bumps today.
Yeah.
So far. We've only gotten through 2, Black. You're setting the bar pretty low. We'll see how it continues as Cruz and Devi will make their way over onto the stage. We did see some curses being thrown out yesterday. Some spells being cast yesterday during the walkouts, but it seems like today no one's going to be playing around with any black magic here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Cruz didn't come out with a dance. It's just a simple gentlemanly handshake.
All right, excellent fist pound right there. I think each pair has something planned.
Honestly, I think this pair right here is two of the ones that we kind of need to have our eyes on for strong performances. Because Garnets, we didn't see it quite as much in the, obviously the last several series, aside from maybe versus Zeta when he was subbed in. And then Mindfreak has been somebody who's been under a decent amount of scrutiny, going from being this absolute colossal figure when it comes down to controls and smokes players to having a bit of a rougher time lately. We have seen those glimpses. We've seen him get back into that form, so I'm curious to see if it happens again today.
You're right. I mean, both players. Garnets has had some whiffed shots with an operator at times as well. So, I mean, coming down to these two, that's what it's all about today, consistency.
We see a little bit of extra bounciness coming out of the players.
A lot of enthusiasm.
Boy also running out to the stage to get everybody jazzed up for this one.
Well, it's funny. They haven't been performing that well as far as score goes, but they're in good spirits, and that's important, man.
Always.
We've seen some teams a little bit more stiff than others, but these guys are having fun out there, and you love to see it.
It's gonna be fun today.
Tell you what, fun walkouts from Pat, 100% win rate. Because he was keeping quiet in those initial couple series, and last week he actually came out in high spirits.
He's letting his hair down.
Was able to play around it. So we'll see if it leads to yet another win here, as PaperX will go ahead, break away, take their seats, and get ready to have battle come maps. We'll have the map selection up in a moment. We'll see where these guys are going to be aiming, because again, Bind back in the pool. That is going to be a critical one. Even with the changes, you would suspect that PaperX would still feel right at home on that map.
Look, we know that Forsaken is that Yoru Bind player, but at the same time, we have seen Fox play Yoru as well, but they banned it right off the bat. Why?
It's
sad.
I mean, honestly, I would have to accuse Talon of throwing if they left it in.
Or like banned.
Sure.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because they don't want to challenge PaperX on that one, but what we do want to challenge PaperX on is going to be Pearl instead, and then PaperX clicking Split.
Okay. We've seen Talon, go for Split. Obviously, they brought out the triple duelist versus DRX and whatnot, and that was a bit of a whiffed experiment. But PaperX decided to opt to go for it. They have looked fairly strong. Nabai, in particular, his calling on that map while playing the Viper has been fantastic. And with the follow bands of Ascent and Lotus, that leaves Fracture. So, honestly, I mean, aside from maybe Pearl, which still can have some high-octane play in its own right, Split as well as Fracture for potential map 3, that sounds like some really fast, aggressive hits on sites, and that's what we're looking for.
These guys never fail to disappoint. I mean, this is what it's going to come down to. If we actually go to that third map, Fracture is going to be insane. But for Pearl, at the very least, I mean, this is the map that we saw Talon challenge DRX the furthest. I mean, yesterday, 13-2, yeah, it was kind of washed. But Talon pushed DRX to 13-10. That was crazy. If they could do the same thing, that would be insane.
Okay.
But we've got the double duelist still in.
They're keeping it. It's going to be the Phoenix, so, I mean, Tasteless can breathe easy because we don't have mirrored compositions.
But we got that Phoenix down. I love that. I was about to say before they clear this up here, is Jin going to go with another unusual comp? I love the fact that PRX, they have their own approach to the game, and they're not changing. And so this is going to be a fun one. I'm just looking forward to getting into this match, man.
I mean, the big question now is Talon, obviously plenty of tape on PaperX, running this Phoenix on the map, running this double duelist composition. Have they been able to counter-strat it? Do they have a good idea of how PaperX is going to look to play?
I think it's going to be incredibly aggressive. We've seen how PaperX goes with this. It's a lot of individual performances, but also really unorthodox plays. Jing has hot hands lineups.
All right, well, players are in their seats. The headsets are on. The game is ready to commence, so we'll go ahead and throw over to your casters for today. It's going to be Valdez and William.
Thank you guys on the desk for that wonderful pre-show and setup for this matchup. We got Talon up against PRX. I'm Valdez with William. This one should be a lot of fun. I just hope we get 3 maps because I mean they're friends. We saw their walkout. It was a lot of fun.
I mean these are teams full of whimsy, right? And they're full of action. I mean, we only, like Taysom said, we only have 1 match today. We might as well drag it out to 3 maps. And here's the thing with these 2 teams, even if it goes 3 maps, it's not going to be a late night, so no one has to worry about that either.
Yeah, they're going to have a pretty aggressive stance, the both of them, I would expect. We did see the agent lineup, so a little bit more standard on the side of Talon, so perhaps PaperX can set the tone coming in here on the attacker side. Did you know that Forsaken is the worst arm wrestler on his team?
I did not know that, but now thinking about it, I'm going to be I'm sorry for Forsaken, but I'm not surprised. All right, I'm just going to say it like it is. But of course, obviously, that hasn't really hindered him in terms of his aim department. Now, talking about the compositions, last time Talon played against DRX here, they did have Jip Boys playing that Reyna. I mean, none of us really believed that was going to be their final composition, and clearly they have returned to a much more standard setup here with Jip Boys playing that Killjoy.
Well, let's see how this one goes. I think, you talked about the aggressiveness of both of these teams. We all have. And I think that setting the tone will be very important, because as friendly as these guys are, once it comes to a competitive match, all bets are off for that friendliness. And it's really going to come down to who can get that momentum going. As PRX are beginning to push on to the B site already.
Yeah, I mean, but they should be very well aware that this has been given up for free, right? Nobody in sight, just a nanoswarm to try to buy time. So they're going to stick to plant right away because they know that this means there has to be a flank coming. There's no way you retake the site without that.
As already the shots fired here on the ramp, going all the way of PRX and pushing through. The nanoswarm is Forsaken to pick up a second kill. As Zip Boys will get one, but he is alone. And I don't think he'll get another. That'll be 3 for Mind Freak as pistol is taken by PRX.
Oh, and we got the little finisher there with the RES skin line. Love that tune. Finally got to see it. Now, I mean, I think that was just PaperX instantly identifying the fact that, okay, they emptied it on purpose. Just one nanoswarm. That means there's a greater force coming in from behind. And you have Forsaken watching out for that one. He cleans up house. And Mind Freak with a good start. Now, Mind Freak, one of the players on PaperX that has been a little bit up and down this season here in Pacific. Hasn't really been as hot as he used to be. I think fans would love to see him, get on this hot start right away.
Yeah, definitely a good start here from the pistol round. Let's see how it continues. As now PRX is going to head towards the A site, which you guys will note, everybody on the side of Talon is sitting in the spawn.
Okay.
And just waiting. I hope there's no issue or anything like that.
Looks like...
Maybe they're just waiting for the plant and they're all just gonna...
Yeah, maybe.
Run in together? I mean,
I think maybe they're just saying we're not going to fight it. Maybe they missed something at the beginning of the round here. Yeah. So just Jip Boys watching after his teammates. We'll find out afterwards if there was something going on here or not. But either way, the game continues for the time being. Now, I mean, at the end of the day, if you weren't already stacking A site, then you might as well die to the spike. Now, the problem is, will they die to the spike? Because something is sniffing this out.
Oh, something's going to push out here. He might get in a bit of trouble himself as, never mind, Forsaken gets the perfect timing. Garnets will get one, and Fox picks up a second. So, a couple of kills. Going to go over to the side of Talon, and Fox's will go down.
Well, given how that round started with Talon, I think they got a lot more kills than they expected to, thanks to PaperX pushing out. PaperX isn't going to feel too bad either. I mean, something was still just keeping on that Ghost as well. So nothing too lost. I believe maybe the same thing could be said for Forsaken. So
yeah, there were 3 players that brought in Ghost to the second round after winning the pistol round.
Yeah.
So definitely saving some creds, and you'll see a operator on round 3 for something. He has come to play the game, William.
On attacking side, in their bonus, you're going to buy down to an operator. I mean, something wants to set the tone from the get-go. I'm just going to say it like it is. This is an ego play, all right? I mean, not many players will have the confidence to do this, but something says, well, Talon, they're just another team. Like, that's how he talks about Valorant. If you listen to his interviews, he says, well, I haven't changed. I'm playing on a new stage, but I'm still playing the same video game. So, why does that matter? Well, we're seeing that confidence show up here. And with that operator, that's been, that's given them the opportunity to just kind of waltz into B long, no problem.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about the map as well, it's Pearl, so you have this long B main kind of alleyway, so this is one of the better maps to kind of go for something like this. Although I do agree with you, it is a bit aggressive, let's say. As, okay, they are slow pushing onto the B site right now. You see Cruz immediately going to get his head taken out by Devi, and that is going to be the entire site empty here. Foxes does get one, but Garnets now is just, he's all the way on the A site alone. He's not going to be challenging this one anytime soon.
And just that time, we saw Mindfreak with the great lurk. I mean, last time when we first saw Forsaken playing that Killjoy here on Pearl, he was the one really digging deep into the map. This time, Mindfreak taking on that role again here on the bonus. And it pays off, right? Pat just not aware that he could already be planted in. Kind of lackadaisical as he tries to provide backup through B Link. And also the way that they targeted B Hall, I mean, you can tell at Paper Rex they're not taking any chances. In fact, in some ways they're playing much less chaotic than they do oftentimes against other teams, as crazy as that sounds. Because while we're waiting for the spike to go off, if you think back to what happened in that round, once they were on that site, as they target B Hall in the back of the site, Jing flashes into Hall, but he doesn't push in. He has teammates providing crossfire across at an angle, and that completely ties up Jit Boys, and he doesn't know where to look. Once he gets tagged a little bit, he's afraid that Jing's still going to push him, so he goes back to look at Hall, at which point Jing is now wrapped around through the site. Just a great bait and switch there.
Yeah, so now PRX, they pick up the bonus rounds. They also already have Lockdown available because Forsaken has 6 kills. As talked about, the lurk started with that, the push, very methodical, and a very clean round goes the way of PRX.
We are perhaps looking at the beginning of what an ideal speed run of Valorant looks like, right? Get round 3 Operator, get round 4 Lockdown, continue all your wins. I mean, you're going to get run it back potentially this round. That's going to open up another site.
Oh, and something just pushes through the harbor wall, picks his head off here, and Mindfreak just hanging around in mid plaza, just picking people off one by one. He gets the first as he'll be hanging around the doorway here, and the push is clean as something is in with the shorty. He doesn't even need to use his operator, as now this A site is free, as of course not a big buy here for Talon, of course, after spending everything on the last round, but still, the dominance continues as Mindfreak sees the barrel of the Classic and will take his free kill.
Yeah, Mindfreak definitely looks a lot more dialed in today than some of their previous games. Obviously, this game has been going very well in favor of Paper Rex, but just his focus, his sight lines, his reactions to seeing these barrels has been very good in the past couple rounds. So my eyes are on him, see if we're kind of seeing the resurgence of Mindfreak. But, I mean, something to have the confidence to push through. Now, I mean, that cascade coming out from Art, it's, you can definitely assume that, okay, they're trying to vie for a spot near the ult orb on A main. They've got shorter weapons. It's probably something like a shorty or whatnot. So, I mean, it's no surprise that something expects someone there. But the fact that he chooses to go out, having faith that even if he gets taken out, someone else will trade for him. And maybe it would have been Jing who would have then gotten the run it back right away. They would have still broken up the site.
Yeah, and it's very aggressive. You don't have to do that, but something gets in, picks up 2 kills on the round, and continues with the dominance here. 4 rounds in a row to the side of Paper X. Now, once again, we do have a buy round here for Talon, but of course, they didn't have to use the lockdown. They have run it back, as you mentioned before, as they should for this round. So should still be a strong position here for Paper X.
All right, so if you've been watching, all the different VCT leagues, you'll know that the B site is the prime spot for a lot of teams, right? I mean, if you can just get in, plant the spike, it's so hard to retake. And quite frankly, with a combination like Harbor, it is fairly easy to plant as well. I mean, it takes so much effort to hold on to the site. Now, Jitboy's trying to wait as long as possible. He expects the operator is trying to draw out the shot, but now he's going to get trapped in by the hot hands.
Oh, God. He is just in the corner. He actually finds a nice little nook here.
Yeah.
A little bit of spray, but at the same time, as you mentioned, it gives them the plans, right? And this is not going to be an easy retake here for Talon. Let's see how they attack it.
Yeah, I mean, worst comes to worst, Mindfreak has that Cosmic Divide as well. That is a very deep high tide here, which tells me that Pat wants to fight this.
All right, well, they're able to take out the run it back, as divided they are, as trying to get this defuse off, but pushing in is Forsaken, picks off 2. And right here in main, they are just spraying on through. Pat does not have a chance, picks off 1, and that is all that he will pick off. A couple of guys are taken out on the side of Paper X, but they continue 5-0.
So the idea there from Talon, they throw out this deep high tide just to avoid, the potential operator all the way at the top of being long. And then they're kind of relying on the Cove, being able to draw out some time, maybe get the half defuse ideally, but obviously they were ready to try to trade as soon as it goes down. They expect it to be broken, but here's the thing. I wonder if it was worth that, right? Why not put the high tide closer to really ensure that the half is done while the Cove is up? I mean, perhaps, they had better ideas in mind if they got the initial trades. They knew that at the end of the day, you have to get the kills to retake that site. I think that's the bottom line. It just goes to show that B site it's a bit of a kind of thorn in the side here for a lot of defending teams, right?
Yeah.
And that's why on these pistols, you see teams like Talon, they push out of A, just try to wrap around. And if that didn't even work, didn't get you that 1-round win that you wanted, you're now looking at a 0-5.
Yeah. Well, they dropped the pistol round. They lost the bonus. Talking about Talon here. And you guys can read that for yourself.
I mean, listen, they'll be great at Valorant.
Absolutely, The next generation, perhaps Valorant 2 in the future, who knows? And yeah, I mean, economy's fantastic here for the side of Paper X. Something has held on to his operator. Hasn't been really stacking up the kills because Forsaken and Mindfreak are just stealing all of them away.
Yes.
Before he gets a chance.
I mean, Forsaken has been farming. Mindfreak 7-0-3. Even though the match overall is one-sided so far, I think still credit to Mindfreak. He's clearly been kind of focusing back in here on his prep, on his practice. Jit boys.
Here we go again.
Oops.
I mean,
well,
listen, and what more is there
I think
to
he had
say?
a sheriff.
Yes.
He's just trying to hold the angle. Maybe he can take someone's head off, but yeah, pretty rough.
But I think that sequence right there on B long just goes to show how good something is, right? I mean, again, even with the opponents having weaker weapons, he doesn't take any chances. He's constantly jiggle peeking on these close angles to ensure that he wins the duel no matter what. And now A's been broken open. I mean, this is looking rough because here's what's starting to happen. As Talon says, okay, well, B side, man, what are we going to do? Maybe we got to have backup come faster. Let's have the harbor nearby so we can draw even more time. But then, obviously this was an eco, but I think it just goes to show if something's opening up the first kill with the operator every time, your homework is now no longer the site. It's now something, right?
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, I mean, you have to have some kind of plan, right? You have to have maybe some kind of combination, throw out some flashes onto B long and see if maybe you can at least push him out of the area where he's just able to get all the room, right? So if he's able to just run and just do whatever he wants and just constantly peek you over and over and you don't do anything about that, then honestly, I mean, you don't deserve to take him out. He'll just continue to stack up the kills and he'll be in a great spot. Now, Paper X, 6-0. This is a really scary part as well, like with the economy situation, which is even if you do have an operator, something can just get super aggressive too. It's not like, oh, he's put in this big, this huge purchase, he can't lose it. He's like, no, I could just get super aggressive. If I lose it, I'll just buy another one. I don't care. Like, it's whatever,
Oh, and they're going to dash into the site. This is going to be a rush. They've given over the operator to Forsaken to just hang back. Probably going to set up some Molly lineups as well. There they go already. They're clearing that out instantly. They want to take control of A main, and they want something to run in. Not even giving him the Blade Storm. They're just going to send him in with a rifle. They can afford to do so. But Talon has a good read on this. They have the Killjoy set up here on A.
That they do. In goes something, but immediately he's going to run through some fire. He's on the back of the site already. His Cruz was reloading. No, he's still going to get the kill. Doesn't matter. Forsaken able to line up the operator kill as Pat picks up one, but lurking in art is Mindfreak. The Secret's going to spot him, and that will be enough as the site is cleared out. We saw from the eyes of Mindfreak thinking that was going to be a big lurk, but actually Talon are able to put an end to the nonsense.
Man, the Seekers came in at the perfect opportunity. If you looked at the map movement before that, Talon had no idea about Mindfreak's position, but that one Seeker, the hero that Fox was relying on to get that information, and I mean, here's where that aggression doesn't pay off, right? Something was in so deep all on his own, and if he doesn't win that duel against Cruz, quite frankly, Talon could have waited for the plant. They probably would have succeeded in the retake. Now, it looks like Talon wants to stick with this. Just leave the Killjoy set up on A because we have the operator. This is what they've been waiting for. Garnett's fully flashed.
Oh, that timing, though. It's right as he pokes his head out, and Garnett, unfortunately, not able to line it up as you get multiple curveballs. You're going to be finding your way into this place. But note that Paper X, they push out They spot an operator. They're like, actually, never mind. We're going to go the other way.
Oh, and Cruz with great timing on that check as well. He's so aware that the only place that they don't have coverage of is B-Link. But what this allows him to do is eventually force Paper Rex to go to A, right? This was the entire setup from Talon. Constantly throw our operator and all of our utility to check for B-Link and B-Long, and then Paper Rex will have to come to A. Can they win that first duel, though, Talon? Yes, they can!
Well, they knew it was coming, and that's going to be that first duel. We do have the lockdown here.
Oh, they even expect this as well, yeah. They empty it out. I mean, Kojo is ready. Her stuff is still there, just buying time.
Yeah, not able to get the plant down. Is Paper X are going to throw it in now. The Harbor ultimate thrown out as they know Device in there. And Jitboy is trying to get aggressive. He's going to get that first shot with the shorty, but immediately does get stunned up and traded. Jing here as well. He's got that run it back, and now he is going to run it straight on in.
But Mind Freak. Oh, this is all for Mind Freak. He gets the flank.
It is perfect timing, and now Pat, he is just trying to hold this together for the team. Mind Freak on 20 health. As he's got time, not able to get it to halfway, but the double shorty from range as he only had 20 health. And it will be enough time. Talon will pick up a second round in a row.
A great clutch up here from Pat, securing the operator as well for Garnett. And what a good hold here coming out from Talon. I mean, just the awareness of, what debuffs or what health status do they have. These players getting these early kills with the shorty now. Initially, we do see Jitboys go down from the side. They lost control of Art Room. And Mind Freak, the lurks are back, man. On Valdez, this was the Mind Freak we saw when Paper Rex had their amazing run to the grand finals last year. However, the retake, Pat. Oh, the fans love it.
Yeah, it's just so funny. Good communication, just to say, okay, well, he has barely any health. Like, they can say, okay, I did, a certain amount of damage. You can just spray him with the shorty. If he's in closer, that's fine.
Whoa.
Look at this drawing. This is impressive.
Sick. That's an amazing portrait drawing here of Talon.
Talon is back.
Oh, well, I mean, they're clawing back. They're trying to make it happen. See if they can continue. I mean, they forced out a timeout for Paper X. Obviously, Paper X, they have some room to lose a couple rounds, but I think they were just saying, we're on the attacking side. We've got Phoenix. Let's make sure we close this first half out in a solid fashion.
Jing is a big fan of cats.
Oh, yes, we found that out.
So that's Jing as a cat, I guess. And there you go. Just combining your two favorite things. So let's see what's going to happen now. We do have the Blade Storm available for something, but Lockdown as well as Pit for Talon.
No. Talon has such a good read on this. They expect something to double updraft to check for B, the operator on B, but something's not going to do it. He's just going to climb back out. The mind game's back and forth.
Here.
That is pretty impressive as he's pushing in. Pat is pushing out. Mind Freak not expecting this as Pat is on a roll.
Here's the thing. That actually makes Talon less aware of something's position. The Viper's Pit is now out. Now, because of that, Talon will rotate, but will they know about something? Jitboys suspects that anybody could be sneaking into the site at any time. This is really up to Pat. Can he trade? Oh, no.
No, something's got the perfect angle. He's not going to wait for anybody else. Wants to get that first kill. Garnett's waiting with the operator. Hits the shot, even a headshot. Going to take out something here in Link, and that is a huge pickoff as now forced in is Paper X onto the B site.
Yeah, they can buy time with the nanoswarms again. The plant's not going to happen anytime soon. Obviously, they might have to give up the plant, but Jitboys, as long as he holds on to this backside position, he'll buy time for the backup to arrive. He'll even get the spike plant.
Oh, that was beautiful. Just lines it up, even jiggles around the corner. Forsaken, though, trying to make things interesting. 1v3. Knows he's, even going to take out Garnett. Okay, this is getting very interesting. 20 seconds left to stack, though, and that's going to be enough. 2v1, they do take him out, and Talon picks up their third round in a row.
It started to get a little dicey, especially because it was Forsaken last alive. Anything could have happened. However, Talon, just good discipline. I mean, Garnett does lose out on that duel when it was 3v1, but it doesn't matter. The rest of his teammates holding strong, and Jitboys with some great awareness that he has to constantly check two angles. Here's the thing. that entire round, Jitboys was constantly checking 2 angles throughout the whole round just to make sure that B site was secure, and it pays off.
Yeah, it absolutely does. They're on a bit of a streak themselves now, as finally you see something here is going to go for the judge, actually. So maybe something a bit more aggressive. He does have the Blade Storm still that he could opt into.
Yeah, it just looks like he wants to balance their econ out for the next round. And he'll be able to use that Blade Storm. So the idea here is he's the one who's going to go into back site, right? Go into B Hall, keep control of it with the judge. We'll see if Jitboys falls to that or not. Oh, he's actually going to go right up to heaven.
And immediately he gets taken out. Although Jing's somehow going to burn down Pattis into the backside. Crew's going to hold this down. He takes out 2. As Forsaken, he has been stacking up the kills himself. Mindfreak here as well, picks up a second. And now, all of a sudden, Paper X are back in control.
Now, here's the thing. Talon, while they've been winning rounds, they haven't been keeping all their weapons. So this is a huge choice to make here for Garnet. It's difficult with the operator, but you don't have any rifles you can switch to unless you go to heaven. Now, if you go in and lose this, you're not getting it back.
Okay. This is getting pretty interesting. He does have a shorty. He's going to spot.
That was a position of 1.
On the backside here, or actually that was Forsaken.
Yeah, but he barely misses it. Forsaken's already wrapped around the mind games again.
And they're going to go pretty handily in favor of Forsaken there, as it's really the Forsaken and Mindfreak show. I mean, 15 kills already in the 10 rounds we have played. And
absolutely.
They were behind on this take, but still, they were able to win it out.
Yeah, I mean, Cruz looked like he was going to be able to hold on to B Hall here, but Mindfreak peeks out at the perfect time to swing over up to heaven as well. That really secured the round, in my opinion. Paper X fans happy to see that.
Yeah. Just pretty nasty stuff from Mindfreak. Able to hold it together for Paper X as Talon finally waking up and giving them a bit of a challenge in the last 4 or so rounds.
All right, they did manage to scrape together an operator here for Garnets, but Fox now without a weapon, just a Sheriff. Now, Lockdown and Judgment available, so that's why they're trying to eventually shift over to A, but he's been caught. He's got to dash out, but even then he's slowed.
Okay, they're just spraying through. He is able to get away, but not for nothing, using a bunch as the rest of the team on the side of Paper X. Just going to be rotating out.
Yeah, but Paper X remembers. They remember that round where they were funneled into A site and it didn't work out. So they expect the setup to be over on A again with the operator only on B. Their thought is if we can just force our way through B Link, this round is ours one way or the other. And they're going to do it.
And something's getting in here pretty aggressively. He has the Blade Storm. He's going to use it. Double up draft. Finds Cruz. Doesn't find the kill. Has to spam on through. Jing now getting aggressive himself. Has to run it back, but he's going to be taken out on that one. Garnet's with 2 kills now. If you count that one, takes out Forsaken. As Pat and the rest of Talon have been holding down the backside of B with 4 people.
Oh, they're not going to be able to plant. They're just going to look to go for the save. Now, Mindfreak trying to go for a Hail Mary play if he can sneak in, but he's not going to have time. He's already slowed down enough. Just making sure he doesn't get caught from another angle here. And both teams, I think, not willing to over-aggress here. Lots of people broken in their economy. Talon scraped to go to 4th one. Now, Paper Rex's idea was if we can take B-Link, we win the round. However, Talon was playing it so safe. They had everyone near their spawn, right, ready to provide backup one way or the other. I'm liking this change from Talon. Whatever happened in the timeout, they figured it out. They figured out why they were playing so messy in the first couple rounds, getting mowed down by Forsaken and Mindfreak. Now they have a lot of map control.
Yeah, the rotation was swift. It allowed them to get in position to stop the cheeky link play from Paper X, and this might end up just being 7-5. I mean, that's not half bad at the half. Talon have absolutely got themselves into a winnable position now, as they are going to have the lockdown.
Interesting. Okay, lockdown to secure B-Link. Now, what can you do with that, though? Because you have to be able to push through mid here. And that's what they're going to do. Otherwise, it doesn't provide value.
Something, I mean, he's going up against multiple people. He's taking shots from both sides. He still takes out Jitboy's head, is aggressing now. Is Jing takes out Garnets, and the push will come in onto the A side.
Yeah, while Something wasn't able to really secure it all on his own, he bought so much time for Art to be broken open by Jing and the main force. Oh, great setup here from Paper Rex.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Cruz all alone. It is the last round of the half, so he's just going to have to try to create a miracle here, see what he can do.
Man, the thing is just thinking back on how this round unfolded, this is the type of play that only Paper Rex could do. You know what I mean? Like, go in and at least get 1 kill and survive for more than 20 seconds. It's like, not many players will say okay to that.
Okay, that's 2. That looked pretty cool, but it's not going to win him the round. So Paper Rex will finish the attacker side with 8, which is quite the sizable number. And they're going to be feeling pretty good about their position from here. Very curious to see, you know, Paper Rex, they looked great on the attack. They have many different kind of cheeky ways to aggress into Link and stuff like that. So I want to see what strategies they have here for the defender side.
Nice.
Yeah, curious to see what the defense looks like now. While I think Talon, they're not going to feel too bad about the 4-8 score line, right? They're running the Viper Harbor. They're imagining that they'll have a bit of an easier time on getting these plans over on the B side. Now, you got to remember, not only is there still a Killjoy on the other side, but now you've got that Phoenix as well. The hot hands probably oftentimes will be saved up to combat the Cove, you know, for that plant. And Talon, the question is, can you draw that out, or can you make sure you're constantly switching up your Cove positioning to make sure you can plant safely? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, it is going to be kind of a fun mini game between those two agents for sure. And yeah, I mean, definitely Paper X do have some ways to counteract on the defensive side. There's a lot to go over when it does come to this half, just to consider positioning and where they want to be attacking on the side if you're Talon. You know, how many times do we go for B in a row? Definitely something to consider.
Oh, we got quite a few fans here on both sides of the audience, actually, both Paper X and Talon.
They flew here to support you.
I know. I mean,
There you
that's
go.
that's great to see. We've actually got a lot of Jing fans. I know we've had Jing's family, or at least some family members before in the stadium as well. So lots of support for Paper Rex and their team.
Talon win. You can do it. Fighting Cruz.
They could. I mean, it's very much possible. Meanwhile, their friend cheering for Paper Rex.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter who you're cheering for. You can still come on down. You can make a sign that says, I don't know, go Fnatic if you wanted to.
You could.
If you really wanted to, we're not going to stop you.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic's a great team, right? Boaster's a great guy. Everyone loves Boaster and Fnatic, so.
I wouldn't recommend it, but, you know, if that's your thing.
Speaking of, I believe the playoffs tickets, or at least for everything but the final weekend, has been going on sale now too. So that's something to check out for those interested. They're being sold by match as well, so that way you can try to make sure you secure your seat for the match that you specifically want to watch.
Yeah. All right, pistol rounds gonna be huge. Talon really want to take this one out and just get the ball rolling quickly on the attack from behind here. As the push is on to B, unsurprisingly.
A different interpretation here from Paper Rex. They push out of A, find no opposition, and then they decide to just wrap back around their own spawn. Now, this is still going to most likely allow the plant, right? Cove available. They're waiting to try to bait out any more utility talent.
A lot of spam actually gets Garnett's down to 13 health. This is not a good spot for him. He's in the corner as well. That's a pretty epic first pickoff as into the Cove he goes. Jing, but he goes down as the dog's going to get huge value. Something pushes out, takes out 2, but Cruz and Fox able to trade him back.
Mind games on both sides again. The Cove. Uh-oh. We'll hold that thought. Looks like the duel's not ending just yet.
The long-range ghost battle continues. And yeah, they're just going to run out of here as 2-on-2 on the attacker side. You can definitely mix things up.
Oh no, he has no idea!
Well,
30 seconds left.
how about a second one? Nope, Cruz going to avoid that. Actually takes the kill.
Okay, so Cruz now, he's choosing. It's a 50-50 shot. Do I think Mind Freak has already rotated with his teammate or not? Eventually,
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, he's going to have to run to either side. He chooses B, and he will be correct. He'll be able to get the plant safely.
10
and
seconds
what
left.
that does for him is he now has this toxic screen to work with against Mind Freak's retake.
Well, Mind Freak going to get the info pretty early on. as he is going to start running over to A. And it's just going to come down to, you know, does he check the angle of where Cruz is set up here?
It's going to be hard. Mind Freak has so much to check. He's got to check backside. He's got to check for B tower.
Yeah.
Or, you know, that pillar in the middle. Now, Cruz, he doesn't even have to rush after the first sound on the, you know, potential defuse, right? He can really wait until that last second to swing.
Uh-oh, Mind Freak, he's using abilities, and that's in a clutch here for Cruz. Picks up the pistol round, and now things are going to get much more interesting in this match.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't imagine Paper Rex on the defense side. Let's talk about this right here. The Cove actually being used purposely as a shield to bait someone in. Jip Boys gets the first kill, but the Trailblazer goes through and bites down 2 people. So a nice little interaction back and forth. But seeing that on the pistol round, Cruz getting hyped up, you love to see it. Now, seeing that in the pistol round should now let Paper Rex know that it's not going to be, as we go into a pause here, a tech pause, we'll have to sort that out. But yeah, that's going to allow Paper Rex to recognize, okay, now we can't just throw our utility because the Cove goes up, right? Because we don't know if they're actually planting there or not.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get this this issue solved. Seems it's a gear issue and shouldn't take too long. So just got to make sure everything's working correctly after a very high-pressure round for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's even maybe more so on Paper X's side. They thought they were up 6-0. This was going to be an easy day, and now suddenly they're starting to get challenged here. Talon starting to claw back in. Meanwhile, maybe double-checking some things on Fox side as well. Cruz is just chilling. He's just riding the beat. Although, perhaps those headphones really are working well, because I don't think he's really on tempo with the beat we have here, but no, he's still grooving.
He can feel the beats.
That's true. I mean, the bass is pretty loud in the studio.
Absolutely.
Oh, Something's mystical one-tap show. I don't know. We don't quite know him for his one-taps just yet. That's Scream. That's Scream over on Carmine Corp, but
it's gonna show. Oh, who's
hey,
that?
Who's that?
I think I recognize her.
And who's that? Valdez, lol, nice guy.
Lol, nice guy. Where's William?
That's me with my
Serial
EDPI
stat nerd.
EDPI over 9,000. We were just talking about this the other day. I play on really high sets, and I play at EDPI 1600. Oh, she's enjoying the crowd today.
Mentality breakdance.
Mentality breakdance. Oh, lots of fans in the studio. Love to see it. And Victoria just having fun in the audience with her friends today. Yeah, sometimes we need some days off to just enjoy the games, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
We talk about Valorant so much, sometimes we just want to watch some Valorant.
It's a great atmosphere we got here in the studio, so just coming down and enjoying yourself watching the match. No doubt they were going to watch anyway, so might as well come on down. As looks like we are resuming, guys, so should be back into the game here in just a moment. Just I know exactly what all the chatters would like. You know,
that's all they ever wished for.
It's always fun to see the people in the crowd, but there's always going to be that guy that's like, casters, please start the game, even though it's we don't have that power.
I just want that fan to know that I purposely don't start the game just for them, just so they have something to say in chat.
Yeah. So that one guy, I mean, he's not going to say anything unless you don't start the game. So there you go. Something he has gone for the Marshall here, so picking up a couple of kills in the last round. Even with this Marshall, he should be able to buy a rifle and a light armor at least, even if he does go down. So, like the play as
they hear him.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they've made enough noise.
Oh, no, Fox. You got to reload.
Yeah, this is not going well as Talon are just mowing him down.
Jing is trying to counteract the snake with his hot hands. Oh, but he's stuck there forever. And, I mean, a Hail Mary from Paper X, right? They watch the long angle with something, then they rush out. And I think Talon says, okay, with this many people coming out of B-side, we heard the Marshall earlier as well. Let's not take any more chances.
Yeah. And now, rotation is coming in. We can see on the minimap, actually, that something is already pushing out pretty aggressively here. Might as well. Looks like he was able to pick up a Sheriff along the way, so even if it does get a little bit feisty on this fight for A, could use that instead of the Marshall.
All right, yeah, just something for his troubles. Something for something's troubles.
There you go.
Here.
And now it's just a guessing game. I mean, I think on the side of Paper Rex, whether you just die the spike or whether you try to get a couple kills, it's not going to matter too much since you did buy up to that Marshall. I think something surely would want a kill for his troubles. Get another old Dwarf and a couple extra credits, but he's not going to get that first one.
And it will be a flawless here for Talon after winning the pistol. So good on them to continue with this. Something actually has enough for full armor after all of that. Perfect, actually. It looks like he is not gonna have any smokes, though.
Yeah,
just showing that Cruz got the kill while blinded.
Yeah, well, just great reads again from Talon, right? They expect that Paper Rex, they're the type 2 rush out on those eco, so they wait for it. Now, here's the big question. Talon, they did buy up some rifles, right, on that last round, so they're going to try to match the firepower here on this bonus.
Ooh, some shots already exchanged here, and pushing out is PRX. They're going to take out 3 in B main on the ramp here. Garnet is going to fake that he's moving out. Jip Boys picks up 1, and Jing is able to swing it onto the kill onto Garnet, and now Jip Boys all alone. Not in a great spot for himself.
Wow, I mean, for one, this was pretty much a, kind of a 3-on-3 aim duel. But on top of that, I mean, Paper Rex, this is the type of thing where you look at it and initially you say, oh, they're just like aggressing out and picking up aim duels. But the thing is they set up Jing for success there, right? You have Forsaken peeking out before on screens above, so then people are kind of worried about the spam through the cascade. Meanwhile, you're counter using the cascade against your opponents to plant Jing into that cubby. And then you have the flash out from Devi as well. So it's a double flash, guaranteeing that anyone who's trying to peek against him are flashed up. And Jing able to clean house.
Jing just checking his score. He's like, that was a pretty cool play. It looks like I'm still in 4th, though. Need some more kills to catch up to my teammates.
Gotta imagine that if you're on a team like Paper Rex, that often comes into play, right? You're like, well, who's really top of the scoreboard this time?
Yeah, it's not something too much to read into, I'd say, just based on, daily form. I mean, Devi has had insane rounds, insane clutches, insane carry performances for his team. Only 3 kills so far in Pearl. Not a big deal. I'm sure he'll get more as the day comes along. As, Fox not looking the right way.
I think that was a dink, but just through the wall as well. Well, okay, so a little bit of information on both sides, right, on what the default start is here for this round. Round 16, Jing gonna be able to heal it. He still has a run it back as well. Now, Jing is just buying time.
Yeah.
He's just buying time for backup. He has no intent on actually fighting any of these, because here's the thing, he can use the run it back for the retake, or even against the plant. He could just walk right into the cove with that ultimate.
And he may just do that. Looks like they're waiting for Talon to make the first move now.
And look at Jip. Oh, Jip Boys was waiting for that potential lurk coming out from Mindfreak. But as Destiny would have it, they're not going to align just yet.
Sprayed through the wall, not going to get too much. Garnet still on full health, gets the run it back as Forsaken on the site, not expecting him. And in the backside, something gates 1. As Jing from the top, going to pick up 2 and holds on to the site for Paper X.
Oh, a nice timing from Jip Boys to swing as he expects that they're going to wait for the Astro utility to come out. And now back down to a 1v1. Jip Boys only 62 health.
It's got 6 seconds. He will get the plant down as the one-on-one commences. Mindfreak has been so insanely clutch. Only has a Bulldog, though, and he's going to get one tap.
Jip
by
Boys.
Jip Boys with the clutch 3 in a row to keep Talon in the game.
And I was just thinking to myself, this one's much harder because it's going to be much more obvious what his location is. He didn't have time to run into back site without making noise. He didn't have time to run all the way around without making noise. So you expect him to either be close or slowly walking out. And Jip Boys uses that against them. Even this right here, the timing to swing as the Astro Star starts to come online. I mean, I'm sure it's frustrating from Alex's point of view. I can't blame him, but yeah. But here's the thing: for Jip Boys, I give credit to Jip Boys. I don't think you can blame the Paper X players on that one.
Yeah. Well, the coach will have a different perspective, of course, from our very objective one, and he is fired up. He immediately slams that timeout button, if there is one. I don't think that's how it works. But anyway, he calls the timeout.
Those easy buttons.
It's like, that was easy. Timeout. Yeah. So he is given the team a piece of his mind, as he is not happy with the way they handled that. Maybe just feeling like the team is getting a little bit lackadaisical, perhaps once they get a lead, right? You even mentioned before, like, oh, we're 6-0, we're vibing, this is super easy, and then Talon comes back, so they're like 3 against 1. They're like, oh, okay, we can just swarm the site. And they get punished for it.
I mean, I would say that if I was in Coach Alex's position, I guess the point that is frustrating is you could have waited until the gravity well itself was popped rather than waiting for the star. So, you know, again, I think those are the points you made, though. It's not that their play was necessarily always a bad thing, but there was a safer choice. You were 3v1. Why take the risks? Now, we'll see how that timeout transfers here. Does it translate over to a round win, or will Talon start to run away here with the comeback?
Yeah, it's really the question. Take a look at Talon's positioning. Very passive for the start of the round. They're going to mix up the tempo. And this is against a PRX eco. So they're going to take their time just in case they win for any weird shenanigans after the timeout and then go for a team push afterwards.
What I imagine is going to happen with Talon is once you go down to the 50-40 second mark, they'll regroup and use that lockdown to really push out a site. I would be very worried if he goes through double doors right now. There is no reason for Jit Boys to be doing this.
Yeah. This is like the one spot on this map that you do not want to just face shift.
Okay,
right?
so they're going to use Seekers first, and that forces out movement, and that allows Jit Boys to have the angle.
Mind Freak, though, with the right click, I would assume, as something spots this coming in. And now he's on the hall. He's in the back of the site now in the cove. They get the plant down.
30 seconds left.
Oh! Uh-oh.
Garnett's trying to take control of backside. I mean, they got the plant so safely, and now they're losing to the pistols.
They're just getting straight up thrifted right now. They have the plant down, but spam through the wall is not working.
They don't have the lineup.
Bite.
Yeah, the snake bite is there, but not the crosshairs.
Okay, they get it to half. Still got a couple of members of Talon that are spamming through, and they are winning this for the team. As Jang, he's got a dream, but it is not enough, and Talon will eventually be able to take that down.
Valdez, I was thinking to myself, if Talon loses that round, that's the round you get frustrated over for your coach. But,
yeah.
I mean, I think Talon, this was another round where they were maybe taking too many risks, right, of making sure they cover their flanks. What I was imagining you do is just put the lockdown over and be long, and that little nook pushes out the site, put up the cove against the pistols. But either way, up to the plant was fine. After that, I mean, it's Paper Rex with Sheriffs, right? They got their aim down, so.
Yeah. It's not enough util to get even the half. Well, they got to half, but they didn't get the other half, I should say, of the defuse. It's now something out here, half armor and an operator, looking to get some of those kills, this time on the defensive side.
Oh, they are curious to see if someone else will eventually push all the way out, or is it just something? So Cruz right now, his main job is to basically, oh, I was going to say just constantly check when he even gets the kill. That's a cherry on top.
The bonus operator kill. At least onto the guy who's operating, you could say. So that is going to be huge for Talon now, as the spike is maneuvering towards the site where only Mind Freak is. Does have this cosmic divide and a couple of stars down.
All right, Talon heard this though, but he's just a second faster into his own nebula.
Now,
You should run.
it's going to buy a lot of time, but the lockdown is coming in. The rest of the team from Paper X is on the back of the site now, though. They're in position for when this push comes in.
Oh no, and the spray as well. Paper X buying so much time. It really has to come down to Cruz, but they even expect the potential flank.
And the run it back. Here comes Jing onto the site. Spots Fox and denies, but Pat's going to pick up one. He's holding down the site. Picks up two, make it three now. As Jing alone is not going to be able to get it done, and Pat holds on to the site for the team.
You know what? I'm on the mic. You can't stop me. Pat is back. We'll say it right now, all right? All the doubters. He was shaky in the beginning of Pacific. We wondered if he was cashing back up to the meta. It doesn't matter. He's back in form. What a hold after the spike plant.
Look at this. All we got to show is his point of view. 1, 2, 3. And then Jing at the last one gets taken out by Fox. So that is a pretty massive round now for Talon to pick up, as they tie things up here 9-9 as we move into round 19.
And now they've been constantly cycling their ultimates to the point where Talon still has that Viper's Pit. And Pat, with the triple kill, now already 4 points into his next judgment. So they'll have that online in the next round or two as well.
Yeah, he'll suggest you move as they make their way onto the B side. Maybe not yet, maybe next round. But who knows? Maybe he just picks up another 3K and throws it out if necessary. Devi is on the site, close. He pokes out, but he doesn't have his gun out, and he just gets his head taken off.
Yeah, and a great setup from Talon. They expected potential pop flash here. One person hiding behind, or two people hiding behind that nook. As you see, Garnett's just kind of drawing the attention. Now, Mind Freak, he's been very patient, both the previous round and this one. He knows that there is this chance for that rotate over from Talon. They've been using the map very widely. The only thing he doesn't know about is the fact that JitBoys is here already in Art Room. So if he only gets one kill, it's not going to be enough. He's got to take out the entire main force.
Well, Mind Freak may be able to get two. He dodges the flash, and he gets a third! Mind Freak is just on fire right now. As JitBoys, meanwhile, he's not going to get the kill as he waits a little bit too long. And Forsaken is just able to swing on him. Paper X, a statement made in this round.
Oh, now JitBoys, he waits because he wants as much time and information as possible. Cruz is on the other side. You can't blame him. Forsaken just swivels. But, man, we said Mind Freak, he had one job, but it was an absolute mountain of a job. And he does it swiftly and with ease.
Yeah, no doubt we'll take a look from his point of view this time on the A-main spot. Or maybe not. We're going to take a look at Cruz first and what they were able to get. And here it is.
Oh, it's just smooth. Dodging that flash and then waiting for the sky as well because you know that guiding light came through.
All in a day's work for him, not overreacting. Knows it's still close, you know? It's a big round for Paper X, but it's a full buy for Talon, and we go straight back into the action.
All right, so Paper X, I mean, here's the thing. You have a Phoenix on your side. You only have that one Sky. They have to constantly be pushing out to get information. Now, it works for them because they are able to oftentimes win their duels. This time, they've already pinched Talon into B long. Talon doesn't have much time, and they're not quite aware.
Uh-oh. Yeah, there is a turret behind them.
The Seekers are trying to draw their attention as well, but the turret finally taken out. Now Talon is aware.
Yeah, the turret is massive as Jing is going to shut them off, essentially, but looks to rotate with his teammate back towards the B site.
All right, so Paper X, while they can't keep control of B long, they've now done their job of Talon has to waste time picking and choosing. If they go to A, Mind Freak is still there. We still can buy time on that side of the map. Now Talon, they're the ones who have to choose, and they have a lot more to clear. They don't know where the Jet and Phoenix have gone. You see them carefully checking, but it looks like their movement eventually perhaps wanting to go over to the A side, given all the utility that they heard on B. No.
Oh. And they're running out of time. They're going to have to rush into the B site, but Paper X reading this, they're sending Forsaken over to A, actually, and the lockdown is on A.
Oh, the bait works perfectly. Cruz won't get the kill. However, the plant will go down, and the lockdown now wasted.
Well, that cove was interesting, but it's going to allow them to get the plant. Or maybe it should. The spam is coming through as bunch of trade backs here. Jing going to pick up two.
Oh, but a terrible post-plant position. Both members stuck in the back of the site. Can't win the first duel.
Can't win the second. Forsaken going to get two headshots into a defuse here. Paper X smoothly, even though they wasted their lockdown, didn't matter. They're still going to be able to take down the B site and take the round here 11-9.
I mean, I like the idea from Talon. They've realized that, so initially they did have to spend so much time clearing out mid. Then they had spent too much time. They had zero information on A, so rather than going there, plant someone for the lurk, and then go for B. If Cruz had won that battle, you know, against something, things could have been very different, right? You still have backup over on B Link. You have control of that. The rest of Paper X would not have arrived in time. So the idea was there, but something wins that crucial duel, and then they're able to pressure the remaining members of Talon into the back of site. A very necessary timeout here. Now, in the first half, we saw what happened. They called the timeout. They broke away from that 6-round losing streak and really clawed all the way back to a 4-8 half We'll see if they can do it again here.
Yeah. Now it's Alex, the one who's laughing, as Zeus is a little bit more animated in the coach's booth.
Yeah, I know a lot of. When does Sen play? Didn't they just finish their match yesterday, or was it a day and a half ago?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, but I don't think it went well. I don't feel bad saying that because even Coach Kaplan said that in an interview that it did not go well. So, you know.
Yeah. Maybe not going according to plan.
Yeah, but I mean, we see that here in Pacific too, right? I mean, a lot of teams, Talon's one of those teams. We thought we're going to perform so well here in Pacific, potentially just making it all the way into Tokyo. Now they're struggling to find hope to stay alive for the playoffs here in Pacific.
Yeah, it's a really rough spot. I mean, they do have a lot of post-plant utility. I mean, 2 ultimates that should help them. They could use the Judgment to maybe get onto the site, but with the pit, should be able to lock down at least one of these rounds, you'd imagine. Something also gets his head taken off on the way out, mid-dash, as Shipboys is unhappy with the way this has been going on. Meanwhile, Forsaken.
Yeah, he's stunned up. He stayed too long to fight that duel. Gets hit by the Judgment.
And that's going to allow them to get this plant down. And now they do have the pit on Cruz if they elect to use it. And they're in a pretty good spot.
And they have the firepower. They have the Operator and a Vandal pickup.
Yeah.
Oh, and on top, or actually Cruz perhaps his own Vandal, but he's now wrapping around. They just need to buy time.
Oh, bouncing off the ground with Chipboys.
But it's still being held.
It's held. Oh, no, they're going to take him out. Chipboys gets the kill through the smoke as Mind Freak with 2 is going to be taken out as Cruz from Link is going to be able to save the life of this round. That was a little bit more close than it had to be.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, Talon, here's the thing, right? They were coming out without the firepower in that round. They're able to claw it back. They're able to steal away some of the weapons, you know, bank a little bit more econ in the case that it really goes down to the very last round. Now, that Viper's Pit still in the hand of Cruz. They haven't needed to use it yet, primarily because Cruz is always on the lurk as well. But what I would love to see is using that either as a fake or just to buy a little bit or gain a little bit more control of the territory here. Something clearing out mid with his Blade Storm first.
Yeah. Just going to say hello and then back away. Just going to hold on to that in a shorty for this round.
Carrying Spike.
Well, we've seen what he can do with that Blade Storm, though. It's oftentimes worth more than a Vandal, I would say, in his hands.
Forsaken just holding down on the B site. Talon taking their time with this one, saying that, okay, their economy's not great. Maybe they go for something a little bit more tricky in this round. And maybe actually an A push would be surprising at this point.
Yeah, so they are going to creep towards it. Now, they're bringing Cruz with them this time. So clearly the idea is to put up the pit. Obviously, A site, you can kind of fill up more of the pit, have some better positioning around it as well. Once again, it's up to Mind Freak. Can he buy enough time? Something's here with him, though. They're just trying to hold the back of sight.
Oh, Garnets gets up top, and they take him out!
He gets spotted on the minimap by Garnets, and Cruz instantly reacts, takes him out through the smoke.
Yeah, Mind Freak gonna get aggressive, and the Cove is here, and the pit is down. And Jang now gonna have a hard time. He is gonna throw down the fire here, as the spike, though, does get planted, and now Talon in an excellent spot.
Jipboys, I think he heard some of their movement. No. Oh, he saw the barrel.
Oh, this should be free, although Devi is looking. He's looking, he swings out, he takes him down.
Yeah, Jipboys got a little excited at the back of Jing's Phoenix and started just firing on all cylinders. Now, you know, not to worry, Talon, they have econ to buy back, and Fox will try to find the other angle because now he knows they're expecting other people to hunt through the site. But what a round from Talon. I mean, the spam through the smoke from Cruz, just exactly on point. Then the Viper's Pit to take control of Art denies any hope of a retake here from Paper Rex.
Yeah. Well, ping from Fox is maybe they're going to poke their head out there into tower, but that is not the case. And 11-11 we go. Maybe some more overtime here for this one.
I mean, I remember the last time we cast together, which was the first time we cast together, we had Global Esports and DRX, and that was a banger for sure.
Monyet with the, what was it?
The 39 kill.
39 kill.
Never forget the 39 kills.
Rounds.
What a
Nobody here
record.
is close yet.
Yeah, but
See
a
how
couple
many
overtimes could change
yeah.
that.
You never know.
All right, Talon, they just had that hard strike onto A. Now they're going to all in on B. They've been setting up that turret to prevent any sort of mid-push from the double duelist. Now, Paper Rex already clearing out main at this point. They'll be able to secure that orb if they so choose, but they don't want to make any noise. They're going to try to take all the time they can to push up. And now look at the Killjoy utility on the defensive side as well on the minimap. We have it set up by Forsaken just to hold on to backside.
Yeah.
Their goal is to just pinch if it eventually goes to B.
And it looks like it's eventually going to be, to the surprise of no one, as in goes the little doggy. He's going to scout out the backside here just a bit. But this is going to buy time for the rotation to come in from Paper X as the approach from Talon is quite slow. As the lockdown comes in, they should be able to get this plant for free.
Now, they got to remember, they also use that little corner in the back of sight safely to their advantage. Forsaken perhaps relying on that himself, but he's going to have to exit. Oh, he doesn't have time!
Doesn't have time. Garnet's not going to give him the time. Savai will trade one back. Cruz got to get aggressive as he's on fire. Jing going to take him out. It's now in the smoke. Poking out his Patty's got a shorty, but uses Bunsvik, going to put up the wall. Brings out the Vandal, but the flash is there. Everybody's flashed.
Shorty not reloaded. Oh, Pat, he's out of bullets on everything. Oh, Jing.
Oh, man. Jing finally going to take him out. Now, meanwhile, the spike is ticking away.
Box. Oh, he has the opportunity.
Oh,
he gets the double headshot.
It's free. And Divide just doesn't have time. He's going to awkwardly just walk his way out of this one, as he doesn't have a chance in the world. Talon will be able to hold on to this round and take the lead for the first time.
Yes, for the first time, but when it matters most, being map point first here for Talon. And Valdez, you cannot script these rounds if you wanted to. I mean, the sequence of events is just off the wall. I mean, the Des talked about it, fans have been talking about it. If it's Talon and Paper Rex, you know it's going to get crazy. Well, boy, is it over-delivering for sure.
Oh, man. How do they not catch him? And Alex, once again, unhappy, let's say.
Alex, one of the coaches around the world that fans love to watch. He's just full of reaction, and you can just tell that he's passionate about the team, right?
Yeah.
And he's very invested.
Something here, he has to buy a Guardian and half armor.
Meanwhile, there's double operator on the side of Talon. They had the money.
Wow.
I'm sure there's a rifle drop somewhere for at least one of them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Looks like Cruz is gonna, no?
Oh, he went back. Yeah, that's why he went back to spawn. Just traded out for that Vandal. Now, Jit Boys, if he's holding this with the operator, you gotta imagine that the ideal scenario for Talon is to go to B. But I wonder if no one pushes out, because you have Cruz joining him, do they try to aggress here onto A main? No, it's just going to be eventually a B hit first. Now, it's at the 1 minute mark, so they do have time to rotate if they want. I like the timing here from Talon.
Yeah. Gonna flash into the site. Not really spotting much. Mind Freak, when does he peek as the turret? Gonna cover Jit Boys, who's holding onto this operator still. As the push, meanwhile, coming in onto the B site. In he goes onto the smoke. Garnet's on the site. But so is something. He peeks out, doesn't get the kill.
Oh, he thought he had it, but Garnet's is still flying all over the map. He's still alive.
Oh, the shorty, no, he's gonna pick up the kill. He's in the smoke. Down he goes. Pat with the Phantom is able to hold it down. He's got the Judgment down here as well. And now in a fantastic spot, Forsaken has to make some noise. Pat gonna take him out. This Mind Freak, okay. He's gotta do this with 11 health just to hold on.
Oh, it's so much. But if he could do it one more time for Paper Rex.
Oh, he's coming out. No, it's not going to happen. Talon will come back. They take the lead, and they take the map 13-11. No overtime required.
Well, call him the judge, because Pat's been raining down judgment here throughout the entire map. So many times he was able to cycle through that ultimate, and we got to remember, this map started 0-6 for Talon. What impresses me the most is, obviously, they did their homework, they prepped. I mean, their comms looked good, but the fact that that one timeout in the first half is able to drain out the entire momentum from Paper Rex to eventually actually go over to Talon's side. An impressive mental fortitude showing here from the Thai team.
It just shows you that you cannot underestimate any team in Pacific at this moment in time. We saw it yesterday, we're seeing it today. Talon able to come in and take the first map Now, it wasn't very decisive. Paper X started off super strong, and then it got more decisive, of course, towards the end. Once they switched over to the attacker side, they're just able to make it work. Their agent comp, very nice to get them ahead, and the carry from Cruz was huge. The clutches from Pat and Jit Boys, massive.
Yeah, I mean, we had some heroic plays on both sides, but Jit Boys really turned it up to 11 today, and Pat as well, we're seeing his old self. Meanwhile, Mindfreak tried to return to some of that glory when he was also called one of the best controllers in the world, but it just wasn't enough. Him and Forsaken an explosive start, but the rest of the team, they needed a lot more time to warm up, and at the end of the day, Talon, the entire squad of 5, was online just a second earlier. Cheering for both teams. I gotta imagine that that's gotta be Victoria again, trying to not pick sides here. I see what you're doing, trying to cheer on both sides of Southeast Asia, also enjoying the beats as Cruz was earlier, and maybe that's the secret. Maybe you just gotta groove to the beats a little bit.
I just gotta vibe on stage and keep it lighthearted, even if you do go down and lose 6 rounds in a row. Didn't seem to bother Cruz as he was on top of the scoreboard. He had the highest ACS by 1 over Forsaken, who had 254 compared to the 255. So really close stuff, but Talon take the first map of Pearl. Guys, we're going to have a break, and we'll come back with the desk and map number 2. Don't go anywhere. PRX and pushing thing like this, although I do take it out. By is going to be the entire site empty here. Lean as something is continues as Mindfreak again. Pretty rough.
But I think that now no longer. Oh, this is all for Mindfreak.
Trying to hold this together for the team. Mindfreak. Oh, something's got the perfect angle.
By time for the backup to arrive. He'll even get the spike.
Knows he's gonna hold this down. He
really misses it. Forsaken's already.
Jit Boy's head is aggressing now.
Not many players will say okay to that.
Okay. That big first pickoff as into the.
Oh, he has no idea.
Gonna avoid that. Uh-oh, Mindfreak.
Dwarven a couple extra credits. Not gonna get that first one. Aim duels, but oh, a nice timing from. All right, Talon heard this though, but if he only gets 1 kill, it's not gonna be enough. He's gotta take out the entire main force.
Well, Mindfreak may be able to get 2. He bounces the flash and he
Fox. Oh, he has the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm gonna hero by.
Okay, I go push B. I'm running.
I'm running too.
I'm running as well.
One B long again. B long a lot. Nice.
Ready to go, ready to go.
I have ulti.
I'm going.
We ulti.
Chill.
Hey, B come. Let's push mid ready.
I will dock.
Pulling now.
I will dock him, Ilya.
One on the right.
Yeah. Back on that.
One here. One. Dead.
I'm molly back all.
KJ was here as well.
One CT.
Flanking guys, wait.
Play out.
They have Astro
I'm
wall.
playing in, guys. They have Astro wall.
Play him.
Two heaven.
Wait a little.
I have good play, guys.
Okay.
I'll try to start.
I don't know flank. My turret's not good.
Two heaven.
He's out. I'm gonna flat.
One hold. Okay, hold. Nice, let's go. One hold. Woo! One more.
GG.
Let's go.
Okay.
It's ballroom times.
This one 90 lah.
No way lah. This is like 70 yeah.
Oh,
69.
No.
No, it was just now. I missed the click, the last one. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, I think it's worse.
Wait, that's a bit right. There. Oh, look, easy, look.
The foil one is that one.
Hey, I win Aaron already lah. Hey, get good, bro.
18.
No. Okay lah.
More than half.
I'm not the worst, okay lah.
Well, here we are after map number 1, and it's Talon walking away with a win on their map pick of Pearl. A tight-knit game, 13-11 the final scoreline, but oh boy, they clinched it out in the end.
Yes, they did. We started off the first half 8-4. I mean, it kind of looked good for Paper X. I mean, the second round was a little bit funny as well, but towards the second half, something clicked. Talon started to chain rounds together. Paper X flubbed a lot of rounds, and they lost a lot of individual fights, and 13-11 is the final score.
It was really exciting to see, to be honest. I mean, we didn't really even know until just a few minutes before that they were actually going to take it. We thought we might even end up in overtime back here. Talon has really picked it up. Good for them. We've talked about this before. Some of these teams that show up, they do seem to be late bloomers, but it's never too late to come out, and this may be their moment. Who knows? Maybe they end up taking this 2-0 or even 2-1.
I mean, at this point, who knows? We'll have to just wait and see what happens. But, I mean, a very bizarre game coming out here. I mean, we expected a lot of blood. We expected a lot of fighting. That's exactly what we did get. It was tight-knit the whole way through. As you can see, 12-12 as far as the kills were concerned. But like I said, from the outset, things were not looking good. But as you say, it's never too late. We'll go ahead and rewind a bit back because things did start off a little bit wonky here for Talon. We'll zoom in on round number 2 because I'm sure that this one had a lot of people scratching their heads because they dropped the pistol. And Talon decide we're not even going to try. We don't want to give them anything. We're going to sit in the spawn and wait for this spike to blow up, whichever site they go for, and then we'll rotate over towards it. So they are just sat here. Hands off keyboards for a lot of them. You can see them, they were just scratching their heads.
It would have been funnier if we zoomed in on one and they're knitting a sweater or something.
Yeah, and you can see they're trying now to get into their position to die to the spike. Eventually though, Paper X, feeling curious, pushes forward, goes looking for them, finds them, does end up losing out on 2 of their players. But this was the beginning of a major streak from the side of Paper X.
In a way, yes, but dude, could you imagine just being in Paper X's shoes? You don't have any information.
Where the hell are they?
Yeah,
you're just going,
what is happening?
They're not here.
Yeah.
I could just plant for free.
Yeah. They're in the game, right?
Yeah. Is there going to be a tech pause?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Bizarre way to kick things off. And then Paper X went on to then win 6 rounds consecutively. And it was just okay, this is going to be it. This is the state of the game. They're just going to run away with this.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a very straightforward win there for PRX. Honestly, an unremarkable win. Let's go ahead and throw up round 9 was the round I wanted to look at. And this was when we started to see things kind of pull back together here. So in this round, we see that something does get into B-Link for free. And coming up here, we are going to be catching Pat, getting the kill there onto Mind Freak. And with him down, we see that Jit Boys coming up here gets 2 kills and basically denies the plant, which was huge.
Yeah, after Garnet's able to win the shot, and then Jit Boy's just holding down the site. I mean, this is before the plant can even come in, and this is part of when we're starting to see Paper X start to scramble a little bit in the first half and start surrendering some rounds over to Talon, who are able to, streak together 3. You know, they got the previous 2. They end up taking this one as well, as Forsaken
right.
is put in another clutch position, but unfortunately just isn't quite able to do it.
I mean, we know Paper X for these aggressive plays, and especially on the attacking side, they can chain those rounds together, but this is one of those where Talon shows they have the prep work. Remember, this was the one where I think Will was mentioning that Pat was like looking up in the air in case something would have went with the double updraft, so it really shows that Talon did their homework.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we were looking for, because as mentioned, there's a lot of material that you can study when it comes down to Paper X playing on this map. In fact, it's now the second time that they've ever dropped Pearl, the first being over at Lock-In to Cloud9 in that series. So a big hit, a big blow to them as far as that win percentage is considered, because now it was at 86, and now it falls down just a little bit. But Talon very well prepared, it would seem, here in this set. Now, it wasn't all doom and gloom, obviously. You know, a close map for the side of Paper X. We'll go ahead and go back to round 19, where we kind of set the stage and said, Mind Freak, we want to see big performances out of him. This is where he delivered.
Remember, he even flubbed like a 1v1 clutch in a moment, but here, he really stepped up. I mean, this was so crucial for him to hold down this side, because if he had lost it, Talon would have gotten A for free. But Mind Freak gets those 3 quick kills, and even with Jit Boys trying to pull off some heroics, Forsaken kind of getting that spidey sense tingling, turns around, and Paper X were actually able to find one of those rounds, one of those crucial rounds on the defensive side that brought them to a closer scoreline. It was so scary in a lot of these moments, but you need these hero plays from players like Mind Freak. But that was just one of those.
Yeah.
What happened for the rest of the map, dude?
Unfortunately, it was a little bit fewer and farther in between. You know, these hero plays coming through, something as well having a bit of a rocky beginning. But then, you know, as we got into that second half, it was just back and forth, just trading blows, you know, streaking together 2 rounds and losing 2 or 3 to the opposing team. And this looks like very rocky territory here for Paper X. This is a map that we have seen them crush people on. We saw them devastate T1, just holding down W, being able to smother them. And as soon as they got to that defensive side, it feels like the threads just started getting pulled and the sweater came apart.
Yeah, we're starting to unravel everything. I mean, you can see in some of these strategies that Talon really knows how to play around the map as well, knowing where Paper X might position themselves, knowing where Paper X might push. And the round that Nick talked about was one of them, but this one is interesting as well. Let's throw up round 23, because this is one of those that really cemented how Talon starts to cement their lead in the end.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have the fight coming through. Pat trying to hold close, but he's got no bullets remaining, as Jing is eventually able to pressure him out. But in the meantime, if you look at that minimap, Fox comes in on this flank. It's 11-11. The stakes are high. Paper X have the man advantage, but this backstab from Fox is absolutely everything to be able to get them the round win. So while it might not have been the flashiest performance, it might not have been the most kills, when they're in a tense moment where Talon desperately need wins and a hope to make it into playoffs, Fox, we end up giving key player, because that flank basically won them this map.
I got to point something else out we haven't really touched upon, but I'm sure if you guys watched that entire match, you saw it. But PRX coach looking a little tilted. Definitely starting to get frustrated. I think it was around the 4th win that Talon had, where you could start to see him, you know, clenching his fist, getting frustrated with the players. And I'm curious how that plays out backstage. I mean, it's got to be stressful, right? When you're coaching, you send these guys out, and obviously you can pause the game and try to give them some input, but ultimately they have to get the executes there. And so clearly coming into this, the coach thinks that this is a team they should beat. Obviously they have to beat every team, but this should be one of the more doable ones.
Yes.
And that frustration comes out.
I mean, I've been with them last year as their team handler. I know what their comps sound like. I know what the coach is like. He's a really passionate guy. Outside of this, he could be, you know, the nicest dude ever. But in these moments, we see it. We watch those plays happen before our very eyes. A lot of crucial rounds lost due to just mistakes of anything. So you have to get a little bit upset at that. But at the same time, I mean, for Fox, I think Cruz and Pat as well, they had a lot of those moments where they really stepped up. Cruz even getting shots out of midair. That's insane.
Yeah. Exactly. That nice sheriff shot on something as he's trying to dash out, which is gorgeous. And that's another moment where it's just like, it feels like Talon is out, but then they pull off this effective thrifty. You know, they carry over a hero rifle, but in fact it is just going to be Jit Boys at the end of it all, who puts them in that, grabs the operator, finds some more frags throughout the round. It's just great stuff right now that we're seeing from the side of Talon. And Paper X, this has to be a scary position. As we were talking about in the pre-show, their schedule doesn't necessarily get easier. In fact, this is pretty much the easiest remaining matchup that they do have, because they still have GG, they still have Zeta on the horizon. So if they're not going to be able to level it up and win this next map and take this to 3, it's heavily concerning for their future and their potential playoff run.
And if that does go south for them, I mean, we've talked a lot about these teams that didn't look that great early on, but then they started to blossom and they started to really deliver and look great. We could have the reverse for a team like this, where they actually start out strong and then it's all downhill. Hopefully for their case it doesn't happen.
I mean,
but
that's kind of what happened to Talon, because they had this huge peak over at Lock-In, and then they come into Pacific, and it's just like, whoop.
Guys.
But now they're rebounding a bit.
It's a roller coaster is what it is.
Yeah.
Both sides were just going all over the place.
But for one of these teams, the track isn't finished, and they might end up dying.
I mean, look, no matter what, the base of it all is that from, outside of like DRX Gen G, it's just nigh impossible to predict what the hell is going to happen to the rest of the teams when they face off against one another.
Never.
Yeah.
And even then, Gen G thrown into question after their series yesterday. But we'll zoom back in over onto the stage, because we're obviously not done yet. Talon did elect to go for Pearl. That's them securing their map pick. Now they get taken to Split. PaperX identifying some weaknesses, also showing plenty of strengths in their own play in the past on this map. Can they take down Talon? Because you have to expect that Talon coming into this not going to be running triple duelists. We don't have Sushi Boys in the play yet. They're probably going to be playing something a lot more safe, a lot more conservative. But have they fixed and shored up their issues to be able to get this map cleanly to find a 2-0?
With two teams like this being this close, that pistol round is going to be so important. I'm curious who's going to win that, but I'm also curious if Talon loses that pistol round, will they camp and spawn again?
Oh my gosh.
I forget what side selection they have. If they're on the defending side, maybe they just go for that again. But PaperX will probably be a little bit more prepared for it this time.
I mean,
no, what's going to happen is they're going to run to the side and be like, oh my God, they're not camping at their own spawn.
No, they're in our spot. No, I'm kidding. I think this is one of those things where we really expect a lot out of PaperX, knowing that they play this style, knowing that they always go for this double duelist. We saw this last week against Global. Meanwhile, it's a new look for Talon. They're trying something more standard, something more reserved, a little bit more controlled. Perhaps, maybe, they might just take this home.
They may be able to do it. We'll have to just wait and see. Sageless on either side. Pad back over to the KO. Something that we have seen him pick up in his big lexicon of agents that he's played so far here in Pacific. Doesn't seem like we're going to be adding any more here today. But the players are ready to jump into the action. The 2-0 on the horizon. We'll see if Talon can close it out or PaperX can fire back. We'll go ahead and hand this over to your casters, Valdez and William.
Thank you, Deskers. We are once again Valdez and William, and this is going to be game number 2 of Talon up against PaperX. PaperX losing that one 11-13. Their coach wants revenge.
Yes,
they all want revenge, but Talon might not let them.
They might not. I mean, we see the prep they've done on Pearl. The desk was touching upon that as well. I mean, surely they've shored up their split. Now, they've shown it twice so far. Once against DRX, which I know Achilles likes to forget about, and then of course against Global Esports. And they weren't good showings, neither of them. I mean, even if we don't count the DRX one with the triple duelist composition, they changed it up here, bringing out the same comp as today, and they still only got, I believe, 6 rounds against Global. See if that changes today, as we do have Jit Boys playing the Astra and Cruz now playing the Viper.
Yeah, going to get pretty interesting here. We have seen in the past Cruz hopping onto the Astra. We have seen the KO before from Pat, as was mentioned. So, yeah, definitely a more reserved composition of agents, a lot more control. We'll have to see if it works out for them. They will have double flashes available with the KO in the sky.
Oh boy, they're just gonna send it. They've got double blast packs here from Garnett's. One's already down on the floor. There is the high angle flash drive, and he can't get the first kill.
Yeah, pretty rough. Does spot a couple of guys at least, as Little Doggy's gonna get some extra action, something with the second kill. As now Pat finally able to pick off one. Jit Boys as well, making it interesting. Pat gets another. They take out Jing, and now it's all up to Mindfreak.
Mindfreak again, but here's the thing. Jit Boys hiding in that little nook right in the center of A main. That changed everything. That provided a crossfire, a double angle for Talon as PaperX aggresses forward. And now Mindfreak. Jit Boys is low, but it's still a 2v1.
No more stars.
All right, gonna play some stars, see what he can see. Finds one and gets flashed immediately.
That wastes all the time he had on his own utility.
Yep. Gets sucked in, and that's going to be the pistol round. Going over to Talon. They did, if you guys remember, they lost the first one, but they won the second one, which actually started off their big comeback on the attacker side of Pearl. And now they're going to start off with a win here on Split, as that one over the top.
I didn't even see Forsaken there for a second, but I guess Pat did. Gets the kill clean. Right above the Nebula. Pat's dialed in, Jetboy's dialed in. I mean, quite frankly, everyone on the side of the Talon, last time they were playing, most of the players not able to perform, really only Garnets and Pat putting up some numbers.
Times have changed. Talon are beginning to find their footing here in VCT Pacific. Bruce talked a lot about their mindset coming into their last match, which they were able to win, and perhaps that change in mindset and a bit more comfort is leading to them actually playing 100% of their game, which is exactly what you need against a team like Paper X.
Yeah, I mean, again, we can just tell, even if we can't hear it all the time or understand all of their comms, the comms seem to be a lot more in tune. They're using the map in a much wider sense, especially compared to Paper Rex, who does like to slightly tunnel vision, trust their aim maybe just a bit too much. Now on Pearl, of course, that was partly the composition with Phoenix. This time things are different. Something does have that Marshall.
Okay, that's not going to work out for him. Has a little bit of damage. Stunned, but it's not going to grant him a kill or anything like that. We do see Talon is hanging around B, but they are actually pushing out now and rotating. Sting spotting Cruz.
Yeah, not sure if this is the area you go into, though, when you have the longer weapons. You got to expect that. A nice swing out from Mind Freak as well, and Jing!
Guys, Jing's just going to win this with a shorty. Device got one as well. He's spotted, though. They are able to take him out. Jing also does get paint shelled in there, but that's already 3 kills. Something on the back of the site. Maybe he makes some magic happen. He's got a classic now, gets one.
But time.
Traded.
He has to hold it.
Has to hold it.
Forsaken knows this.
Spike planted.
All he knows is there.
Yeah, they got to expect each other, and Forsaken will get it right through the corner.
And that's going to do it for that round. PRX will tie things up and pick up a Thrifty to make things interesting already at the beginning of the second match.
Well, you know, as soon as I talk about, you know, them using their map a lot wider, they use it a bit too much, perhaps, on a round when they didn't need to. I mean, the fact of the matter is they had already kind of made up their mind that they wanted to go to B site, and I know that, you know, they got stopped. They're like, oh, maybe it's a stack. That's Paper X's style. So they want to rotate, but going through vents when you know it's got to be shorties and classics everywhere. What a risky move.
Very risky. Also, it starts the end of the round, so you got to rush in. You're making noise. It's very easy for Jink to just sit there and poke out exactly at the right time and just get a bunch of shotgun shells into you as Mind Freak is going to be isolated here, very far out.
Yeah, a bit of a, I mean, the jump peak was wide as well, but it wouldn't have mattered. They were already way up close against the corner, and that is going to be a Vandal picked up for Pat.
It's going to make things very interesting. They have a lot of ways to enter sites, obviously. They still have Fox and Pat alive. And multiple flashes, 3 still held on to right now, so you have definitely ways to initiate onto these ones. Or maybe you just get sprayed down in mid and you lose your Vandal.
Oh, I see
also
Jing.
an option.
Jing is a man of taste, going for the Dance Dance Fever or whatever it is this version is on the RES compared to the Knockout. See if he gets that finisher. No, he will not.
No, Forsaken just going to take that one down as PRX 2 in a row.
Now that was, you know, eventually that kind of eco round here for Talon. So nothing too lost on that round itself, as they did get drifted in the round before. But now they do want to climb back. I mean, I'm sure they were very happy to get that pistol. We talk about it all the time. Split a very hard map to start on the attacking side. Now, it was their choice, though. So clearly, I think they have an idea of if we can just, you know, get a certain number of rounds, we'll be able to get through on the defensive side.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to wait and see if they can get any more, or if PRX are going to begin to take off with this one as well, which is kind of what we saw in map 1, obviously on opposite sides. Talon making some noise, tapping the orb, and they trade 2 for 2. Everybody's got rifles now.
Yeah, the Seeker's online, though, for Fox, so that will give them the information that we have members here. They now see all the Seekers going up through Heaven. Oh, and they were trying to plant Cruz all the way deep in A site for a second option, but he gets taken out. They have to now go to B. Now, these Seekers already, I mean, all Forsaken has to do is follow his own Seekers all the way here to B site.
That's exactly what he'll do. The retake, looking to come on in. The shot into the Seeker. Jitboy's going to back off, but he's alone now. Picks up 1 and will not get a second. I see a stun on the backside of that. PRX, 3 in a row.
Talon trying to rush their steps just a tad bit is what it feels like, even when tapping the ult orb. Having both members holding a closer angle, trying to expect people peeking out from further behind. You didn't expect the close range jiggle from something. I mean, of course, part of that is hindsight, but you got to start to imagine that thoroughness we saw in Pearl, right, where they're really setting up for better trades, has to come online just a bit quicker on a map like Split.
Yeah. Fox gonna... Okay.
All right.
Birds on the loose. And now, Talon pushing through mid into vents. Jing now pushing out here himself.
Yeah, a bit of over-aggression considering you're the one with the rifles, but obviously on a map like Split, you can't blame them too much. They have pulled back in time. Now, this is the type of change you want to see from PaperX. They didn't silo themselves into a main. They've pushed them out, and they've regained control of Heaven. And during that, look at the middle of the map. They chose to push out a B main at the same time, but Garnets wins that duel. That changes everything.
It's a massive start. He gets his ultimate. Now they're looking to actually push here onto the A side as Pack gets another. That's a headshot there. Forsaken tries to shore it up for the team, but they're already on the site, and this is going to make things very interesting. Jitboys goes down essentially for free as the spike is planted.
The no command comes out, but again, it's a rough post-plant position. They're all stuck in elbow, but Fox gets 1.
How do they keep doing this? 3 headshots with the Sheriffs in a row. Fox on the backside, he's very low, so low in fact, and he will be taken out. As Talon tries to make it interesting, they take 3 rifles away, but PaperX inevitably will take down this spike.
Oh, a rough one. I mean, that was, you saw some signs of life, some signs of hope here for Talon to try to strike back. Now, the rifles being taken away, we're already in that position of the map where PaperX have kind of run away to the bank with their creds. Not going to affect them too much. But, I mean, again, I think one thing we can take away is Talon is not going to shy away from these aim duels against PaperX, right? I mean, Forsaken getting a little hyped up, but Talon, they're happy to go for these headshot battles, and they'll win a fair share of them. And now that they also have their rifles, I think, again, this might be the time where Talon decides, okay, momentum, time to come back to our side.
Well, they're going to be running straight into something who's picked up an operator. He's holding a very thin angle here on the backside of the site, but...
Oh, no. It doesn't tag anybody. Oh, they think they can just rush in, Garnets.
Well, Shorty, he gets 1, and he gets out. That is huge on the push. Cosmic Divide is in, and Talon is as well, but now up a man are PaperX.
So they'll be able to get the plant, but it's going to be a 5v4 on the retake here in favor of PaperX. And the positions, they can only hold on to Garage, but even then, you have Fox constantly watching behind.
In goes Jing. He's able to pick off 1, but traded. Talon in the smoke as someone's up in the sky. Something as the...
Oh, no!
Oh, no, he isn't able to hit the shorty shots, and down he goes to Mind Freak from up top. PaperX holding on to their lead.
Wow, and something with a great sacrificial updraft up there, drawing the crosshairs of 2 people, actually, and that allows them to continue to stay on top of the trades. Again, I mean, that's why the numbers matter. 5v4, if you start trading 1 by 1, you're always going to have the last one alive. PaperX happy to go for that. Now, I believe the operator not picked up, so not sure if that was a choice or if they were just busy kind of celebrating the round win. We'll have to wait and see.
He was holding. I thought maybe they just weren't able to find it or something.
Perhaps, yeah. Now, again, that's one of those rounds where obviously we can say this in hindsight, but it it goes to show that Talon is rushing things a bit. They go for the guiding light, which I don't believe would have checked all the way backside, right behind that box and around the pillar. It couldn't have checked every single angle. One single guiding light just cannot do that. And they just decide, okay, no one's close, so they send Garnets in, but that's plenty of time for someone to have gone into that nebula. And Garnets is just a step shy. He has to walk into it, gets taken out with the shorty.
And that made all the difference in the world on the retake, as Paper X relatively cleanly are able to get the win with 2 guys. As you're sitting a lot, it's good to take a stand, stretch your legs. Matt knows all about that. So should you guys.
Yeah, it's very, very important to remember.
You don't want to be sitting for too long in a row.
Not good for your health, which obviously that's how you continue to play more Valorant in the long run, to stay healthy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, now Talon, having lost a bunch in a row, they're able to pick off some rifles and half armors at least, and should be able to continue to do so.
Forsaken already 1 point away from his second Seeker. That was only 2 rounds ago that he used his first one, or 3 rounds ago.
Pick mid. Just thrown down. Something very aggressive angle out here. Sees an elbow, misses.
Oh, a nice jump peek though, but a nice counter flash coming out from Forsaken. They're both able to save themselves. However, that means Paper Rex is the last one laughing because they still hold control.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's gonna say Ding's just hanging out up here, just waiting. Just gonna blast pan out, blast pack out.
So look at this on the minimap. While we're paying attention to all this utility being traded, they're sending Jip Boys in to fish for information on B to see if they can eventually rotate. But something says, you know what? That's fine. I'll hold this. I've already backed out. You guys hold that side with your utility. Paper X actually just going in and making the call that there's no noise. Let's make sure that it's not a B hit. Forsaken now checks with the guiding light. Talon doesn't mind being tagged by that, but the thing is Jip Boys cannot get all the information on his own.
Has some good information. The push is going to be coming in onto the A site. There's only one guy who is Forsaken on the backside here. He is going to spot one.
Yeah, Garnets hasn't checked Forsaken just yet.
Oh, clean.
And they're not in the site yet. They haven't been able to push. They don't control Heaven either.
Oh boy, now they're just getting ransacked here on the site. Something picks up an operator kill. And only Fox is able to get the one here for the side of Talon.
10 seconds left.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Jip Boys will get a kill for his troubles, but the rest of his team already taken down. Nice pop flash as well. Oh, Forsaken took that a little personally there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Jip Boys just going to be having to save that one rifle to carry into the next round.
6 in a row, looks familiar. This all starts after a pistol round win from Talon.
Well, you know, Talon has told Paper X before that 6 is all you get in a row. We'll see if they're able to repeat it this time here on Split. I will dare say it looks a lot harder this time around.
Yeah, let it be known that Talon is the team that does not get taken down 7 times in a row. Only 6. We'll see if that changes. PRX are going to be looking for more. Something not able to hit that shot once again. Well, he shuts me up, gets the second shot.
Yeah, instant redemption, and now his teammates all here, but Something's still the one picking up the kills himself.
And that should be good enough. Jip Boys has 16 health. Garnets has a Sheriff. So, yeah, they're just hanging out here. Maybe they can get some pickoffs. It's not going to happen. This is looking flawless. Garnets being sprayed down. He actually picks up 2, but still 7 in a row to the side of Paper X.
All right, Talon. I mean, you now have your Seekers, right? That's one more thing to work with. You've had that pit, but of course that's hard to use a bit more proactively here on the attacking side. First, we'll just admire these crazy flicks from Something. But man, Talon, they've got to sort this thing out. I mean, they've actually been kind of doing what Paper Rex was showing us on their defensive side on Pearl, which is always a 4-1 split. Eventually, just vie for that rotate, and Paper Rex is ready for it.
Garnet's good spot, but he can't land the shots. Jinx is going to take him down, and Something gets a free pick in mid once again. Make it 2, as Zavai is getting another elsewhere on the map, and Paper X are really just smothering them out now. It is not close anymore, William.
Yeah, I mean, and quite literally, too. Look at where all the deaths are. I mean, Talon haven't really made any progress towards the site here. Finally, Pat will be able to get into the site for free, but that should just, yeah, he smells it. That means there's more coming from the other side.
Instead of getting onto the site for free, he elects to come back and gets taken out by Mind Freak. So, 8-1. And of course, you know, the first map, Pearl, that was Talon's pick. They barely got the win. They avoided overtime, we could say, with the 13-11. Now on Paper X's map pick, they are just proving that they are the stronger team on Split, at least. The much stronger team.
Yeah, I mean, you can't put it any other way. This looks very one-sided. Now, even considering Split's tendency to be defense-sided, Talon needs to win the remaining 3 rounds for us to say, okay, there's a good chance. I mean, if it goes to 9-3, I would have to say that it's not looking good for Talon, especially when we know what Paper X can do when they sit in the driver's seat on the attacking side as Divide just gets 2 kills in a row.
No shots, not a single one landed. Finally one through the smoke. Is going to take him out as Fox, once again, between a rock and a hard place. He's got a 4K, but we're going to come out here something with the 180 no-scope, I guess. I don't know. That was just, he's kind of just styling on them now.
Something. Oh, you don't have to do him dirty like that. Wow. Just making sure he can set himself up for the kill with a shorty, obviously operator in his other hand. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people were saying after the first map, you know, maybe Paper X just disrespecting Talon a bit too much, but then you see plays like this, and you can't blame them. They just feel that they are supposed to be the stronger team, the better players.
Yeah, I mean, you look at their star-studded roster, it's hard not to believe in them. I think it was pretty shocking for a lot of people that they even dropped the first map, but Talon was able to fight back. Not the same story. Talon, they've got 5 ultimates. They have rifles. All of them have full armor. If you're going to win a round before the half, this is the one.
Yes.
So
yeah, I mean, this is the one chance you get.
It. Then I'm really scratching my head.
Yeah, you're not going to have entire full buys in the next round. I mean, maybe you keep your ultimates, but that would just mean that you didn't have a chance to use them this round. You got to try to make it a 9-3. Garnets, you got to get out of the way as well. I mean, the comms are not as clean as we were praising them to be on Pearl.
It may not mean much to the dog, to the Trailblazer, but it does tell a story. As okay, taking out a rocket as Garnets, he's gonna get the kill. It's actually very impressive. Dodges the flash mostly as something on the back of the site here. He's got an angle.
He gets one.
Paint shells. Now he's against the wall, taken out. Fox able to get one. Like we said, this was the round for Talon if they were going to get another one.
Well, 3 ults invested. Ideally not losing another rifle. More than anything, just to prove that they can take these rounds. They just needed to take some time to sort out Paper X. Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, Devi might as well go for this. But the triple stack a little bit too much for him on 33 health. So Talon, finally, back onto the board. Let it be known that Talon will not lose 10 rounds in a row this time on this map. It's different from Pearl.
Yeah, different circumstances. Well, we'll see. I mean, if they can make it a 9-3, yeah, we can talk about the curse. We can talk about Split being defender-sided. We can grasp at all these strands of silver linings here for Talon. But first, they'll have to get there. Now, they did save 2 ultimates, and it looks like it's just going to be another call. Just go straight for B, put up the Cosmic Divide, put up the pit, and then let's hold. But something, he knows this is coming. He doesn't want to give space. All right, early Cosmic Divide first.
Trade in once again, just trying to root out Mind Freak and something who have been playing on the backside of that site.
The pit has to go up. Yeah, you cannot save this. Pat even waiting for the peek out from Mind Freak. Very well read.
Here he comes. It's Mr. Shorty.
Spike planted.
Well, there's a lot of smokes to hide in, thanks to the pit.
Oh, pops out, doesn't commit to it. He's back into the pit.
Yeah, but Pat's actually going to get a kill over onto Jing as well as he's trying to exit the site. Something does find one for his troubles, but they still can't find the Viper. Oh, Cruz in a shorty battle takes the risk here.
They got him.
Now, they were doing this to set up the flank for Fox, but there is a little bit of suspicion on Paper Rex's minds, but not in time.
Not in time. Third round taken by Talon, and 9-3 is the score. And let's go back to it, shall we? Split defender-sided map, 9-3 curse. Talon, they got 2 more rounds in a row.
Yeah, they're playing single duelist. Their comp is better for defense.
Is there a chance? Not sure.
Some fans perhaps saying, I mean, is there a chance for Paper Rex to win? You know, all these signs, mystical signs pointing in the direction of Talon here, but the stats will tell you it does look rather tough.
You know, it's interesting here in Pacific, Split, you know, has been played 10 times. The attacker side actually 53%.
Yes.
Compared to 47, which is not, it's not what is supposed to happen, we should say.
Yeah.
It might indicate that maybe our teams are rather comfortable on attack compared to some other regions, but at the same time, you know, that doesn't really change the map, right? So
yeah, I mean, by nature, even after the changes, I think the hard stats would indicate that eventually Split is still defender favored. Now, when Split first came back, even over at Lock-in and such, we did see attackers doing very well. I think that comes down to the nature of the teams who prepped it, picked it. They usually came with double duelists to overcome the tendencies of the map, and so they were kind of skewing the stat line a bit. Now, as more teams, more people groove into the beat. I know. Here's the thing. There was one fan asking what the halftime music was, and they couldn't Shazam it because we're always talking. So here's 5 seconds for you to figure out what this tune is. No, we can't not talk for 5 seconds. That's just bad broadcasting. You get 3. That's all you get.
I was okay with it. I was grooving out to the beat, just letting it play.
But
they probably used the 3 seconds you gave them to pull their phone out as they scrambled to try to figure out the song.
Well, let this be a lesson in life. You always got to be ready for the chance. It's like when you're opping, right?
Yeah.
You can't not scope in and just wait and eventually scope in when you're ready to fight. Some more Jing fans in the crowd as well. Well, Jing, see if he can put up the numbers that fans expect him to here this time. Not the greatest of starts, but of course playing that raise on defense. Now is the time for him to shine alongside something. We've seen what he can do with that raise.
Yep. Let's see how this one is going to go. The pistol round, if it gets taken by Paper Rex, I would expect them to run away with this one extremely quickly. Jokes aside, as here comes Paper Rex, Swift onto the B site. As Garnett's going to be the first blood, as meanwhile, something trades it back real quick. Forsaken up top gets 2 in the Nebula.
A classic spam into the smoke, and you're still getting 2 kills. What an impressive play.
But chance here, Pat. Oh no, now it's up to Fox. Up top, he's up against 2, has a good idea where they are, but
oh, he's afraid of a potential lurk here coming out from Defy. I don't think that pinged. I was talking over it, but I don't think it quite catches him. So Fox riding Heaven off, just expecting both of them to be here and main potentially. Oh, now he spots him.
Yeah, a little bit too little, too late. Devi is able to put the final bullet in, and that is a pistol round to Paper X on attack. They should be able to move this into 11-3. Remember that Talon did drop the second round after winning the pistol round on attack.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a map to do so. Oh, great consistency for Forsaken. And you know, he was spamming through it, but not frantically, just making sure he can.
How I killed the second guy?
Even Forsaken doesn't know.
What happened?
Well, I mean, you hit him with your bullets, man. What else can we say?
Yeah. It all comes down to that. As the buy here for Talon is 2 shorties. 3. Okay.
All right, well, 3 shorty stack on A. Surprise, surprise, Paper Rex says. We don't want to greet Christmas early. No presents for us. Just going to plant the spike.
Yep.
Bomb buddy out.
Well, now the big question is, as Taste is wondering, will Talon eventually all die to the spike? Doesn't look like it.
Well,
looking risky.
Yeah, they're right around the corner. This is a lot of damage already put in. You might as well look for kills almost as Paper X.
Well, I think Talon kind of wants to bait that, though. They're trying to close the distance, and they still cannot finish a single kill with the 2 shorties that they held on to.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Pretty straightforward for Paper X at the end of it. And,
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Wow, what a read.
Yep. Sometimes you just... Oh, no! Poor Jit Boys. Down he goes. Paper X 2 away from forcing a 3rd map. It's looking extremely likely from here. But if you're going to start your comeback, it has to start now for Talon in the bonus round.
Yeah, we've seen the crazy comebacks happen before. Don't need to tell fans otherwise. I mean, all sorts of things can happen here in Valorant. And of course, now with the rifles in hand, Talon will see what they can do. They are on that defensive side. They have the KO as well.
See that kid dancing in the front?
Oh, no, I totally
missed
missed
having a great
it.
time. Just here to watch some Valorant and to groove to the sound of your team winning over and over and over again.
All right, well, Paper X, they've spread out entirely across the whole map. And that does mean that they're individually getting into these fights.
That was a pretty aggressive push through the screen there for Jing. You will be punished. Just run straight into 2 people. Not really much he could do about that after making the committal.
But look at Talon's setup as well, right? I mean, this toxic screen just so they can eventually take back Heaven. He's even gonna peek out a little bit to try to help out Cruz, but he's a little too late. Cruz does get taken down.
All right, Fox gets that. And it's still gonna be the plant here for the side of Paper X. Mindfreak waiting.
I've got your trail.
Main.
All right, we'll see the Seekers are coming out as well. They need to try to strike Mindfreak before the Seekers arrive. They've both been spotted. Mindfreak, he's just buying time. Something now providing the crossfire as well. They know there's 2.
Oh, and he just pokes out. He's not wasting any time. And now they're just going to dive on top of Garnett and not give him much time. Here's Chip Boys. He's got a chance, a very small chance. 1v2, tries to get it back to the site. He does.
Oh,
And this is...
I mean, they have it lined up. Okay,
Oh.
he's going to get the half first.
I guess they don't. He's holding it. He's holding it. The spray. Oh, he just barely gets it. As that was so close. Chip Boys with nearly a heroic defuse. But now, Talon are against the ropes. PRX looking to run away with this one real quick.
Yeah, almost actually working out that they didn't hit him at all in the first, spray. Jit Boy's thinking that maybe then he'll have a chance to be able to just hold it all the way through, but Forsaken saves just enough bullets to jump into the Nebula. Paper X looking a lot more relieved than they did after Pearl taking their map pick potentially here at a 13-3 scoreline.
Yeah. Even the desk talking about Alex, the coach here at Paper X, maybe he did say something just perfect enough to send them over the edge to really start performing at full tilt. And they're looking real good now as, okay, Jit Boys holding on here barely on the B site, gonna force them out as, okay, another kill in mid. And interesting.
Yeah, Talon's movement this round looks great. Right as soon as he hear the strike coming in, it's actually going to be Garnett countering the hard entry from Paper X with his own flight path to shake up their crosshair. Provides time for his teammate to get the kill. Now, we don't know about Forsaken. He's already in. Oh, but now he lets himself know, and we can see it in the mini screen. Now everyone really hunting him down.
Pretty literally everybody. I mean, they're all looking over there at the B site. So now it's Jing. He's going to reveal himself too. 1v5.
Well, Talon, if they can chain together these flawless rounds, that would be one way to make a incredible, miraculous comeback. Oh, the timing's in his favor.
Gives it the old college try, but not good enough. Takes out 2. Talon, they're back on the board once again. But, yeah, just 8 rounds in a row. I mean, Paper X did 10, or I guess the 9 on the defender side.
Yeah, anything's possible here. Now, we do have to remember the Sabadon Pearl as well, where Talon was winning rounds but losing weapons, so they were never able to fully stabilize economically. But all that, quite frankly, out the window, because if they lose a round, it's over, and we will be going over to Fracture for map 3.
Now, looking extremely likely at this point. Something wants to put the nail on the coffin as he and the Trailblazer go in together. Fire in the hole, Jing looking for a target. There's nobody here. They have cleared the site. have Talon, they will let them plant.
Now, they can't fully take control of screens yet. That's why they're vying for that rivalry. Meanwhile, Mindfreak making sure that he doesn't give up ramp entirely, but the retake, very possible here from Talon. The big question is Defy, he's actually going to try to flank all the way through mid. PRX, they just have to get enough time for their Viper to return to them.
He's going real slow, too. That's the first hit from Forsaken as Garnett on the backside here. Something gets a knife in, but traded back and a lot of action in main. The Seekers are out.
Oh, but the Seekers will spot him. Something he now knows he needs to buy even more time. He's
Oh,
going to get
click.
one!
It's huge, and Tip Boys again, he's left alone.
He knows heaven.
Fights
Gets
one.
kill.
Needs one more. There's not enough time. He
But
has to hold
doesn't
it.
have time.
That's gonna do it. 13-4. Paper X are gonna strike back, and they strike back hard with a very decisive win on their map pick of Split. We will be going to the third map tonight, which will be Fracture. And with a performance like that, Paper X got to be feeling real good about their chances in the series.
Absolutely, yes, they had some mistakes on Pearl, and more than anything, Talon came prepared, but even then, it was a tough match for Talon on their pick. Meanwhile, you have Paper X just winning Split in absolute commanding fashion. 13-4, not giving any hope at all over to Talon and their fans, and they should have the momentum on their side as they go into Fracture.
No. Something, I see it here, he's got 346 ACS.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, 20 kills, only 12 deaths, 6 assists on top of that. And then Jing topping the board right below as that double entry. I mean, they make it work, right? Everyone always says if there's a team to trust for double duelists on any map, but obviously on Split, this has kind of become the norm for a lot of them. It's Paper X. They're so used to this style where you're aggressively challenging for duels and trades.
Yep. Just press W, they go in, they start off on defender's side, as of course with their map pick, they didn't have the
Oh yeah, I see the kid.
He was actually dancing before though, as the Jing fans are out in the masses right now. There are so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, we're catching them all on camera, and we're still finding new signs popping up here in the audience. And Sage Duelist, what's next? I mean, quite frankly, I think they could convince us that any Asian can be a duelist if you really put your mind to it.
Paper X W, spicy Paper X. I mean, it's just, they're having a good time, and the fans should be very happy with their position right now. You can tell the players are having a great time. Forsaken's, you know, he's laughing, he's making jokes, and very decisive win there on that second map, the map choice of course, Paper X. They tie it up, and we will go to Fracture, but guys, we'll take a break, and then we'll have the desk. We'll be right back. Well, making an interesting package.
Sure, this is the area you go into, Mindfreak as well, and Jing!
Magic happen, he's got a classic, now gets one.
They gotta expect each other.
Mindfreak.
Oh, it wouldn't matter. They were already way up.
Back off, but he's alone now. This is gonna make things very interesting.
But Fox gets one.
Side, he's very low.
That's...
Oh, Shorty, something as the...
Oh, no.
Oh, no, he isn't able...
Yet they haven't been able to push. They don't control... Nice pop flash as well.
Yeah, they're just hanging out here. The shots, Jing's gonna take it once again.
Dude, look at where all the deaths are. I mean, sit in the driver's seat on the attacking side as Defy just gets 2 kills in a row.
Fox, once again, between... Looking to come out here, something out of Rocket is Garnett. He's gonna hear. He's got an angle.
Jing as well as he's trying to keep Rex's minds, but not in time.
Not in
that though. They're trying to close the distance and they still cannot finish. Wait, Cruz does get taken down. The crossfire as well. They know there's 2.
Well, we are back here after map number 2, and it's not a Talon to 0. The momentum seemingly grinding to a halt on Split. Paper X picking up a map win on their own map selection, and doing it in fairly clean fashion. A 13-4 scoreline at the end of it all.
Yeah, look, Valorant's one of these games where maybe, you slack off a little bit early on, and suddenly a team you think you're going to beat, they start to pick up wins, and then it becomes a lot more of an uphill fight. Maybe that's what happened in the last map. PRX came into this wanting to crush FaZe, and they did. They kept a massive lead, were super aggro, and it was playing like the PRX that we've seen in the past. So I don't know if they were resting on their laurels in game 1 or what happened, but whatever they changed, it worked.
I mean, it definitely did, dude. 9 rounds in a row on this first half. And a lot of these rounds, I mean, they just pushed out. They were defending, but they were still getting a lot of these frags. FPS is based on confidence, and a lot of these rounds were won off of Paper X's confidence. Talent at times, I don't know what it was, but sometimes it was mistaken in careless peaks that kind of allowed Paper X to chain more rounds together. Of course, there were the 2 where they actually had a lot of ultimates, and we see greatness from Fox and a lot of flanks.
Yeah, I mean, going for it again. I mean, Fox and flanks, we saw it from him on Pearl, keeping them in that game, helping to get them to that map point, and then be able to close it out with that flank over onto B. Still looking quite good here for the side of Talon, but unfortunately, the scoreline just doesn't look great. So it's kind of hard to walk away with too many silver linings after a shellacking such as that. But obviously, things started off decently well for Talon, but it was pretty quick to where it got flipped on its head. We'll go back to round 2 here, Tasteless, where Talon, they get the pistol win, and then it all falls apart.
Yeah, so this was really the beginning of, an unleashed Paper X here. We saw that beautiful shot with the shorty there from Jing earlier, and another shorty round later on. And we had, I think this was all shorty kills. Was this correct, or almost all? I guess Fox closes that out eventually there in the end. But yeah, this was like a crazy moment where we thought, okay, is this going to be a back and forth? But in fact, this was really just the beginning. We see the spike getting planted over here. Forsaken now ready. Gets the idea maybe that somebody is behind the box. Sees the leg come out. Gets that final defuse. And that's really where it picked up. And it did not stop for a very long time. We saw so many wins after wins after wins after wins.
Yeah, the beginning of this streak. And at a critical moment as well for Talon, who, given what we've seen, obviously not quite as defender-sided as it has been in the past for Split, but still you expect to get the majority of your rounds when you're on that defending side. So losing out on that anti-eco round as Talon, it hurt them a lot, took a lot of wind out of their sails. Any win that they had at the very beginning by taking that pistol, completely snatched away by Paper X. So brutal little reply from them. And like we said, kind of just set the pace. It wasn't all doom and gloom, though. I mean, in previous iterations of Split, a 9-3 half, we would say, okay, that's recoverable as you get ready to go over to defending side. But at least in the very end, Quack, they were able to get that third round locked in.
I mean, it's a lot of these rounds won off of the ultimates that they kind of kept. This Viper's Pit was instrumental in allowing for Talon to gain control of the side, keep control over the side, because Cruz really, really helped them stay anchored into this area alone. At the same time, though, I mean, Paper X definitely tried. Look at how they were actually weaving in and out of the smokes, trying to find Cruz, who just stayed neatly tucked away. In the meantime, I want you to keep your eyes on the minimap, because Fox is going on a journey of his own. They're still holding down the garage. They're still holding down backside. They're defending Cruz like to darn hell. But Paper X still managed to push up front. Meanwhile, this is where things go wrong. I mean, the smokes dissipate. Fox shows up on top of heaven. A little in and out movement gets Forsaken's head gone. And
it's a crazy last shot there.
That's right.
A little fade away.
It looks like it's not going to work. It's like he just kind of pulls away and actually does clip the head. So beautifully done.
And sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes it all just goes your way. And for Fox, I mean, again, the flank timings were looking quite good, but it was hard fought. All 4 rounds that they were able to get, maybe aside from the pistol, given that you're on more even footing there, it was very difficult for them to go ahead and scoop up rounds. And a big part of that is, because of our key player, especially on the defending half for Paper X. One of the guys who was really able to lock down the sites was Devi.
a little bit more consistent still. I mean, you can see in a lot of these clutch situations, Devi still lands his shots. He still gets a lot of spray transfers and just definitely controlling the map in his own way. You see these toxic screens where it's very deliberate placement, and he calls for his team to kind of maneuver around that.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it just feels like when Devi is playing this Viper, especially on Split, his game sense and his sense of timings and catching people off guard is so much stronger than it is, oftentimes on some of the other plays. I mean, like we saw, a bit of a rocky performance from him on Pearl, was like 5 in 16. This time around, coming into Split, once again, he basically inverts that scoreline, 16 kills, 9 deaths, I believe, at the end of this map. But him on that defending side, just preventing Talon from really ever getting themselves into winnable positions. It was an excellent performance from him, and then we also saw something be able to really pick up the pace, start landing some of those nice sniper shots and just fragging out of control on his entries.
Yeah, I got to say, Devi absolutely murdering back there. And I'm curious what that conversation with the coach was like backstage after that game one, because I'm sure we're going to have a much happier coach this time around here.
Do we have mics in the player rooms?
It would be interesting to see, because I think, he's looking at the situation that was happening in game one and saying, guys, knock it off.
Sure.
We need to close this out. Don't waste your time. Crush them, and that's exactly what they did.
I mean, now the question and the onus is on Talon as to whether or not they're going to be able to rally back after this kind of one-sided affair. Granted, we did see them be able, it was Pearl once again when they were playing versus DRX. We saw them bring out the triple duelist attempt on Split. That didn't go well. It was a very one-sided match. But then they were able to rally back and at least make that Pearl versus DRX a little bit more competitive. So the question is, can they do that now versus PaperX, or has PaperX heated up too much and have they become unstoppable now?
That's the thing, right? Okay, look, my heart rate might have stabilized a little bit watching Split, but Fracture is a whole different story. You talked about PaperX heating up. They can also heat up a little bit too much, Achilles. We know this way too well. And that's the thing. On a map like Fracture where it's so chaotic, I think Talon does have the potential to kind of go a little bit crazy. PaperX a little bit as well. And we know Forsaken might just go for that Neon pick, and it's a little bit of a toss-up if it actually performs well or not. So again, we're looking for those consistent key players like Fox, Devi. They need to be landing their shots, and this might be one of the first few times we're seeing something being thrown into the mix of Fracture, in fact.
Sure, and that's my next question that I wanted to ask you is, what do you think this is going to look like now? Because we have typically, if Forsaken's going to be going over onto that Neon, you normally have Benkai there that's going to be playing, the Killjoy, something that is ever present when it comes down to Fracture. Do they decide to experiment? Do we see that swap come through, or do you think that this is going to be a new look, perhaps just, raised Jet from the side of PaperX?
I mean, it's left open for a reason. I'm anticipating some kind of a new look for PaperX, if anything, because they have been evolving. They have been trying out new things, and if it works out, then it's great. But this is one of those matches where it's kind of high stakes, so you're going to adjust around a little bit. We've seen Forsaken swap off of Duelist onto Sentinel at times, and maybe that works out great, but again, you're playing against Talon, an age-old opponent. You know how chaotic it's going to be, and it might just be a little bit uncomfortable at times to really swap off completely to a different role. We've seen those double Duelists. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing on Fracture, honestly.
Well, time will certainly tell. But, I mean, as many questions as we do have about PaperX, we also have questions about Talon, because they have also been tooling around with their roster tastes. They've been showing us different looks. Sushi Boys, this is the guy you think of on this team when you think about, the Killjoy pick. Do you think that we could potentially see him come in as well?
I mean, we've mentioned this before, but these teams, they know each other so well, right? So there's going to be mind games we might not even be able to pick up on. We could have with agent compositions we haven't seen before. I don't know. Do they swap in a new player? Only time will tell. But again, you were talking about as well, Quack, this is a team, PRX, where they might overheat on a map like Fracture. These are two very explosive teams. I don't know, though. Expect anything.
Well, I'm really curious to see what they're going to do. Because obviously we have seen Chip Boys play Cypher, and we've seen some Cypher play on Fracture. So that part makes sense, but if Chip Boys is playing Cypher, then who's playing the Breach?
Right.
So it feels like there's an interesting conundrum here, and we have to just wait until we get into the Agent Select to figure out what the answers are going to be. So as mentioned, Fracture, the last thing standing between these two teams and a victory. PaperX looking to add another one to the tally and pretty much cement themselves in for those playoffs. Talon desperately clinging to the hope of running it back.
That's why it's so important. That's why you are at the edge of your seats. Your eyes have to be glued to your screens because this agent composition could be very telling. But at the same time, the result is something that we're all kind of waiting for, or grasping for, and you can just never know between these two guys.
Yeah, I mean, remember, like, Talon right now, they're 1-4. Paper X overall is 3-2. We're talking about who's won the best of threes in the weeks we've gone through. If Talon leaves tonight going 1-5, I mean, you can be a fan as long as you want, but you got to give up on your hopes of them, you know, getting deep in this tournament. I mean, eventually they're just going to get flooded out. Paper X is hungry to try to move into that upper echelon. It's so important to them. When we came into this tournament, we were putting them maybe top 2, top 3 teams. They could get back up there, but right now they are certainly not, and they need that win.
Yep. Well, as we can tell, no swaps whatsoever, so it will be a bit of a different look. And okay, Jit Boys is going to be going for the Cypher, and Pat is going to be playing Breach.
Pat on Breach, something on Breach. First time he's played a non-Jet, non-duelist role, so that's going to be interesting as well. And of course, Paper X sticking to their double duelist looks, but yeah, I mean, both sides trying out slightly different things, but my gosh, Pat on Breach, this guy has played everything at this point. I feel like he's able to do it all.
We have seen it from him recently somewhat, but he's only played the Breach once. The question is, how does it look here today? It was a decent performance the last time that he did bring it out. So we get a second look at his Breach. We get to see something playing the non-Jet. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. We'll go ahead and hand it back over to our casters, Valdez and William, to guide us through the finish of this series.
Thank you, Achilleos, Quack, and Tasteless for bringing us through that. We do have a third and final map. This is going to get pretty interesting. Obviously, all the talk of overheating and all this stuff. I do think that in the 2 map 3s that we have seen from the side of Paper X, they have looked quite strong.
Yeah.
Will they be able to get another one here tonight? It's certainly leaning their way, I think we can say at least.
I mean, the momentum is in their favor off of that split, of course, winning in commanding fashion. Now, the big question is something. His first ever Breach. I mean, Quack mentioned, of course, he's only been playing the Jet here. He's mostly only ever played Duelist. I think he's played Chamber just once or twice before in the history of his career. Yeah, but now Breach for the first time in an official match. Let's see what he's capable of. Now, one team that comes to mind when we think about those kind of agent swaps is, you know, DRX or even Global Esports, right? We always kind of harken back to that interview from Bazzi on Global saying, since I've played Duelist, I know how to support the Duelists, the entries on my team. Well, something, if anyone knows how to entry, that's going to be him. So we'll see how well he can support Forsaken and Jing.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting start to this one already, just with the agent select. And it is going to be Talon starting on attacker side with Paper X on defenders. Looks like for now they've got their Killjoy, which, by the way, they have the Killjoy, Devi, and Talon do not have one themselves, picking up the Cypher, which the desk did also mention there for Jit Boys. We'll have to wait and see how that discrepancy does work itself out in this series.
Oh, I like this interesting setup from Talon, right off the bat. They're clearing out Sewers and Arcade as well, see if they can catch anyone slowly pushing out. Now, the problem is oh, well, now they see that the trap wire has been broken. They say, okay, well, there's members out there. This is looking dangerous, but they already lose one.
Uh-oh, Pain
Oh, Forsaken!
runs in and takes off 2 of their heads. As if they had backed off, then not fought, they would have been blown up by the grenade. So pick your poison, I guess. Paper X start off with a fiery bang here in the first round.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, that's a flawless in the pistol. Only Forsaken taking a heavy scratch of damage, but man, that charge through for a second, I could just see Forsaken's face on Neon, right? Just smiling as he's dashing into Sewers, getting ready to get these kills. And look at how quickly they make that decision to throw the paint shells deep. And the Forsaken just runs right out.
Am I crazy? W Gaming?
W Gaming, indeed. That's how you do it, and that's how they're going to have to play this composition, though, right? They don't have any sort of proactive info gathering in the form of something like the Sky or KO. So they have to always challenge these battles. They're looking to do it again. Now look at the buy from PRX, going for the old school second round buys, just a couple Spectres, making sure they can all upgrade up in the 3rd round.
Yeah. Saw this a bit before. As Divine's holding on to the site. Just Talon seeing what they can get done here. It's very difficult for them, all holding on to classics here. Nobody really doing anything cheeky here on the attack, especially. Neon here, Forsaken, able to delay the push as, okay, they did take out a couple, actually. Might be able to upgrade to a Spectre.
Spike
Walk away and
planted.
see, yeah, Spectre and a Sheriff.
Yeah,
Picked up by
Spectre.
Talon.
Yeah, Sheriff on Fox as well, so now holding the same angles that Paper Rex was trying to, but the Spectre goes down instantly. Fox strikes back with the Sheriff.
Player
What's with
standing.
these? This is incredible. The second rounds of both of these teams so far this series.
They got the check. They know where he is.
And down he goes. Fox, 3 kills now as he picks up his own Spectre. Getting a couple with the Sheriff to start. So, Talon, they will not be outdone in these second rounds. They take him out on the Eco.
I mean, just patient aiming here coming out from Talon. And again, I'm telling you, not a team to back down from these duels against Paper Rex. Oh my God, that's the most fired up we've ever heard them.
Is that a lion or a player? I don't know. I can't tell.
That's just Cruz slowly transforming into his true form, screaming
Yeah.
into his microphone. Well, that Forsaken, because he saved up on round 2, he's going to go for a Hero Vandal. Now, he can partly do this because he's playing Neon, right? You can try to just work towards, of course, your ultimate on one of the rounds where you can cycle through your economy there.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking to carry a little bit. We do have 2 Sheriffs as well, so see how this works out. Forsaken holding the angle, is not able to hit the shot, but will delay it. And does a bit of damage.
Yeah, now Talon has to consider, okay, well, there's a Vandal on the other side. It has to be a Hero Vandal, because Forsaken the only one who would have been capable. Maybe Mindfreak would have bought it if he didn't buy any armor, but so their choice is, do we run into the Vandal to take it out, or do we try to go to the other side? Since they didn't have any information on A main, they decide to make the bet that it's just the Vandal on the side, and they would be correct.
Yeah, they clear out the site, though. Forsaken able to hit one as he's moving, and Cruz able to shut that down.
Okay, but the gun's been recovered by something, so there's still a chance for Paper Rex to strike back. A very fast recovery from something. He's able to get one.
Garnet's very interesting position here. This should be able to catch him off guard from Arcade as Mindfreak, the first to go down, the defuse tapped. As now he'll hold it. That's going to be half.
The Molly. Oh, well, he gets the half, though. I think that is pretty crucial, but either way, it was going to be difficult here. Divine knows the lineup came from main.
Oh, well, he can't cover the 180 split, as Talon will be able to pick that one up. Now, they do take out 3 of the members, though, so Paper X keeping it relatively close. Still, Talon able to buy up here, so very close map so far.
Yeah, I mean, getting the kind of conversion on their Thrifty and then now buying up. I mean, that previous round was a true bonus for them. And now they're still sitting comfy. Talon still able to buy the next round and even the next as well, depending on if they go for the half armors or not, even if they lose. So Paper Rex, they've got a long road ahead of them. But look at this. Again, because of their composition, they have no choice but to push out of one side with a lot of commitment of their utility.
Yeah. That's difficult on a map like Fracture. There's a lot of different angles. Something is up there. He picks up 2. And his Priest performance is coming up big. There's nothing to do with the agent this time. Forsaken able to get 2. Because now Fox is all alone and will not even take him out. It's Forsaken and something splitting the kills between them to take the round.
The last time we saw Forsaken playing this Neon over on Fracture, I mean, it was fine, but it wasn't to the level where we were constantly yelling his name as we often do when Paper X plays. But the relay boats I'm seeing from him today to defend these sites, they are so on point, both in terms of timing and angle. I mean, something gets the early kill there, but it's all off the back of a great relay boat coming in from spawn. And clearly this has been well practiced, so even without the info, if we can get the stuns we want, Paper X, this is their style. They want to fight you, and they'll do anything to get an advantage in that front.
This time they're going to be pushing out of A main. Let's see this duel. Yep, Jing going to win that one. Not too surprising at this point. Talon, the rest of them currently pushing Dish. This Mindfreak does have it covered, and so does Something, actually. Seems like they have a pretty good read just because they're able to trade out of A main. So now they look behind them.
Well, they have to commit to this now. You suspect it is coming in from Dish because of Fox and because it's a raised composition, oftentimes an easier entry from that high ground. And so it's been emptied. Now, part of it, Paper X surely suspecting the Rolling Thunder that is online for Pat. Pat correctly saving that for the retake, or against the retake, rather.
Yeah. Gonna be waiting all the way back on Dish to line that one up. It's taking a little while.
This is all just to buy time. They just need to buy time enough for the Rolling Thunder to do the job. Garnets gets very scratched up.
Shaken again, and he is pissed. He is looking for kills as the Rolling Thunder comes through.
Enemy remaining.
Divide, meanwhile, in the back of this is 3v1. That will be the defuse for the side of Paper X.
Paper X reads right through Talon's goals of that round. Get the spike plant no matter what. And if they didn't use it on the entry, they're going to set up. But here's the thing. They had already taken full control of main. So the only place Talon could go was back up to Dish. A great lurk coming in from Devi as well. Everyone doing the job given to them.
Shaken handles this so well. Popsy alt knows exactly where Garnets is. Makes quick work of him. Devi on the backside. Cleans it up.
Oh, great read coming out from Paper X. And now that econ boost gone from Talon, and Jing making use of the showstopper says, we are not slowing down ever. He's pinged and he does not care. Oh, he even guesses correctly.
He doesn't know he's there though. He thinks he has it cleared. Now Fox is getting pretty interesting. Gets another one. This guy is insane with the Sheriff today.
And great swings as well. He reads that he's going to have to check the close angle first. Meanwhile, Jinboy stunned up, gets another. He's got the neural theft. They know that both members now stuck in main. One of them stunned up as well.
What is happening? Seekers just sprayed down.
Well, what's happening is these two teams, they brought Southeast Asia straight into the heart of Seoul in this match. The chaos will not stop. There's the orbital strike. Talon not a concern that they can hold on to this site.
The peak handled very nicely, but the Molly should be able to, okay, it's gonna buy a lot of time. Yeah, and he's not gonna have enough. With the Molly on the ground, Divide just has to run away. Another round to the side of Talon. This is so back and forth. I mean, how do you win? Like, the rounds that Talon wins are the ones where they have sheriffs. They don't need rifles.
Yeah.
Just buy sheriffs only.
It's always funny when this happens, because then in theory, even if the score is the same, you would still favor Paper X, who are winning the rifle round, so eventually it evens out. But then at the same time, it's like, yeah, but it's kind of harder to win with the sheriff, so maybe Talon is the stronger team right now on Fracture. But here's what it comes down to. It is coming down to a lot of aim duels. Let's say it like it is. But the movements from both teams are understanding each other so well. Talon, they know that Paper X has to play aggressive. Meanwhile, Paper X, they just say, well, if we stun them, what can they do?
Well, they're going to challenge the two duelists that are coming out here. Both Forsaken and Jing are going to go down. A big duel on the backside of the map right here. But it's going to go the way of Talon, as something alone is going to be taken out, as he is caught off guard there from behind in rotation. So Talon, a quick round to win. And a timeout from Paper X.
Well, the desk talked about potential overheating, and Coach Alex says it's time to cool off.
I just want to see Alex. Like, can we get the replay of the coach, please?
I think we'll definitely get one here. You can just hear them all calling out the locations here. I mean, here's the thing. The only thing that is changing the length of these rounds is whether the teams actually land in the same spot within the first 10 seconds or not. and quite frankly, after that, it is a lot of aim duels. Now, again, I'm not trying to take away from the overall movement. There's Sushi Boys, by the way. The desk was wondering, will he come out on stage? He is in the audience and not quite cheering on his team yet, because it's not over. I mean, it's still very close. It's 4-3. And going back to my point, the movement overall and kind of the hard reads from each other at the beginning of the round are great to see. But after that, the reason it comes down to these aim duels is because Paper X is pumping up the speed to 11. I mean, you can't really do anything against that other than face into that duel. Calling out for a jet diff in the map where there is no jet.
Love it. I mean, might as well. Lots of fans here having a great time. as Talon, they have taken the lead now, 4-3. Have the showstopper available. They have a much better economy at this point, but it's still relatively close, actually, the more I look at it. So
yeah,
let's see where this goes.
I do like the read from Paper Rex. With the showstopper round, they're suspecting it's either a jump into A from Dish or coming in from Arcade into the site, as it often does with the Rays. So they just empty both sides, take control of the bottom side and Sands so that they have an opportunity for the retake. They have Orbital Strike and Lockdown. But it is kind of crazy that Forsaken is the one kind of just sitting here on his own.
Yeah.
He has no way to gain intel. He has to keep watching all these angles. He has no idea, by the way, that there's 3 members over in B Tower.
Oh, no. He's about to be caught off guard here, potentially.
Well, it could be the other side, too. That's the thing. Oh, it's going to be Forsaken who loses that. The coin flip there, the timing not in favor of him.
Yeah, and Talon get a free walk-in kill and a plant, and they have total control of Arcade. There's like no doubt in their mind that they have control of this site. So Paper X, they're gonna come on over and see what they can do, but this is looking pretty Talon favored.
Yeah, there's trap wires on both sides. I think the Guiding Light maybe might have tagged one person as well. On top of that, they had cleared sewer with the Trailblazer, so now they plant Pat there. No chance for a lockdown that clears the entire site. A well set up crate here for Fox.
Oh boy.
No chance for a retake.
No.
You have. Well, I mean, they didn't have the gun, so they challenged, but something just trying to fish for whatever he can here at the end. And Garnett's would be correct. Something does, have to die. He chooses to go for that duel.
Quick headshot from Garnett.
Sorry.
5-3. Talon in a fantastic spot. They have an entry ultimate available with the showstopper. They have the Rolling Thunder on Pat if they get this plant down, and they have been getting such... It's been kind of simple and nearly free at times, the way that Talon are making their way on the sites, getting the spike down, and it's been really rough on the side of Paper X to try to follow up in the post plant.
Yeah, you know, if I'm just kind of going through my memory here, as thankfully it's not a fast start here to this round, whenever it's kind of a 5 or 4 man spike plant, I think Talent has had the better post plant positioning now. Oftentimes, Paper Rex ends the round before it can come to that. But Paper Rex, whenever they do get the plant, it's because they've pretty much killed off everyone. Oh, a great peek from something.
Now just going for the duels as, traded back. Couple of kills, Cruz getting Ting through the wall as, meanwhile, Pat with a quick flick up into the tower. And he's going to make it in favor now of Talon. In this rifle round, they should be able to get yet another plant.
And the heal comes in from Fox as well. Cruz somewhat healed back up. The orbital strike just to try to buy time. But that doesn't really guarantee any more positioning. So Mindfreak, he has to make the move. He makes the correct one. But eventually gets taken down.
Do they know where Devi is? Have a decent idea, although
saw the
he
barrel.
has poked out. He's going to get the 1 kill. As meanwhile, stunned up. They're buying a lot of time. In the 1v1 is Pat.
Okay, so Pat now trapped. Devi knows he has to be in tower. That's the only place he can be. He cannot get out.
Oh, the duel! It goes the way of Devi. As he knows that Pat is going to peek his head out. As Pat going out a bit early perhaps, but still a fantastic 1v1 from Devi. A huge clutch that might get this back in Paper X's favor.
Well, yeah, I mean, Pat just trying to get the timing when Devi swings out to be just a bit wider, tried to throw off his crosshair, but Devi with the awareness to put up the turret and the alarm bot, making sure he only has to focus on that doorway. And you absolutely get hyped for a clutch like that, and the desk has been talking about Devi, why we count him as such an impactful player regardless of the number of kills. It's because of rounds like that. He's able to just read through and bring back the momentum when Paper X needs it most.
Yeah, and they absolutely needed him there. I mean, they get the round win. Of course, they lose 4 people. They were behind on Econ, and if they had gone down there, that's going to be multiple more rounds going in favor of Talon. They wouldn't have even had to use a bunch of their ultimates, and they're able to hold on to both of them. So Talon still have that going for them. Jay coming out here looking to get some sprays through the screens.
Okay, he will draw out both cyber cages as well, and eventually actually gets the kill. with his boom bot as well. Surely he had been stunned up, but Garnet's broken through.
Trail.
Not entirely.
Yeah, for just a moment. Here's Devi. Says, ooh, this is still a guy up there. He can't kill the Seeker. As out comes Pat. And he's going to pick up that kill himself. Mind Freak, though, holding down the site.
One enemy.
Oh, no. Pat had Rolling Thunder, but they went wait for the heal. Fox?
1v2. And there is a very small chance, but Jing is holding the angle. But no!
What
Fox
a
with the headshot!
What a jiggle peek there from Fox. Now he has gotten
30
down
seconds
lower,
left.
but at this time it just has to come down to a headshot battle. Now he's waiting to see, is there a push from Mind Freak? Mind Freak has no reason to do so. He's gonna fake that he's trying to draw in Mind Freak, trying to say that he's channeling. Oh no, he made sound right at the end, couldn't catch onto the rope in time.
A little bit of an awkward end there for Fox. He was nearly in a position to clutch it out, but in the end it does go the way of Mind Freak and Paper X, who will tie it up, and that's going to trigger a timeout from Talon.
Man, but even if Fox wasn't able to clutch that out, it's kind of similar to Devi, right? When they're left in these clutch positions, the way they use their utility just to play mind games, I mean, starting off that Trailblazer, then just canceling it right after, just to try to make noise, draw him in, in that last couple seconds. Alex back in his happy mode right now.
I love both of these coaches, man. They're so animated. The two of them, like, even Zeus is like just talking a mile a minute. He's pointing at the screen. He's like, I can't believe you guys let him get that angle. And Alex is like, he's got a smile on his face, but you can tell he's like shouting into the mic. It's just so funny to watch them both.
Man, a sign for something. This is a meme on the Korean side because of the rise of the shorties. The Korean cast have often been saying that the shorty is a necessity for all of mankind in today's day and age. And now that fan saying something is the new necessity if you want to get your wins here.
Well, not everybody can have him is the thing about...
That is true. You can all buy a shorty, but you cannot all have something. There's only one something in the world. And he's currently on Paper Rex, playing on stage, tying it up 5-5 against Talon. Talon, they've always been in the shadows of Paper Rex back in Southeast Asia. Now, in a new age of VCT and Pacific, can they overthrow them?
Yeah, the storyline is really awesome, and Talon are putting up a great fight, even if it does go the way of Paper Rex. Gotta give them credit for how close they have played this. We're not going to mention Split, but
yeah, we'll skip over that.
In this narrative points, yes, Paper X did kind of body them in the second map.
I will also mention, back in Southeast Asia, oftentimes in the challengers, if you were coming up from the lower bracket, you often had to play, oh, never mind, take that back.
Okay, zapped out of midair as Forsaken is just zapping everything. It's going to put a stop to them for now as they put up a smoke and just has to run away.
Well, Paper Rex, they might be having some fried chicken for dinner because they just absolutely cooked up Talon with Neon right there. Stopped the entry entirely.
Forsaken just goes back, picks up Devi's AK, and he's like, hey, now I don't need an ult. I already did my job.
Well, now things slow down. Talon, I mean, yes, you're lined up to get your buys next round. So it's things like these. Pick up whatever orbs you can. Right, still just in the attacking
30
half
seconds
here.
left.
Trying to draw out. Fox has been great with his peaks, but Mind Freak not shake him this time.
Yeah, I love the control there. Just a couple of resets. Door opens again as Cruz this time is going to win the Brimstone battle. Forsaken is here, though.
Yeah,
he's going to take him out.
Just a bit earlier than he expected. The plant will go down, but I'd be very impressed if he wins a 1v3 stunned up with an aftershock.
Jing gonna take him out. And that will be the defuse given over to Forsaken. Although you should give that to something. There you go.
Absolutely.
I was like, really?
First thing he's like, well, and then I can get all 4 ult orbs and then just a couple more kills and I'll have my ult again in the last round of the first half.
Yeah. So they're going to have this Rolling Thunder as this is the zap out of midair.
I mean, that is tracking right there, and that's what that ult is for. Now, what I was mentioning before is back, last year and the year before, oftentimes if you're coming up from the lower bracket in the challengers for Southeast Asia, this core members of Talon, they would oftentimes have to play 2 matches on the last stage to try to overthrow Paper Rex.
Yeah.
And they would oftentimes take it to the last map in a best of 5. I mean, the mental fortitude on this team is impressive. So I don't think this is going to be a pushover map. We could very well take this all the way to overtime.
Oh, please, I want it. At this point, like, map 3, overtime, Forsaken pops out. It's going to be traded. Garnet gets his revenge, even though he will not get his rocket back. That's okay. Neural Depth is in, but Devi is still sitting on top of this lockdown.
Yeah, but they have to understand that it doesn't break it anymore with just the Aftershock. You have to be able to shoot it, and he cannot. So Jit Boys, Jit Boys is caught, but here's the thing. They thought maybe it was going to be right at the edge, so Paper Rex, they're instantly striking back. The spike eventually does get planted.
Oh, but something he throws at the ult immediately goes down. You got to throw everything into this round. Mind Freak 1v3. I think he made some noise there.
Yeah, his position, you see the pings coming down. No reason for Pat to overpeak this. He can just be the bait. Oh, a nice hide from Mind Freak, though. And Jit Boy's reasons, he understands we just have to wait for the spike tap.
He's going to hold for now. The Molly does. Okay, he's on half. He's got some time here if he can hit both. Oh, but the spray comes through and he actually gets burned by the end of it. So
right at the corner.
There you go, 6-6. All tied up on Fracture.
Switching sides.
Wow, I mean, that last round, both teams throwing everything in the kitchen sink there at each other to try to get through. I mean, the lockdown comes out. The Aftershock alone no longer taking it out. And so Jit Boys has to be the hero to try to go in and take it out. Meanwhile, his teammates playing it safe. They stay outside, and Jit Boys, after being detained, and then not hit by the Rolling Thunder. I mean, Talon just trading positions with each other to save that round. Tied 6-6. And now we get to see the Neon Rays dual entry attack side from Paper Rex.
Yeah, this is going to get pretty spicy, that's for sure. Paper X, we'll see just how clean they are on these entries, how many times they want to hit B. They have the Killjoy in their comp as well, so they have at least one time where they can drop down a lockdown underneath there and try to get free entry. They have so many tools to get it done. Curious to watch some things attacker side breach as well. Something we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I am curious. I mean, obviously, in terms of being somewhat comfortable with the Asian, it's there because his aim is still on point, right? He's not spending too much time worrying about his utility. I mean, the rounds have gone by so quickly, I can't really go through my mind palace right now and figure out if he's really been using everything to the best of his abilities. But either way, what I wanted to mention was you have that Cypher on the side of Talon now, oftentimes a great pick.
Love the curly hair focus.
It is a good animation here of something. The Cypher, oftentimes a good pick against the Neon, but there is that raise on top. So now that ruins some of Cypher's setups. You can also strike from both sides at great speed if you're Paper Rex. But I think a big thing is going to be Fox. How much information can he get early, right, with the guiding lights? How much do you choose to push out off of that information? Jing stands for Jing. I always wondered why there were 3 Gs.
That's why.
And now we know. Jing, Genius Gamer.
I thought it was just good game, but
I thought it was just
she proved me wrong today.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. But I guess I'm quite simple-minded on that front.
Pretty straightforward if you think about it that way. All right. I have no idea what to expect here on this side, although some fiery entries for sure. We'll have to see Jit Boys setting up some very nice tripwires to potentially give them a chance here on the defense.
And Pat's fault line has to be good too. First it's the flash, but yeah, there's the fault line just to slow things down. Forsaken caught right in the middle of it.
Oh God, they were just massacred over there, and now Fox is behind them. He's just gonna push out, probably from Dish.
They just gotta, spotted him. Yeah, they saw it on the minimap right at the last second. And now that smoke does keep you alive for longer, but the spike's still on the other side of it. Now, they do have a minute, right? So, I mean, get what you can, right? Devi, looks like he picked up that ult orb on the side of B main. I mean, you could even go all the way to A main if you don't run into anybody, which he will not. Maybe try to pick up that ult orb.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with 4 people staring at a spike, might as well, if you can get away with it. Devi looks like he will go straight to that orb, picks it up. That was...
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I think they're expecting that everyone stayed on the north side of the map. So Devi will say, okay, well, I got the free orbs. Should I check if the one at Dish is also available?
Might as well.
Going through the ult orb buffet here on Fracture.
30 seconds left.
It only costs a single round.
Well, doesn't look like there's an orb available.
No, they already snagged that one on the side of Talon. So Devi will say, well, my meal ends short here today. Oh, never mind. He actually gets a nice little bonus dessert dish there in the form of Cruz.
10 seconds left.
Now, oh, but I love it from Talon. They say, well, you know what? Just don't let him die.
Yeah.
We'll just have him get less cred. Say hello. Oh, is this the new Pixar movie coming out?
It's Attack of the Drones. I don't know what's going on over there. Too much technology. So Talon, they pick up a swift victory, actually. It starts off with the play over here in Arcade.
Yeah, a great setup. You know, the flashpoint and then the fault line as well. Now, what I think the idea was from Paper Rex was Neon dashes through on the bottom floor, maybe even takes control of that section leading into like Canteen or Generator leading into the spawn. Raze goes up, of course, to Tower, but all of it stopped with a single fault line.
All right, they're coming in real quick and making a lot of noise. Fox just waits for them, but Forsaken does get into the corner. He's got that going for him.
Well, and, yeah, you've got the crossfire as well, so Fox continues to stay safe.
Yep.
And sound, oh, and it's, look at him keeping that range as well. Wow! Seeker's online for round 3.
Yep, 4K will help him get there. He also was the one who actually picked up the orb on Dish from the last round, so he is, he's eating well tonight. Because, you know, they all group up for a bunch of Spectres. Not gonna feel good, but what else can you do?
I am so curious who that lion is on the side of Talon.
I think it is Cruz.
I think it is, just based on his tone.
But
and he, well, oftentimes if you look over on stage, he gets very fired up. So could be him. Now they're keeping all these Spectres, but they might actually be thankful for this because it's a Neon composition on the other side. Paper Rex has to get into close quarters at some point anyway, and they've already shut off A main. They're holding the close angle. Paper Rex does not want to enter here. And then they'll eventually have to go into the trap wires of Jip Boys.
yeah. Let's see how this goes. Jing's just going to slowly peek in. Finds
that
one.
fault line. Okay, they will get out.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of utility loss on the side of Paper Rex as well. And because of time, because they'll have to wait another 20 seconds for that Brim smoke, Paper Rex says, well, now we can't fight for that section any longer. However, they leave an insurance plan in the form of Devi. He'll be able to at least get the rotate, but that's only if the spike goes down.
Let's see how this goes. Forsaken's got to enter here. Mind Freak
Oh,
on the other side.
Paper Rex wanted to fake it, but they get spotted by the camera, so now they just have to rush into the site. Jip Boys just wants to stay alive.
Yep. Forsaken, let's see it. He's going to hit it. As not able to transfer it, but he's got some allies that do the job for him. Something picks up 2, and they will be able to get this spike down.
Now, even if Forsaken hadn't gotten that initial kill, which was very impressive, the real deal here was Mind Freak, right? I mean, the main force had already gone up to Arcade, but he was still holding B main. So Paper Rex, during that entire skirmish over on A main, they take time to plant Devi over on Dish, and then they leave another member behind in the form of Mind Freak, so they'll always have another option. You love to see that leading into a flawless.
That was super clean as we get the highlight there on the last kill. Flawless in the rifle rounds. Got to feel good if you're Paper X. Should be some good morale boost coming into the next one to potentially tie it up. So rotation was swift.
Now, we are looking at the fact that Paper Rex, if they can win this round, they'll have a lot of their ultimates really get close, and they'll be able to cycle those a lot better. B-site entirely handed over to Paper Rex, only the Seekers.
It's like making me dizzy right now at the amount he's checking. Everybody's in the smoke.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do. Now, look at this again. They hold on to Arcade and B main. If he can get rid of all these Seekers, he cannot. He doesn't have the leisure to buy. He has to win the duels. He wins one.
He's holding down the fort. No, he can't click the head, though. Fox gonna win that one. As now he's got a chance.
Yeah, but Paper Rex still holding on to Arcade as well as something. Holding that strong. And then Mind Freak and Sewers, he can always wrap back around. Talon doesn't have as much time as they think. Mind Freak loses that duel.
They're going to hold on to this defuse. They get half. They're holding it as that's the one kill. Jing picks up 3, make it 4 in total. As Jing will singularly hold down the site for his team.
Well, Jing, genius gamer, now I'm convinced. The 4K to hold it down. That looked real risky towards the end here for Paper Rex, but Jing doesn't miss a shot.
This is pretty huge as he tries to hold it, you see, and
that third kill was the nail in the coffin. I mean, the second one, sure, he was trying to hold right up to that, maybe even all the way, but now down to Sheriffs. But what do we know? Talon, they're good with their Sheriffs. You got to watch out. I mean, these are the rounds where it's most suspenseful.
This is their strong round. You never know. See?
and they don't know it, but that is a Vandal on the ground. They could recover. Now, they don't have any information, so they will not greed for it. They will eventually just rotate over.
Well, you got to use your Sheriffs because they're better. You don't want that Vandal.
Yeah, why upgrade up to 2,900 credits when 800 does the job?
It's enough. Why pay more? It's good enough.
I mean, Talon really knows the value of a credit here in Valorant.
Well, Talon are in a really rough spot. Jokes aside, they're smoked off. They only have Sheriffs. They have to run through smoke into Phantoms. Savaya's been holding on to. Okay, Garnets is going to pick up one, and that is going to be the end of that.
Second Boombot kill for Jing as well. Maybe keep a tally on that one. Obviously, he's been sending them off to the right locations.
He's been pretty good at making sure his opponents can't shoot the Boombot, let's say.
That is true.
It's one way to put it.
Now, Lockdown, Orbital Strike, Showstopper all online. Something 2 points away from Rolling Thunder. Forsaken, of course, 1 point away from his overdrive as well. Paper X, they are primed and ready to drive this all the way home to a match point. If they shut down Talon again this round, especially with Garnets with the Operator, I think that spells the beginning of the end here for Talon.
It absolutely does, but Paper X need to push through this round as the 4 of them grouped up outside of Arcade, looking to potentially push B here. As here we go, lockdown.
Now, here's the thing. I think the reason that Talon was happy to empty the site early was because they expect the lockdown. They don't have a way to combat it unless they're fighting for sewers from the beginning. But here's the thing, they don't have any of their other ultimates to get through afterwards. This retake is so impossible, especially with an Operator. I mean, he can now trade that out for Chip Boys' Vandal.
Out of charges. The Impact gets one. Let's see, he's been clutch in the past as they are beginning to push on through. Something comes in here in Arcade.
Oh, using the Rolling Thunder as well, trying to save the Orbital Strike for another time.
Foxes though, and Cardin nearly able to trade that one back as Fox is alone now against Somali. He doesn't have any hope in the world, and he will be taken out. Mind Freak able to pick up a 10th round for Paper X.
Well set up from Paper X, and you love to see that they don't hold back on the ultimates, right? Sometimes we see teams saying, hey, it's going to be a hard retake anyway, and then eventually it comes down to aim duels. But and that peek out as well, right at the edge of the lockdown. Great awareness from Something. You know what? I'm liking the breach from Something. It's doing a lot for Paper X.
Yeah, he's actually playing it really well. You got to give him credit where credit is due. Talon, they're going to use their second and last time out here to try to shore something up. I mean, maybe you can say, okay, they used a bunch, right? We saw Rolling Thunder, we saw the lockdown, and they even nearly got a little bit frisky up there in the tower, and maybe if Garnets was able to hit, for a couple of first shots, they could have gotten something, but wasn't meant to be. Paper X held on, and Zeus really digging into them now.
Yeah, the rap battle right now between Alex and Zeus. Now, here's the big thing is they still have Orbital Strike on the side of Paper Rex for Mind Freak. And if they want that, if they want to combat that on the retake, they're gonna have to go on the flank. I mean, Mind Freak clearly has his lineups with the Molly and then the Orbital Strike for insurance. That's so much time bought in the post plant. You need someone to keep him busy or ideally take him out. And looks like that's what they want to do. They want to push out. Of course, this is an eco round again for Talon, so you know the stats are against them, but so far this match, not so much.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to hope for some really sweet shots with the Sheriffs once again as they sack up there in B main. They look for some picks, but Paper X not going to waste any time with that. It's a little bit of mess up there, but they will push through onto Sands. Here comes Forsaken, gets that entry kill. And that first blood as Paper X will take the A site.
Yeah, this one's looking rough. Now you do have Garnett's on the flank, but he's been spotted. Oh, he brings a showstopper, but something's just running away. Oh, and he survives!
He survives.
Oh my, eventually Cruz gets the kill, he gets another,
Cruz?
he gets a third!
Cruz?
That's a rifle.
3!
Now, very low health with a rifle.
No,
Are you? Really? Orbital Strike for this?
Wow.
Paper Rex, they are not taking any chances. Now, it seems ridiculous, but quite frankly, I'd much rather see this from Paper Rex than try to save it, because what they're understanding now, they're finally giving the respect that Talon deserves in the aim department, right? They're saying, I know you're low health, but I've seen what you can do with that rifle.
Yeah.
Let's just make sure we get the round.
Also, like, if you get headshot 3 times in a row by a guy with the Sheriff, you gotta give him respect, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You're like, okay, I don't want to fight you in any gun battle. You are just heating up to the max. As Cruz on 5 health is able to win the duel against Divine. And, yeah, I mean, I guess they take down 3 of them, but still Paper X in a very comfortable spot. If Talon wants any hope, I think this is the round you have to take.
Yeah, it's just realistically, this is your last shot. Another paint shells and a fault line. This has been their MO from Talon. Now this time they purposely fake it out themselves to take a different position on the push out. Paper Rex hasn't quite spotted Garnett's, but they hear the aftershock, so they say, okay, it's more focus again. It's minimum 2 people, if not 3, with that Brimstone. Let's go to A again, and Jit Boys, can you hold on to this?
That's the question. Camera's taken out. And they're going to pop out here. They got the cage up, and now Devi, though, he is sneaking in behind them.
Flash by his team for a little bit, but he spots Fox first, and the crossfire begins.
Chip Boys, though, he's going to reveal them. He's got the spray. He takes out 3. And Talon are holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Cruz does not need to greed, but here's the thing. Devi understands that he's now on the hunt to even the numbers. He knows that it has to be coming in from him, but Cruz already wins the battle against Jing.
All right, it's up to Devi. Let's see what he's got.
Spotted.
1v3, sees the barrel, and he's spotted and taken out. Garnett's going to take him down, and Talon, they have a chance now as they take down their 9th round.
Oh my Lord, Valdez. I mean,
so close.
I thought, once Fox was so focused on providing support, I thought it was over, but the double kill, then the neural theft.
And this.
And then, yeah, there's the ping. I mean, that leads to 3. Jit Boys come in clutch when they need it. You can tell they thought it might have been over, but Talon fans holding strong. I'm sure the same can be said over at the Paper Rex viewing party as well. Now Seekers and Rolling Thunder online. Talon has another chance. They have rifles in hand once again.
This is about to get really interesting. Let's see what Forsaken can get going, though.
Oh, a bit of a bump by Garnett. He can't get on top of that generator, but maybe that's for the better.
Forsaken is just going to run away. He says, this is getting a little bit too hot for me.
Oh, but this is a fake. They think they've all emptied out because the Neon ran out, but Garnett still suspects that Devi goes down.
Garnett's, regardless of if he knows he's able to win the aim duel, and now here comes Paper X. They got to push in. They don't have Devi. The Rolling Thunder straight in their face, and Jing is caught out.
Oh, no. Okay, Garnett's still able to pick up one of the kills. Spike down.
All right, chance for Pat. He's going to peek. Forsaken, keeping it interesting.
Okay, Talon, I like that they've cooled down, right? They understand that they overheated just a bit when Pat couldn't secure that first kill. Now that's okay, you're still up in numbers. You're keeping Jit Boys with his setup on A as insurance. The Seekers at 40 seconds. Perfect timing to see if they fully rotated or not. They've only split up. Talon has all the information they need.
Just hanging out there in main. That's a free kill for Cruz. Is now Forsaken. Just going to sprint his way out. Maybe into the hands of Chip Boys. Uh-oh!
Oh, no! Oh my gosh, Chip Boys, I thought he thought too long to decide what to do.
That was crazy.
I mean, the fact that Forsaken actually slid as soon as he spotted him was maybe the more impressive part of that duel, but Chip Boys able to recover just in time.
Yeah, we know he's got some insane reaction times. Starts out with Garnets there in sewers. You got Cruz. He's had his mind freak out here in main, and then this. Woo! Upgrades.
Everyone holding their breath over. If you're a Talon fan, I'm sure, but you know what? After that last round, same can be said for Paper Rex fans. Even in the studio, we're actually not hearing cheers anymore because everyone's just kind of holding their breath. Some fans may be looking worried, some fans looking frustrated, but it's happening on both sides of the arena today. And now both coaches trying to give all of the information in their brains here in this timeout. They understand this is the last chance for both sides to really secure that match point.
Imagine this goes to 13-11 again. Like somehow Talon
oh my gosh,
inch this one out and take like 3 close rounds.
I mean, what a story it would be for Talon though, right? And
they still have the Neon ult right now on
the side of
Forsaken.
Paper Rex,
He was able to hold on to it. I feel like Paper X, they should be able to get 12. If somehow like Talon's able to win against that and like get a big round, especially with the way Forsaken's playing, that would blow my mind. I think that's incredibly difficult the way that Paper X are playing themselves right now.
Yeah, now here's the thing. If Talon wins this round, they understand that it pretty much guarantees match point for them. A deep camera setup over on Dish, trying to keep Sands with Fox's control. Guiding Light spots some of the forces. They begin to hear the relay bolt. Jit Boy's currently stuck on his own. Fox trying to provide support. Oh no, he jumps through, but he doesn't get vision.
Doesn't get vision, and Jing is just cleaning him up on A. Picks up 2, gets the showstopper kill, and that's going to be a plant onto A.
And Jing is deep, they don't expect this.
Jing did his job, that's 3, something gets 1 more.
They hear Garnets as well.
It's nearly a flawless. I mean, they take out Jing up there on top of Paper X. They call a timeout, and now they're on match point. A incredibly dominant round. As Paper X want to leave here tonight saying we were the better team.
Yeah, and I love this idea, right? The showstopper and the Neon to come in from Dish. Meanwhile, understanding that they've often been checking for the main force over on A main, they understand that the focus has always been on the south side of the map from Talon. A great adjustment from Paper Rex. Now Talon, they still don't switch it up. They say we can hold this. We just have to hold better positions on either side. And Paper Rex says, well, try again.
Oh. Garnet's got a pick somewhere here on a Mind Freak.
And surely they expect Devi again. Surely. He swung with the dice, but he doesn't get a kill. He has no idea. Devi's good for 2.
And that is game-breaking. Devi clutching it out there on the side of the smoke. This should go the way of Paper X now as Devi gets a 3rd, and that's going to do it. Jing locks it up as 13-10. An electric victory for Paper X here on Fracture to close out the series.
What a showing here from both teams, really, but Paper Rex, that final timeout coming in so clutch. Coach Alex able to reel his team back, let them know what they've been missing out on in the last couple rounds, and close us out. And Talon, as close as they were, not able to get that ever so elusive best of victory here on the big stage, in an offline stage against Paper Rex.
It's close, as it always is, but Paper X are on top, 13-10. The one map they lost was 13-11. They nearly even forced overtime. Forsaken had some big highlights, some clutches, but also Devi, really got to call him out as he did some incredible stuff. Some insanely clutch rounds, like this guy just doesn't change. He's so consistently clutch.
I think that's the biggest thing, right?
I mean, just crazy.
Some games he's quiet, but that's not necessarily because he's losing all his duels or whatever. It's just because everyone else is getting kills. He's oftentimes not meant to be in the core of the firefights until he's needed most. He's kind of like that final weapon of Paper Rex. Everyone talks about Forsaken Jing, now something. We've talked about Mindfreak in the past, but truly the one they rely on the most is Devi, and he does it again in the final round, able to close it out for Paper Rex 2-1. I think Talon deserves a big round of applause, but at the same time, Paper Rex, as much as they were shaken up, they're able to put their foot down, focus back up, and prove that W Gaming still has its place here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah. Well, this series absolutely delivered, that's for sure. A lot of the times on Mondays we get these crazy close series, which is great because we only get one series on Mondays, so gotta shore up that somehow, and we oftentimes do. So thank you to both of these teams for providing us with a really good show.
And I think Talon, again, the individual mechanics and whatnot, and today actually some of the comms as well in terms of the trading and setting up angles, has proven that it's gotten even better. The fact that they never backed down from a duel from Paper Rex, and they were, I don't know if it's statistically true, but it felt like they were going half and half with Paper Rex when it came down to pure duels. Big props to them as well. Some great prep, on the strategic side and the way that they were using the map. Clearly the style that Talon showed over at Lock-In is coming back alive, but Paper Rex, with the addition of something, they're now bringing us W Gaming 2.0 here in 2023.
It's very interesting. Something on the Breach, he actually had the lowest ACS. He wasn't really the guy that was doing the big time carrying this time around, but sometimes he is, so it offers you some interesting angles for the future, some ability to diversify your lineups and your agent picks, and you get these guys who can play a bunch of different things, and it just provides even more power to the team when they already look really good. And now with this win, they will go up to 4-2, putting themselves in a really good spot to take a playoff spot.
Yes.
If you get at least 4 wins, you're not 100% in, but you're in a really good spot. So, and they still have 3 more matches to go.
Yeah, so they still got some opportunity. Obviously, they just talked about how it's not going to necessarily get that much easier for Paper Rex, but again, if they had lost here, that would have spelled a lot more trouble for them. So I like that you pointed that out about the Breach as well, because now they're adding even more firepower to their second line of attack as well. So, Forsaken can focus even more on just creating space. Obviously, this time he actually tops the chart as Neon. His Neon looks even more upgraded. The relay bolts, his movement, everything. All praises all around, right? Given over to Paper Rex. So big props to them. And I think Talon, it's unfortunate that they had such a slow start here in Pacific trying to figure out their roster, because you're seeing, again, the potential that we saw at Lock-In back at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, they brought one of our best teams, a team that has kind of shown themselves to be one of our best teams, to a third map, to a 13-10. Got to give them credit where credit is due, but once again, history repeats itself, and Paper X are up on top. So they were the better team tonight, and seems like that will continue for the time being. So what else can you say?
Obviously, time will tell if that fate will eventually change. We even saw RRQ challenging DRX, just yesterday. Gen G got taken down by Global Esports. So, things may look a lot closer than they do on the scoreboard. But at the end of the day, it's Paper Rex that still comes out victorious.
Well, that was a really entertaining series that we did just have. But we have the interview ready now, and it is with Devi. Let's go down to the stage.
Yes, Paper Rex wrapping up week 6 with their 4th win. Congratulations. I'm here with Devi of Paper Rex. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, and you defeated Talon, getting one step closer to the playoffs. How do you feel today?
Definitely feels great. We were expecting 2-0 because we've been working really hard, but they were playing their best today, and then it shows. So
Yeah, you still look good for the map 3 and the map 2. And Talon picked one of the Paper Rex favorite map, Pearl. Was that a surprise for you guys?
I would say because we were expecting them to pick Ascent, because I think our Pearl was quite good, I would say. So it was a bit of surprise. I think they showed a really good performance against us.
Yeah, it was quite unexpected.
Yeah.
But it still did good. And you encountered Talon a few times before, but their roster is quite changed. So did that affect you today?
To be fair, they've always been a good team, and On the Killjoy, we weren't expecting Jit Boy playing.
Oh.
I was expecting Sushi Boy playing Killjoy, but I guess they were trying something new, or maybe it's working out for them. But yeah, I mean, they were always been a great team. So yeah.
Yeah, and your 2 duelist comp worked really well today. Do you think that was instrumental for your win today?
I mean, we always been known as double duelist
Yeah,
comp
you're
kind of
famous
team.
for it.
Yeah, so I guess I would say it's not really good as defensive, but as long as we always hit our shots, I guess. So yeah, it's working out very well for us, and we're gonna keep maybe playing 2 duelists, maybe 3 in the future, since we have like something now. So yeah.
Triple duelist.
Maybe.
Okay, and one thing that was unusual was something playing Breach. If you can rate his play out of 10, what would it be?
Oh, definitely 10. I think his Breach is
Whoa.
very... Maybe it's too soon to speak now, but I think he's gonna cook something, and don't blame Alex for this. He's gonna cook something.
Yeah, 10 out of 10. I definitely agree. And your fans are really enjoying you filming on YouTube, and they're all rooting for you on
Thank you.
Singapore, the viewing party, and right here today.
Thank
So-
you. Yeah, I saw some of Malaysian fans holding the flags, and it's really nice to see some of the Malaysian fans coming to support us as well. So yeah, Malaysia boleh. Thank you.
Yes, I can definitely hear them shouting. Thank you for the interview, Dubai.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I hope for the next win.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go back to the desk. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Always wonderful to hear from Devi, and quite the rowdy crowd sticking around just to be able to hear him speak. But there you have it. Paper X at the end of the day able to get it done. Something about these 3-map series when splits in the middle, they're able to run it back. We saw them do it versus Global. They do it here today versus Talon.
It forces them to the limit, I'll say that much. But my God, it was so close. I mean, so many close-shaven rounds where you see the first half ending in a 6-6, but towards the end of it, Paper Rex getting that 5 round in a row, they started to find that momentum, find that win. They started to push out a lot more, in fact, and I think Talon were trying to counter them at times, but they got red.
I'm glad we had ourselves a really good back and forth. I was a little bit worried coming into this might be like a quick 2-0 and be unremarkable, but Talon, man, they really made Paper Rex work for it. And that final round, I mean, it wasn't clear that Paper X was going to pull through with that victory until just the very, very end. So, unfortunately, Talon does sink down, I think, to the second from the bottom.
They stay in the second from the bottom.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. They were already, they
sink
there.
even further.
Yeah.
Hey, the glass is half full. We were already second to the bottom.
They've already acclimated to their environment.
Oh, God.
But yeah, I mean, look, they're playing some great matches. It is nice to see that overall here in VCT Pacific that all the teams are very strong, even if they're not winning. They're able to make these higher-end teams. They're able to hold their feet to the fire, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, even in this final map, I mean, we just saw it there. 17 first kills for the side of Paper X across the 23 rounds. But even then, Talon able to persevere and fight back to get 10 on the board for themselves. So it's a decent 4v5 conversion for them. But at the end of the day, the double duelist, especially once, shifting over to that attacking side, seems like it was very much the difference maker here for Paper X. And Devi kind of teasing us there in the interview, saying maybe we'll try out the triple duelist.
I don't know about that, guys.
We saw Talon do it. It didn't go that well. Granted, I think if you're going to do it, don't try it versus a team like DRX. Go for maybe one that's down on the lower echelon of the standings at the moment. But we'll see if that actually comes to fruition or if that's all just gab. But obviously, this map, an exciting way to finish things off. 2 very close maps, one not so much in the middle. But Fracture, we knew that if we got to Fracture, it was going to be a nice little cherry on top for this series, and it certainly was. We'll go ahead and rewind back to round 5, though, because this was right at the very beginning of the series, and there was so much back and forth here, Quack.
I mean, I think this one was one of those where we really see that great read from Paper X. It also shows preparation from Talon. They knew they had an ultimate to work with. They knew all they had to do was to get the spike planted and just hold up from Dish, and that's exactly what they did. Paper X slowly made their way around it. Keep your eyes on the mini-map because this is where Pat and Cruz are waiting. Of course, Garnets and Jit Boys had to hold on the site, but Paper X goes up to take on the site itself. Defi goes on big fleck coming up from behind. I'm not even sure how he got there. Maybe he took the rope, but it's great that he did because of that play, I think the rest of Talon's hold were rendered useless. So PaperX taking this win was a great win in their sales.
And this brought us right over here into round 6. So we had that showstopper ready there for Jing. Foxy's gets a double up here, which is absolutely incredible. There's the second one, dropping them now. And then coming up here, we see this moment where something's going to get a stun. That's right here. He tries to go for it, but Jitboys fires back as the ebb and flow continues onward. Now the orbital strike, excuse me, the orbital strike here is going to be used to basically interrupt the defuse. And then at the very end here, there it is now. And then at the very end, you know, just basically utilizing the clock, we see that the molly comes down, and there's just not enough time to really make this work.
Yeah, I mean, Divide just doing his damage, just picking up a 3K in the round, but unfortunately just can't quite get enough done. And it's, you know, 2 rounds that kind of do show, you know, back-to-back talent, having good preparation, knowing how they can delay this diffuse from coming through. But the first one outplayed a little bit. It's well done from the side of PaperX to be able to get that round win. But then you turn around, you have a hero rifle, a couple of sheriffs, and Talon are right back into it. So it was just trading blows the whole first half across. You know, I mean, even the eco win coming through as well from Talon in round number 2. Neither team really being effective and being able to close out the first 2 rounds after they win the pistol. Some
over-eager moments, yes.
Yeah. Well, now I want to go ahead and zoom in on round 16, because this was where we kind of saw, you know, it was a quieter moment from Jing, a quieter map, I should say, from Jing. And then we got into this round, and this is when he started to really pop. Goes through the smoke, finds one, clears out the trap just in case. And then is just able to solo defend this spike. The swing out from Fox just not going to be good enough. It's quick adjustments from Jing, and this is the firepower that we have come to expect from him. You know, map over map, series over series. It seems like he's always good for it. He's always got that 4K in him, and sometimes the stars align. Sometimes, you know, I'd say less often, you know, that they don't. And he's just able to get himself right back into the game. And right from that round, he was basically able to double his kill count. And then from there, it was just multiple more rounds where he was just racking up multi-frags the whole way throughout. Though, when we talk about Jing and we sing him his praises, our key player might look a little bit different. Yeah. Go ahead and find out as we zoom into this one. And once again, it is going to be Divide. 2 maps in a row, walking away with it. One for his Viper play on Split, now for his Killjoy here on Fracture.
He was so fluid in these games. There were so many moments he was just able to win these duels. He has a great game sense. It wasn't the easiest pick, though. Honestly, everybody here on PaperX was playing so well, but I think at the end of the day, it's got to be Divide, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was really consistent, even in the final moments. He had that little picture-perfect moment, if you remember, on the pistol round in the second half. His last one left alive. It was kind of funny, but also having that game sense, like you mentioned, Tasteless, to sneak around Sky Smokes at times just to catch Talon off guard, and also being such a consistent key factor in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, again, I mean, we talked about it during the pre-show. This was a guy that wasn't really at the forefront of conversations when it came down to talking about PaperX, their win conditions, their firepower, and clearly, I think over not even just the last couple series, but pretty much every single match that we've seen from PaperX so far, he's been putting up significant numbers and very much thrusting his name out there into the forefront. We still saw explosive performances, obviously, from Jing, as highlighted. Forsaken as well, bringing out that Neon. We weren't sure what they were going to do. We get something playing the Breach for the very first time. Well, they all have their moments in the spotlight. His name just keeps on coming up, which, you know, now stirs things up as we get ready to go into our talk of who is the MVP for this series. And I think that this was, this isn't even a pun intended, a divisive vote that we had coming through, and it is going to be Divide at the end of it all.
Even he's surprised. He's like, what? Me again?
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I guess he had those numbers and had those performances, but I think still Divide just showing that he has that leadership in him. We were talking about this a lot during backstage and everything else, but PaperX maybe not so much known for having that clear structure, that clear sort of leadership role sometimes. Everyone has their own input, but Divide, something about his presence kind of gives that leadership to the team, and he clearly has the consistency to put those numbers up.
He certainly does. Me personally, I will go ahead and give the shout out to Forsaken. I think he had an absolutely excellent series the whole way throughout, even you know, on that Pearl, which they lost. 13-3 in first kills, first deaths across this set for Forsaken, so that's definitely worth shouting out. An absolutely stellar performance, as we have come to very regularly expect from him. But now, with that, we have this match out of the way. We already talked about where Talon are. They're still down there in the 9th spot. We'll take a look at the rest of the standings and see what this has done for PaperX.
All right.
Now, with
Hey,
a couple
and
teams,
3.
yeah, a couple teams now stuck at that 4 and 2 position, but because of the map differential, they do end up getting separated. So Paper X do manage to slingshot their way back up into the top 3. T1 currently going to be resting in 4th place, and then Zeta Division currently at 5th. But all of these teams, it's seeming like, barring any kind of last-second cataclysmic error in some of the future sets, I think we're pretty comfortable with these guys as far as moving forward into the playoffs. It's really about that 6th slot where things are very much up in the air.
Yeah, and overall with our standings here, it's funny because we were talking earlier, like Paper X had kind of fallen to the middle, and we were saying, man, but we kind of felt like they were top 3.
Yeah.
Well, they're back in there now,
Yeah.
so that's an exciting moment for them. Talent does drop down. Actually, I guess they're in the same spot as before. They are somehow lower, I guess, with the score added in, but it's still the same standing. And we got a couple teams here in the middle. We got to see which ones are going to bubble up to the surface and which ones are going to sink down a little bit further.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Say
right.
bye-bye.
Like 2 more weeks left of league play, and all of this is happening. It's going to just make things so much more spicy, so much more interesting. Of course, Paper X now slowly climbing their way up, but there is that huge sort of rift in the middle. Everyone wants to claim that spot, but you have to fight tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, with some of these ties, you know, as we continue to go deeper and deeper, the heads up is going to be the thing that really decides who's going to be separated from one another, who's going to be able to climb up over top of them. So map differential, important for now, but as we continue on with the series, being able to take down these opponents that do find themselves currently in the top 5 is going to be even more important. Let's go ahead and take a look at next week's match schedule, though. Kicking things off on Saturday, we are going to have Gen G going up against Talon, so a little bit of a faster turnaround here. Talon going to have to grind. Gen G have shown some weaknesses, of course, getting taken down just yesterday in their previous series, so we'll see if Talon is going to have the prep to, you know, counter-strat them and exploit those weaknesses. And the same for Paper X in that ever-important matchup versus Zeta. And that is going to be a big shift in the power balance as far as that top 5 goes, depending on who comes out there. Then we've got RQ versus GE, the 2 teams currently with 2 wins under the belt, to see who is going to be able to separate. Secret versus T1, a big one for Secret if they want to get into the top 6.
I'm excited. I'm going to be casting all these. I think
Stay in the top 6, I should say.
I think I'm casting literally Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So this is going to be a very
get used to that voice,
tasteless-
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's not going away. No, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to casting these games and really banging out some fun matches.
Yeah, and just to catch that last one also, DRX versus TFM. Yeah, who knows how that's going to go, I think. I mean, okay, we know how strong DRX can be.
Sometimes we have these competitive matches, and it's a real back and forth, and it's an epic battle. And sometimes it's like watching like a lion eat a gazelle. You know, it could be. No, it could be. Could be a lion eating a gazelle match, all right? I'm just going to put that out there.
It's hard to disagree, but we have seen good things from DFM.
They're starting
This would be, I mean, even though, you know, playoffs of Far Cry, you know, not going to happen, unfortunately.
Drag someone down
but
with you.
To be able to be the team at least to take out DRX, you say, well, we might not be in that top 6. We at least were the first ones to deliver the match loss to DRX. That would be a nice little, you know, not last hurrah, but close to it.
What you're saying is the gazelle's going to run for a little bit longer than expected.
It's going to kick the lion in the mouth.
And then the lion will eat it.
Well,
but with a broken jaw.
That's right.
But with a broken jaw. It'll pain them to consume the
with a
gazelle.
clicking jaw.
Yeah. All right. Well, on that fantastic and poetic note, we will go ahead and leave you guys. That's all we got for you here today for the desk. But, of course, we do have the weekly recap show with a secret little guest that's going to be coming up in about 20-ish minutes. So make sure you stay tuned to that one. We'll see you. Hello and welcome to another day of Pacific. I am Achilles here. I'm going to be your host today. Let's go ahead and get into it. We've got Talon going up against Paper X. Light up the stage, bring the players out, and get this party started.
Going all the way up PRX and pushing through. And I don't think he'll get another. That'll be 3 for Mind Freak as Pistol is taken by PRX. Kill as Pat picks up 1, but lurking in art is Mind Freak. The Secret's gonna spot him, and that will be enough as the site is cleared out. He has been stacking up the kills himself. Mind Freak here as well, picks up a 2nd.
Forsaken's already wrapped around the mind games again.
The dog's gonna get huge value. Something pushes out. Mind Freak's abilities, and that's in a clutch here for Cruz. Picks up the pistol round. Machine onto these ones, or maybe you just get sprayed down in mid. Take that one down, Spirits. 2 in a row. Still alive! Oh, the shorty, no, he's gonna pick up the kill. He's in the smoke, down he goes. Oh, they scored out. No, it's not gonna happen. Talon, he takes the map.
But he doesn't get a kill, he has no idea!
Go the way of Paper X now as Devi gets a third, and that's gonna do it. Locks it up as 13-10. Victory for Paper X here on Fracture to close out the series.
Miss ballroom times.
This one 90 lah.
No way lah. This is like 70 ya.
Oh,
69.
no.
No, it was.
No.
It was just now.
Kata him
I missed the click, the last one. Okay, ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, I think it was.
Maybe that's a bit right. Betul.
Oh, look, easy, look.
On the foil and the center.
Hey, I win Aaron already lah. Hey, get good, bro.
18.
No. Okay lah.
More than half.
I'm not the worst, okay lah.
Party's over. One down. One sight.
and welcome to the weekly recap where we talk everything that has to do with VCT Pacific. I'm Achilleos, back alongside Quack as well as Tasteless, and we'll be going through everything that has happened in this very eventful week of VCT. Now, you might notice that we do in fact have an empty chair next to me, and no, it's not because I'm socially distancing away from those guys, because we do have a special guest that's going to be joining us in a moment, but before we get into that, let's just go ahead and dive straight into the standings, because we have had some pretty big tectonic shifts as far as the teams and their positions.
It's been a crazy week. We see DRX is absolutely on top of the stack here at 6-0. Genji looking very good, but very excited to see the Paper X. We were talking about how this feels like it's a top 3 team, but they weren't quite there yet. Well, after our results here today, they pop back up to the top.
I mean, yeah, I think so, but also the tectonic shift, the earthquake in our weekly standings that Kilios was talking about has to be, that match between Genji as well as Global Esports.
Yeah.
We have the bottom few teams slowly starting to climb their way up, and it's a lovely sight, I think.
No, it certainly is. I mean, Global continued to show their potential, just hasn't quite been there fully in their results, but being able to take down Genji was certainly a big showing in that regard. 13-8 on both of those maps. It was a really great result from those guys, and we're hoping to see more of that as we go through the final few weeks, because, I mean, we're well past the halfway point.
Yeah.
Week 7 is going to be coming up next, but we also have our special guest. But who is it going to be?
Who could it be?
We're going to find out. Who could it be now? And we have a couple little hints, I suppose, for you guys to figure out.
Bankai, right?
No.
No?
No. But we'll give the hints, and we'll see if the chat can go ahead and figure out who our special guest is here today. Now, your first hint is that they joined their team in August 2021.
Oh, that's easy. I have no idea. I have no clue. It doesn't help me at all.
I'd like a lifeline. Can I call, I don't know, Paper X's CEO?
You want to phone a friend here?
Yeah.
This is not Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. No. We're not trying to get sued.
Get the heartbeat music out.
All right. Well, maybe that one's a little bit too tough. So we'll say, okay, they're a very flexible player that plays a numerous amount
could be
of
any one of
agents.
Except for Mindfreak. Mindfreak plays controller, but everyone else kind of swaps around.
Yeah, if this is a game of Guess Who, it didn't get that much easier. I don't know.
All right.
I can't
we
tell
need
you.
more hints, Seth.
Maybe one more hint will get you guys over the finish line here. His teammates call him Sultan.
All right, okay.
That doesn't help me at all. I don't know.
I was going to say Quack should get it. I appreciate you guys selling this as if you don't know who it is, but for the chat, you might have figured it out already. But if not, let's go ahead and welcome Devi, our special guest.
That's right. You guys had no idea we already knew who was going to be on here. We're casters and actors.
No, okay.
A flawless, Oscar-worthy performance. Well, Devi, thank you so much for joining us here on the weekly recap. A pleasure to have you, especially since you're fresh off of your match, obviously only taking place for us here about 20 or so minutes ago. For the viewers who are watching on Friday, hello from the past. But a very close series versus Talon, and I want to know, what are your initial thoughts after that? When you've had a little bit of time to cool down after that series, do you think that you guys let it get closer than it should have been, or do you think that Talon played really well?
I think first of all, I think they played a very good games against us. But for me, obviously, I was just thinking about the first match because I was having like a good performance, right? So I wasn't thinking about like, oh, I need to like guide these people, like trying to throw flashes. It's just like about me, oh, I need to, wake up and then like show up in the second matches. So yeah.
Well, you certainly did. And I mean, we'll get to the MVPs later, but you were able to net that one here for that series. So it was a strong performance in the end.
Thank you.
So now that you're in Korea, coming here from Singapore, how does it compare from your hometown?
I mean, probably the weather, right? I mean, coming from Malaysia, the weather is very hot and humid, right? And then here it's always been cold, but sometimes could be very hot, but not as our countries. But yeah, I mean, we've been having quite a lot of fun, trying new food and stuff. Yeah.
Well, what kind of foods have you tried out here as far as Korean dishes
favorite?
go?
I know you're like a connoisseur yourself. You've like reviewed Peranakan Laksa before.
Yeah. Obviously, I miss my hometown food, but like so far, I'm addicted to probably tteokbokki.
Oh, okay.
And probably another one like the chicken galbi, like the duck galbi.
Chicken meat. Yeah.
Always solid.
I mean, for me at least, I think, I'm with you with the weather thing for sure for myself, but I'm just gonna dive straight into like game stuff because I'm very curious, like how the team's culture or how the team's kind of attitude is now. Like in the past, I've seen you guys are having so much fun. You're playing Nintendo Switch and like the warm-up room and stuff, but now
Ben's no longer in, and then you're kind of, I mean, what we're hearing is that you're the shot caller. How's that feel like with everyone else?
At the moment, since Ben is no longer in the roster at the moment, but all of us is trying to give the calls. I mean, some people say that I'm the caller for the team, but it's not really the case because everyone is trying to give a shot, and especially the duelists, I would say. Something Forsaken and Jing is giving pretty much a lot of shot calls, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a more shared environment.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
everyone's
It's like,
being
everyone's
vocal.
like, because I think in this game, you can't have like one person to call everything because you kind of like have to deal a lot of utilities and stuff, you know. So yeah, everyone is pretty much like share the ideas and then we just execute together. If it look silly or whatever, but yeah, we just roll it, you know.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I'm curious, you know, was it, whose suggestion was it, or whose idea was it to go ahead and push something over onto Breach, which we saw on the last map? And did he have any reservations about playing it? Did he say like, oh, no, like I can't do it? Or was he just very open to it?
He was very open. He's the type of player kind of like Forsaken, like love to try new agent and stuff. But I would say it's more like Alex trying to push into that position for now because we don't really have a lot of times to kind of put him into a lot of maps for now. So we just like trying to fill, basically he's trying to fill Ben's role at the moment. And yeah, so far I would say it's not too bad, but I think giving him enough time, then probably he will show up even more.
So you think we can look forward to seeing something playing even more flexible
Something
characters?
new.
Maybe some other initiators, perhaps.
Yeah,
maybe
he could
Silva
be-
or something.
Yeah, he could be ending up playing like maybe KO, Sky, you know. Yeah. Or maybe Smoker, I don't know.
I mean, if he does this, he's going to put you out of the job
Yeah.
next. It's just going to be, you know, you and Benkai watching the team while into CGRS maybe goes and play Gecko.
Yeah, probably having like we're just trying stuff now, and surprisingly, it's working well for us. But also we don't really have much time for now. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna try our best to fit something to the team at the moment.
Okay. I'll do one last question because I am very curious about this. Obviously, aside from yourself, who do you think the other two teams are that can make it to Tokyo? Your DRX probably.
Yeah,
a
I mean, I have to say DRX right there, like.
But that other one,
unbeatable.
who's that other team?
I don't want to say us, but I don't want to jinx us, but maybe Paper X.
Well, I mean, so if it's you and DRX, who's team
Yeah,
three?
let's get a third one in here.
The one.
Is it going to be a surprise? Is it Gen G? Is it Global? Zeta?
I would say I would go for probably Zeta.
Okay.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, I think they've been putting a lot of.
You're playing them
efforts.
next week?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good, I would say. So yeah, maybe they're a good contender to secure the slot, and also obviously they want to be there, right, in their hometown. Yeah, I think the spirit's gonna help them.
All right, well,
Yeah.
time will tell if that is going to be the case. Well, for now, let's go ahead and move on. And, well, I say move on. Let's look back at this week and our MVPs that have been able to scoop up some nice accolades for themselves because we have had some absolute banger series throughout the week. But we saw off the rip, and I believe this is the first win that he's gotten in this regard, is T1's Ban, who we got to see play Jet twice in that series, and he was able to walk away with the MVP at the end of it all.
I mean, swapping off the controller role for a bit, we didn't see Intro at all this week, but he had a lot of insane performances. Actually, on Split, I think, with some flanks on towards DFM, they did drop a map, but Ban still came up with crazy performances. And then moving on to that, Depp, of course, you know, Depp was just talking about Zeta. This guy has been basically the guy to bring Zeta victories because he's always finding crazy performances, always pushing out as a duelist. Very similar to how PaperX plays, I think, actually.
Yeah, I was super hype about Rossi. Obviously, we didn't get to see this guy right away in the first couple weeks, so we had more questions than we had answers. But when he came out, he was so explosive, and he's talked a lot about the fact that sometimes he overheats, he overextends, he attacks in, and it kind of backfires. Not this weekend. This weekend, he was a killer, and I'm super excited to see what he's going to be doing in weeks to come.
Yeah, it was a huge performance from him. I mean, were you shocked to see the result in that series, you know, them taking out Gen G 2-0?
I wasn't expecting that, but I would say G is the one team that I'm very impressed so far. Like, they started very slow in the tournaments, but now they're looking very good. So yeah, I'm very impressed by them.
All right. Well, that impression will come into play in a little bit because we do have a tier list that we'll go through. But moving on to our next one, obviously, our second series from yesterday was Buzz being able to walk away with the MVP after a very close series, or at least close to beginning to the series versus RRQ. DRX very much gathered themselves and were able to crush out on that final map. But Buzz was a huge factor in them getting the win.
I love the picture of you here, Divai. You look like you just found out that you were the MVP. You're like, me?
It's like mid-shower, washing his hair.
I don't know why they choose this photo, but
I love it. It's
this
hilarious.
is me when we just finished the first map, you know?
Well, not only do we have this excellent photo of you, but we also have some clips from you earlier today because, you were able to get this MVP win and for good reason. I mean, I don't know, what do you just feel right at home playing on Split? Because every time we see you playing this Viper on this map in particular, you are just crushing it.
I would say because Split used to be and still is my favorite map.
Okay.
Because last time I used to play Duelist for Paper X, and I used to, so yeah, so I really like this map, even after the changes, but technically they don't really change much, so technically it's kind of still the same, and Split has always been my favorite, so I guess that's kind of like contribute why I play well on this map, I would say.
What has it been like to be on stage here, especially in week 1 and 2? Were you nervous at all, or did you feel totally relaxed?
I would say relaxed for me. Like for now, I think I would just. This one, I knew
I
that
love that we put this one in.
I know we're gonna have that seat in there.
I knew that they're gonna leave me alone and not kill me for the economy. So I was like, okay, I'm just play with the camera, you know. Yeah. But for me, since week 1, I'm not really nervous or anything. I was just trying to focus on my performance because I think this tournament is really a big tournament for me personally. So like I kind of have to prove to my teammates and to the fans or like to the opponents that I have to show up this tournament. So yeah, I was just basically focusing on just myself.
First year of International League, and I think like you guys really like gave up a great performance so far. Obviously, some were a little bit tougher than others. I think Purple, but at the same time, like it's Split, it's Fracture. You always show like you have a lot of game sense, and you always know where your opponents are.
Yeah, I think for some people they kind of have their favorite map or like kind of like comfortable maps, I would say. So maybe I'm very comfortable with Split and Fracture, and maybe Pearl not so much. Not really. So yeah, I mean, you get what I mean. Like sometimes like some players, I think they have their comfort zone, you know, in terms of some of the maps. So yeah, I feel that way towards Split specifically. Yeah.
All right. Well, looking forward to seeing, obviously, your future series and everything. It was a big kind of, hurdle matchup taking down Talon here to really solidify yourselves in the upper echelon now, currently in that top 3 position. So hopefully we'll get to see you guys stick around there near the top and have some excellent performances in the playoffs. But now it is time to jump into the ever controversial segment, which is the power rankings. These have remained untouched since week 4. And it is now time to yet again shuffle things around. So we'll start with you, Tasteless, right off the rip. Any teams that you think need to be moved up or down?
I think I have a team that needs to be moved up. Look, we've got down at the bottom at D, we have Detonation. Now, they did lose again, and sadly, they are at the bottom of our standings. But I think they put up a really good fight. And I think we got to move them up to like a C minus.
So you think we should go maybe like D plus C minus?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just a little bit up there.
Yep.
Okay.
They are improving. It's sad. Look, they are at the bottom, but I think their games have looked better overall, and I think they've improved. So yeah.
I think this is fair. I think we can keep them in here. When they get that win, they jump that hurdle. That could be the time that they shoot up. And hey, if they beat DRX in the next series, then maybe they'll go up even higher. So we'll have to see what happens. But for now, we'll leave DFM in that spot. Quack, how about you?
Oh boy. All right, I think we'll start with something easy. Let's move Talon to just C tier. They did take a map off Paper X today.
This is true. That's upward growth, so a solid C.
Please don't hate me yet, Divai.
A solid C locked in there for Talon. Divai, how about you? Anything that you would like to change? I'll say you're not allowed to touch your own team. Any other teams do you think that they were,
I think personally, DFM should be higher. I think they've been playing very well, like from at least for the past 2 weeks, I would say. I think they improved a lot. And also Talon.
So maybe like
Maybe C, inside C probably,
little
maybe.
more.
maybe
A
a little bit.
Right around here. You think this I mean, this you know, little step ladder we got going on here?
Yeah.
And maybe for Talon, I would increase maybe slightly closer to B, I would say.
I feel like we got to add a grade at the top
All
of
right,
this.
we did a half move for DFM and a half move. That equates to one full move for Divide there.
Wow.
So we're gonna do this,
Yeah,
I suppose.
I think they are playing very well, like Talon, especially against us. I mean, that's what I feel personally. I think they're a very good team at the moment.
All right, this is tough for me.
You gotta be the first one. You're the host.
Yeah, I know. You know what? I'm gonna do something that for me is certainly controversial. I'm gonna knock Gen G down a peg. I think that they're still near the top, but given what we saw from Global in an A position, I'm very happy with. I think Gen G kind of needs to move down to
No, I
in
support
between
this.
here.
I'm on your side.
Does anyone disagree?
Move them down a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel like
They lost to Global.
if it was closer, maybe it wouldn't be as catastrophic. But 13-8 that's a pretty one-sided result when you're the expected favorites in a series, and to not be able to rally back, I think that they have to go down here.
Yeah, I agree
We'll go
with
back
you.
around the tasteless.
If I may be the yin to your yang, I would like to have Global Esports go up to S.
Oh.
I think we got to bump them up.
G fighting?
Yeah,
G
I
fighting.
think they're looking good, especially this week. You guys disagree?
Nah, man.
I mean,
I agree.
okay. If anything, I think I'd bring
He wasn't
them
going to do
within,
it, and then Divine's like, I agree. He's like, all right.
within anything, I think I might bring them to within parity of Gen G. I mean, granted, they did beat them, but the
Yeah.
record
Yeah.
isn't there to reinforce it. So I feel like putting them above Gen G, even though they have that head-to-head, still feels a little bit rough to me.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
All
fair
right,
enough.
you've convinced me.
All right. So we'll go half C's for Global as well.
This is a democracy.
All right. And they'll be sat right on top of Secret, like that.
Cool.
Quack.
Ooh.
All right.
Anything else, or do you like the set right now?
I do have a little question. I mean, is it considered a move if I just fix and leave a team in their current position? Is that cool? Because I don't want to move T1.
You want to solidify T1?
Yeah, I think
You
so.
want to say that so basically you're proposing that we keep T1 here.
Maybe, because they dropped a map to DFM. I think nobody really expected that. And their performance has been good, but also not too like crazy or anything, you know? So I feel like a C+ or just B- is kind of justified.
Any disagreeers?
I'm not going to fight it.
All right. Tasteless not going. What do you think? What's your read
Bang
here
gamble.
for T1?
I'm just riding with Pet on this one.
All right. All right. Okay.
We're all playing it safe.
Yeah,
Out of the teams that haven't been moved, do you think that there's anything else that needs to shift here? This time,
I
I'll
would
let you
probably-
go with Paper X if you want to.
Nah, I think Pebret doesn't deserve the A spot yet. I think we kind of like towards B or C at the moment. But I would like to move RRQ. I think they kind of deserve the spotlight, right, for beating GRX for one map.
Taking the map? Okay, but where? Do you think that they go to like a B+?
Maybe like a B+.
A B+?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to move them to this side then to fit them into this, because
Yeah,
otherwise it's a little bit...
I think that will look.
I agree with that one.
Yeah.
They had a really good showing. It was maybe the most unexpected
Yeah, of
results
course,
we've
like-
had so far.
I mean,
you gotta give them some
yeah.
credit, right?
I mean, no offense, but I think no one expected that, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
certainly not.
Wow.
I mean, we saw pretty much everybody predicting, other than Quack,
Yeah.
you know, I keep bringing this up, for DRX to be able to get that win, and we expected it to be a clean 2-0, so it certainly was surprising. I'm going to get hate for this one. I know I am. This will be, I think, the last move, because I think everybody else is pretty much, you know, right where they should be, but I think we have to knock Secret down a peg.
I have to agree, actually.
You
That
know?
was what I was thinking.
They suffered the loss here. I think they have to go to a firm B.
I think that's fair.
And
think
I have no right for this. I lost to them.
Yeah,
This
they
is true.
had a blowout performance, but it does seem like these other results are starting to catch up.
But that's
to
when
them,
we were
right?
riding the hype train, but it's kind of died down a little bit. And I think until they pick it back up, which hopefully they do, they're right now, you know, at that 6th place spot. They're on the verge of being in the playoffs, but until we see them level up a little bit more, I think they're going to have to just rest there at the B position. But all right, I think if we're happy with that, we'll lock it in. This is the power ranking. It's done. It's sealed. And
Sure, you don't want me to like move Paper X down a peg?
we'll leave them where they're at.
All right.
At least for giving us a hype series. But I mean, even Devi himself saying they think that they're in the B position. But, with the tier list out of the way, there's nothing left to do other than to look forward to next week's matches. Week 7 now on the horizon. And things continue to get heated up as, again, we saw in the standings earlier, there's so many teams that are just tight-knit around the center of the standings. Global, RRQ, both of them looking to break in and move up into that top 6 and get into a firm position so they can participate in the playoffs. But I mean, we'll just go down the line. Tasteless, any matchups here that catch your eye?
Let's see here. I think RRQ versus Global Esports is going to be interesting. They both really played well. So it's like, I mean, I think Global Esports should win that, but the way RRQ's performed, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just clicked and they're going to be nothing but wins. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, that's one of those matches that you don't quite know what to expect, similar to PaperX versus Talent today, but they have been growing, and it's fun to see where that growth leads to. But I don't know about you guys. My eyes are zeroed in on one match, and I feel like Lish, Davai, you have to agree with me on this one. PaperX versus Zeta. This is the one where you kind of have to think about how this will shake up the standings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we lost to them in Masters before, so yeah. I think personally I would looking forward also to fight them again. Yeah.
Okay, what about you though? Since we've already covered your matchup against Zeta, was there anything else up there that you find to be exciting and one that you want to watch?
I would choose same as Nick. I would go for RRQ versus Global. I think Global is very good at the moment, and also same goes for RRQ. And I think SKRC is gonna show something interesting also against RRQ. G fighting.
See, for me, it's going to be that Secret versus T1 series. These two teams right here, because I think that's going to be ever important in deciding the fates of those squads when it comes down to the playoffs.
That's true as well.
I think the winner that walks away with that victory is going to be having a much easier time of actually being able to compete in the playoffs. So I'm going to have my eyes trained on that one. But it seems like the whole week is set up to provide a ton of entertainment, even DFM versus DRX. If DFM can continue to look better and better, Soldam, the kind of OG Korean Jet going up against the very new,
Spicy?
new rookie Korean Jet and Foxy 9. That's going to be a really good display of mechanical ability on the Jet. But that about does it for us here at the weekly recap. Davai, again, thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Tasteless for being alongside me. But that's going to do it from us, and we'll see you guys back here again for more VCT Pacific in Week 7.
Bye.
Bye-bye.